Welcome back to DR Sports for another edition of the Saturday Football Show. If you're enjoying the show before we've even got into it, make sure you hit that subscribe button. We're very close to 200k and we need all your help to get there. So we're looking at all the 3 o'clock games in the Premier League Championship, and we also are looking at the Club World Cup, Chelsea versus Palmeiras. Let's get into our guests. On my left, let's give him a round of applause. It's his second home. It's Laurie Lyle. How are you, fella?
I'm all right, man. Yeah, looking forward to it. Second time on the show, and yeah, man, happy to be here.
Of course. Got your clipboard, you're ready for action?
Got my clipboard, got my phone, got my water.
Got your bouncer jacket ready to kick people
man,
out as well to get a bit tasty. Love
Swag's on point, man.
Thank you for coming, mate. Appreciate it.
Respect.
On my right, Matisse wearing the new Inter Milan home kit. Let's give him a round of applause.
I knew I'd get that one. I knew I'd get that jab.
How are you, bro?
Yeah, man, first time on the show. Happy to be here and sweating buckets for the final later. So this is a good...
aren't you?
100% nervous. I spoke to a Palmeiras fan before yesterday and they just spoke about the team and their approach and how much they want to win. Obviously, it's a big thing in South America and it's obviously their second time in the competition back to back. So, yeah, they're not playing games.
Yeah, nice kit though, to be fair. I'm not just saying that.
Bad.
We are watching that later with Sophie Rose, and Don Robbie himself will be in the studio as well. Nikki from West Ham Fan TV is on the way. We're hearing a bit of traffic in East London, apparently. So yes, Nikki will be joining us as well whilst we look at...
Apparently the traffic's catastrophic.
The less said about that, the better. Right, 3 o'clock kickoffs in the Premier League that we'll be focusing on. Watford versus Brighton, Brentford at home to Crystal Palace, bit of a London derby there, and Everton versus Leeds. Frank Lampard, obviously not very much liked by the Leeds fans. That will be an interesting one indeed. Right, let's get into what's just happened. Manchester United drawing again at home to Southampton. 4 points dropped in a week. Of course, the news this week, there was leaks coming out of the dressing room saying that the players aren't keen on the training. Also, De Gea came out and said openly he thinks there's a curse on the team at the minute and he does not know what's going on. We're watching that Che Adams equaliser go in. De Gea tries to save it with his feet more than his hands these days. Matisse, how do you react to this? Because another 2 points dropped at home. Your friend Said is not going to be happy.
I'm trying to not smile too wide, you know. I'm trying to contain myself. The excitement is brilliant. And for me, I'm putting pressure on Man United still to finish in the top 4. Every single time until it's mathematically impossible, I'm going to keep saying they have to finish in the top 4. It would be, as you said, catastrophic if they don't make it. You know, this is a team that spent money on Sancho, on Ronaldo, on Varane, and that was for a Champions League race. They've spent, you know, one of the biggest spenders in the league in the last 5 years, and they're finding themselves on the outskirts of the top 4 out of all competitions outside of the Champions League. The Champions League is unrealistic for them. So to drop points again is huge for them. And I don't know, you know, if De Gea, they need to do a little investigation if they don't know what's going on. We don't know if you don't know. So it's great viewing, though, I must say. And Southampton are a very good team as well. Obviously, my boy Brozier's there doing well. And Hassan Holt's got them doing the business after getting slapped up in the first season a few times. Is that managed to get a handle on things.
Laurie, no goals in 6 games now for Cristiano Ronaldo. His worst run of form without scoring a goal since 2010.
Wow.
What is the reason behind that? Because he still does get chances, but why is he not scoring at the minute?
Well, you have to remember, you know, as great a player as he is getting on a bit. You know what I mean?
Not getting any younger.
It's interesting because when United re-signed him, I remember vividly having a conversation with Flex. Shout out to Flex, by the way. And I said to him, Flex, because he was all excited, obviously, a lot of United fans were. And I was to a degree, because listen, although I'm an Arsenal fan through and through, and I don't really like United, but listen, a man like United coming to the Premier League is good for the brand. However, I did put the question to him, do you think overall it's going to work? Yes, he'll score goals. Yes, he'll sell a lot of shirts. Yes, the profile of the club will be raised. But ultimately, will he be that kind of guy that when the going gets tough, how's it going to work out? Do you think with him in the side you can achieve anything meaningful? You know what I mean? And when I say meaningful, I mean win the Premier League, Champions League and stuff like that. And I said, listen, I don't think it will work out like that. Oh, you're just jealous because, yeah, you would have got him, you would have signed. I said, yeah, maybe. But nevertheless, I doubted whether that signing would work. And I think we're seeing, not just with the fact that he's not scored for half a dozen games, but I think the whole sort of atmosphere around him and the club, it's not working out.
Yeah, you saw him today throwing his arms up again. It wasn't just him, by the way. The only Manchester United player that was frustrated with the lack of chances, the lack of goals. There's the positives of Ronaldo, there's the negatives as well. What are we seeing right now more of?
Right now, I think you're seeing a blend of the both, because he wants to win. You know, let's remember, this is a player that is built on success, built on winning. That's all he's here to do. At every single club he goes to, he wins. And Manchester United are not in a position right now to win. That's the main frustration coming from him. He wants to win the Premier League. He wants to win the Champions League with Manchester United, and Manchester United are not in a position to do that. And I think, you know, when you look at Cristiano Ronaldo, you see the way he's developed his game throughout the years. He is now just a striker, a penalty box striker at that. That's where the majority of his goals come from. He is the player that you add when it's the final, and I mean the very final jigsaw piece in the puzzle. And they have other issues in their team. You know, you look at fullback, you look at centre-back with Maguire, you want to play some sort of possession-based football, but then you have defenders that suit a low block or suit a back three in Maguire and Wan-Bissaka that you spent loads of money on. The way that they're building their team is not... It's not like Liverpool. It's not like Man City. There is no from top to bottom ethos. It's just
papering over the cracks.
Exactly, and that's what Ronaldo is a papering over the cracks. You know, all the Man United fans were protesting outside Old Trafford. They had the scarves out, yellow and green. Do you know what I'm saying? And then the silent comes in, and suddenly everyone's silent again. And that's the problem. Is that the board know exactly what they're doing. The signing did not take them to the next level. Last season it was Bruno Fernandes that was saving them. Now it's Ronaldo in the Champions League, etc. But they haven't made any progress. So I think Man United, they just need a complete reshuffle, which is a shame for them, because a lot of their players are in their prime, ready to win now, but it's a mess.
I would just say, Alex, right? That question you put about, it was you said about Ronaldo being this winner, and I would beg to differ on that slightly, because if he was really all about winning, he would have gone to City. He went to United because of the brand.
He got the phone call from Fergie, though, didn't he? You got the phone call.
Yeah, but if he was all about winning, he would have gone to City.
But can you turn that down? When Sir Alex Ferguson, I should say, gives you that phone call, that ring, you're not going to say no to that,
Sir Alex is no longer manager.
I know, but look at his influence in
I get that.
Like
I'm just saying that if he was all about winning, he would have gone to City.
You make a valid point.
For me, I think the reason why he went to United, obviously, it's within his comfort zone. He's been there before. He knows everybody there. Welcome him with open arms, great with the fans. But it's also about the brand. Yeah. It's also about CR7. That is what he's about. And that's what we're seeing now.
Yeah. When I look at, you know, this whole City dilemma, I question how much City really wanted him. Because when you look at the players Pep tends to go for, we see it even with Alvarez, not the biggest names, not the biggest egos, not the biggest people for the dressing room. Anybody who kind of defies Pep or wants to question, you know, their minutes and their starting role, Sterling had to hush up because Tottenham links were coming and he didn't really want that smoke. Do you know what I'm saying? Torres is sold immediately in January for knocking on a door, said, listen, don't even knock on my door, just leave. Do you know what I'm saying? So I question, from a team that wants to press from the front, and Man City like to interchange, they don't want any static forwards, how much they really wanted Ronaldo, and was that just a decoy for Man United to go and panic and say, we'll get him then? And Ronaldo's legacy is very much built on his time at Man United and Real Madrid. If he was to go to Man City now, despite that being the easier club to win with, he would never be looked at the same in Manchester again.
That's also true.
Yeah,
a lot of comments coming in about Manchester United. If you are a United fan, look away. They're not good. United are officially Banter FC, says Billy M. Manchester United. Ralph In says Chabuddy G. Big up to Connor R saying, where's Matty? Did a great job on the last show. He'll be back on soon. Manchester United are an embarrassment. Again, a lot of negative comments about this draw. 4 points dropped in a week. It's not looking good for United right now. And I think there were some performances today, including Harry Maguire again, who we've seen come under the firing line again. I mean, if they were to cash in, and this is just a question I'm going to ask you both, if they were to cash in on Harry Maguire, how much could they get for him? Bear in mind, 3.5 years ago, he was 80 million. Let's work out what his value is, and let us know in the comments what you think as well. Start with you, Matisse. What would you rate Harry Maguire as now?
No more than 30 million.
So I actually said 15. I tweeted that yesterday. 15 tops, I said.
The reason why I'll say 30 is because you've got the English tax on top, and we know that is always an extra little cap on the player. He has international experience. These are the things you could package into a Microsoft PowerPoint for Harry Maguire to sell him. A little slideshow, do you know what I'm saying? Nice moving slides. But for me, 30 million at tops, because He's a good player, I think, but he's very limited in some of his game. He's not the quickest. I think in the back three at Hull City, when he was there, he was at his best, moving into the midfield, the dribbling. Maybe he's regressed in that situation now in terms of that part of his game. At Leicester, he came in after the title win. He wasn't part of that title win. Obviously, that was Wes Morgan and Huth. So he's an interesting player, but his CV's not great. Obviously, some relegations, not a lot of, no trophies, I think. Actually, there was a big thread about that on Twitter. So the guy is he's not 80 million. He's not captain material for Manchester United either. So that's 30 million is the max for me.
Laurie, just before you give me your answer, there's some interesting ones here. We've got 15 million, 30, 20, 12, 40 max, $25 million. So that works out to be about 20 mil. 17 million. Do you agree with any of them?
You know what? I think I'd go with what Matisse said. You know what I mean? I think about 30 is probably right, or maybe 40, half.
Okay.
You know what? I'm going to say something
Still a big loss.
Slightly against the grain. I think he's a good player. I think he's been a bit of a crash and burn since he's been at United. But you've got to remember, at United, the pressure is so much. The profile is so high.
For 80 million, you'd expect a player that much money to be able to deal with that with no issues.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But you have to remember, Harry Maguire kind of made his name as an England player, didn't he? He got more plaudits for his England performances, and he was playing in a very good team, and he did well in that team. He's gone to United. It's a different setup, different way of playing, more pressure. I think there is a player in there. I just think that maybe he's had his limitations exposed. And when you've had your limitations exposed at United, it can be a cruel
no hiding place.
I mean, look at what happened with Pogba. Now, to me, Pogba's a great player.
Yeah.
But still to this day, there's lots of people doubting him and stuff like that. You're seeing it with Sancho at the moment. These guys are very good players, but once your performance levels drop off a little bit, people are going to come for you.
You mentioned Pogba, who, by the way, picked up his 5th yellow card this season today against Southampton. 13 attempts for Southampton, only 12 for United. You mentioned Pogba, a midfielder. Yuri Tielemans is now turning down openly the Leicester contract. Could you see him at United?
I think Manchester United, first of all, need to look at the DM position, because that's something that they needed last summer. Nemanja Matic is getting older. Fred is not a sitter. McTominay's not a sitter. I've always said, for me, McTominay's more box-to-box. You can see that in the energy. I don't think he has the discipline to sit and to really marshal in front of a back four, especially in possession. He's not great at playing out from the back as well. So they need to get that DM situation sorted. Tielemans would be a great player to bring in. They probably need him, considering Van der Beek maybe has gone to Everton and may not come back. Bruno Fernandes is a player that I always question as well. But in terms of that holding midfield, that's got to be the priority for me, because you look at those centre-backs, they're getting exposed and it's making them look even worse as well. And they can't afford to be exposed, the likes of Harry Maguire. So they need someone, you know, whether it's Ndidi or whoever, in terms of the style of play, maybe possession-based, someone else. But they need a DM. They have to get a DM, because it's a position that they've neglected for years.
Well, Matic is still there, isn't he?
Yeah, but he's aging. You know, Chelsea sold him at a great time. They really
29
did.
was he when he left Chelsea?
Yeah, he was sold at a great time. We didn't replace him properly, which is the unfortunate thing. We brought in Bakayoko and that didn't work out. But we still did sell him at the right time. He was starting to then regress at Manchester United. He's never really recovered from that. So that's the key position for me.
Friend of the channel, Fabrizio Romano, has tweeted this morning he's been told that Yuri Tielemans will not extend his contract with Leicester. New deal bid has been turned down. This one expires next year. He's focused on Leicester up until now. But who else will be in for him at June? Because that's when, I'm guessing, he is going to leave the King Power.
Well, it's interesting because Arsenal were linked with him for a while. Now,
so Liverpool.
I mean, we get linked with loads of players, so you don't know how serious to take it. Yeah. Yeah, the only problem is, as I always say with Vlahovic, it was unrequited love. You know what I mean?
One way.
Yeah, one-way traffic, totally. You were never going to get him. Yeah, with Tielemans, now that's interesting, because a few weeks ago, Brendan Rodgers came out and he was quite public, saying that there was one or two players at Leicester that kind of reached the end of the road, and their motivations were not quite as much as they'd been in previous. I'm paraphrasing, of course. So, hearing that news about Tielemans today, that would suggest that one of the players he was referring to is Tielemans. Now, personally, I'd love Tielemans at Arsenal.
Very good player.
And if you look at that DM role that Matisse spoke about so eloquently there, that is a role in football that is evolving now. So back in the day, DM was all about getting around the pitch, making tackles, and then distributing the ball. It could be a sideways
destroyer.
Yeah. Now it's become a role whereby you're expected to chip in with a few goals as well. And you've seen Tielemans, he does that. Physical guy, good on the ball, good engine, get you the odd goal as well. He's perfect for that role, and he's Premier League battle ready.
I would still, for me, class him more as a box to box. I think he would suit Liverpool perfectly. I really do, because you've obviously got Fabinho. I think the issue with Liverpool's midfield is that you got injury prone players in a position where you need to have volume and in terms of your maneuver, in terms of your mobility, and you've got Keita and Chamberlain and guys that don't really survive the test of time in terms of the whole season. But at Arsenal, I think it's critical you make Champions League. It's a great opportunity. Man United dropping points again. Tottenham are not serious, in my opinion, as well, with the way that they're performing, very up and down. If you guys get top 4 and take advantage, and very opportunistic in the way that you go for the rest of the season, out of the rest of the competition, just focus on getting that 4th, you could easily bring in players of that calibre, I think.
I think that's a good point. Listen, the results over the past week couldn't have gone much better for Arsenal, really. Man United have dropped points in 2 games. Tottenham got beaten at home, surprisingly, by Southampton. That's not to denigrate Southampton, because, as I've shown again today, they are a good team. We got a win at Wolves, which I must admit, I didn't see that. I thought it was going to be a draw. We got the win, and we got the win with 10 men. So this has been a very good week, coming off the back of what has to be said was a very disappointing transfer window. Now, listen, I would love us to get top 4, but I'm going to be honest. I think there's still a lot of games to go. And I don't think we have the right manager in which to get us across the line for top 4. I think he could do top 6, but I'm not sure he has enough magic to get us that top 4 spot. Because let's face it, some of them other squads are superior to ours, namely Man United.
Yeah, big win for Arsenal. Let's get into some of the lineups from the Premier League, and then we'll go into what the Championship is looking like as well. A lot of goals being scored in that league. So Ben Foster in goal for Watford, who was interviewing Wayne Rooney this week about his new documentary. We've got Femenia at right back, Cathcart and Santos in the middle with Kamara. Kuka Sissoko, the captain, that's Musa Sissoko, Kayembe, Tom Cleverley, Josh King and Bonaventure up front for Watford. Nicky is in the building. How are we, fella? Nicky, we'll give him a clap. So we gave everyone else a clap. How are we? Also for Brighton then, it's Sanchez in goal, Veltman, Webster, Dunk, Lamptey as the back 5 with Gross, Lallana, ex-Liverpool obviously, Cucurella, Moda, Morpay and Danny Welbeck up front. Basuma on the bench, Trossard on the bench as well, Shane Duffy. So a strong team there from Brighton. How are you doing? It's good to see you, mate.
Now, man.
Traffic?
Yeah, lots of traffic, man. Lots of traffic. I nearly swapped my car for a unicycle.
True. Unicycle?
Yeah, I was down the road there and I nearly swapped it for a unicycle.
Oh, nice. I'd love to see you on a unicycle. That would be,
so would I.
That could be a bit of a mismatch, man.
Right, let's get into some more starting lineups then in the Premier League, the 3 o'clock kickoffs. Obviously, we've just reacted to the news that Southampton have held United at home to a draw, but Brentford in the London derby at home to Crystal Palace. Let's see the lineup here at Brentford Stadium. Is there a debut for... No, there isn't. No debut there for their new signing, obviously, Christian Eriksen. Raya in goal, Aya, Janssen the captain, Pinnock, Sergi Kanos, Janelt, Norgard, Jensen and Henry in the midfield with Mbeumo and Wissa up front. A decent bench for them too. Crystal Palace, Greater, Ward, who's the captain today, Joel Ward at right back, Anderson and Gueye in the middle, Tyrone Mitchell at left back, Conor Gallagher. Will Chelsea get him back at some point? He's in the midfield. Great season for him so far. I think he scored 8 goals. Will Hughes joins him with Schlupp and Ayew on the wide areas with Edouard and Zaha. Again, a strong bench. Elise, Eze, Klein. You've got Benteke there as well. How do we see this one going at Brentford?
It's a tough game. It's a tough game for both sides. I mean, when you start to get to this point of the season and teams start to scrap for their lives, Crystal Palace are nowhere near the danger zone. I don't think they're really going to do anything, are they, Crystal Palace? I haven't really looked at the table, but this could be interesting when teams are scrapping for their lives. This is when big results come out. So I'm going to pit for Brentford in this one.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm going to.
We are going to get into our predictions, by the way, just before the 3 o'clock kickoffs happen in the next kind of 5 minutes. We're all going to write down what we think the scores will be and then look back at them at the end of the show. Let's go to Goodison Park. Pickford in goal, Coleman, Holgate, Keane and Kenny at left back there for Everton. Gordon, Allen, Van der Beek in the middle. Iwobi, a rare start for him at Everton. Calvert-Lewin comes back into the team, the number 9, and Richarlison joins him in the Everton team. Again on the bench for them, Tosin, Gomez, Rondon and Dele Alli, who didn't have the best game at Newcastle in their last game, by the way. Leeds, Meslier in goal, Ayling, Llorente, Struijk and Dallas in the defence. Koch, I think is it Koch?
I'd say Koch.
Yeah, we'll go with Koch.
I think it's safer to say.
Yeah, we'll go with that. It might be a bit of a wrong pronunciation, but yeah, I'm sure the comments will let me know. Rafinha, Rodrigo, Click, Harrison and Daniel James in there for Leeds. Again, a decent bench there, which includes number 11, Roberts as well, who normally plays a lot of games. How do we see this one going, Laurie? A big game for Everton, and don't forget, there's a bit of history here between the new Everton manager, Frank Lampard, and the Leeds fans. You remember he was complaining about Leeds spying on Derby back in the day. Yeah. He's not going to get a nice reception, but how do you feel this one is going to go?
You know, I think Everton will get it across the line. I fancy them. Leeds, we know what they're about. Very hard working. However, their frailties in defence are well chronicled, and I think Everton have the players who can take advantage of that. Is Demarai Gray playing today?
No.
Yeah,
no,
that could be a big
Gray.
loss for them, because a lot of the good things that they do come through him at the moment. So if he's not playing, that could be a blow. But surprised he won't be starting, actually, because I thought he was a bit in the wilderness there. Obviously, with a new manager coming in, he's probably saying, look, he's being fair to him. I'll give you a chance, see what you can do. So yeah, I hope he does well. But yeah, I fancy Everton in that game.
What about yourself?
I think Lampard's got a tough job on his hands. You know, it's a big club. Lost the first game, obviously, in the Premier League against Newcastle. They should be winning this game. They're both in and around the same kind of position in terms of just above the drop zone, but they do need to pick up some points, otherwise they're going to get dragged into that mess as well. And obviously Newcastle have obviously spent some money. Burnley have signed Weghorst, which was, I think, a really smart signing, linked with many big clubs, and ended up going there because of maybe Wolfsburg not doing as well this season as usual. And we saw that in the first game against United. So I think when it comes to Lampard, he's got to take these points. Everybody says, is it the right job for him? You know, some of the last minute signings, Dele Alli is a bit confusing for me. I think he's got to be a player that plays week in, week out. You know, his confidence is shot after his time at Tottenham, but I don't really know where he fits into the team. The best we saw of him was under Poch as a second striker, with Eriksen creating the opportunities for him, running off Kane, you know, in behind the striker. Van der Beek is a very smart signing. I think he's a very intelligent player. We saw at Ajax, his time at Man United hasn't done anything really to change my mind of him as a footballer. So it's going to be interesting to see what formation he plays and what style, because at Chelsea, the second season kind of got a bit unstuck after the Christmas period with all those new players trying to fit them in and get in a system and understanding their characteristics and profiles. But I think Everton will win this slightly, but it's going to be a tough game for both of them.
Yeah, before we get into our Premier League predictions, let's have a look at the Championship. 3 o'clock kickoffs all over the place. Millwall at home to Cardiff. That will be some game. 2 sets of fans that go nuts for their team.
Police are looking forward to that.
Absolutely. Cardiff were at Anfield last week. There was a bit of trouble, apparently. Hull at home to Fulham. Fulham flying high in this league. 4 wins in the last 5. They are 6 points clear. Mitrovic on fire for Fulham. Reading at home to Coventry. Nottingham Forest again on a high after doing so well in the FA Cup, just beat Leicester. They're at home to Stoke. Peterborough, Preston. Peterborough really struggling in this league, but they have just got Man City in the next round of the Cup, so they'll be buzzing with that. Blackpool at home to Bournemouth. Middlesbrough, Derby County, that's a big one at the Riverside. Birmingham versus Luton, and Barnsley versus QPR. QPR trying to get back in the Premier League, and Swansea Bristol is tomorrow, and Huddersfield Sheffield United was today, and that was a 0-0 in the end. So it's time to get the whiteboards out, fellas. I think, Laurie, you should have one by your side.
Yeah, I've got one, mate.
There's one there. Is there another one to your left down there?
Yeah, there's one here.
Oh, we do need maybe another one too for Matisse.
Chairs on it. There you go.
Love that. That's for you, fella. Actually, I'm not predicting. I think it's just you guys, to be fair. Is that true? Or am I predicting as well? There's another whiteboard. Love that. I've got to do my predictions too. Right, so we are looking at Watford at home to Brighton. We are also looking at Crystal Palace away at Brentford. And also, we're not revealing these until the end, by the way, so keep them safe. And also, Everton at home to Leeds. You can play along as well, guys. Please let us know what your predictions are in the comments. And then, of course, at the end of the show, we'll reveal them. Right, so I am going for... Let me think about this one. I reckon, yeah, that's about right. I reckon
Brighton are a good
that's
team,
about right. And that's going to be that. There's my predictions. Of course, we'll show you them at the end of the show. We're not too far away now from the 3 o'clock kickoffs. Very excited for this. Again, let's jump into the comments and see what you guys are up to. Tielemans to Arsenal says shush. Who is Ronald? Says football historians. I'm guessing he means Ronaldo. Man like Nicky says Bob Cricket. Ayo, where's the Don? Says Sally. The Don will be joining us. Of course, we are straight after this, focusing on Chelsea versus Palmeiras in the Club
Don
World
Light
Cup.
here.
We've got the
Don
the
Light.
BTEC version with us. Well, some people would say it's the other way around again.
I'm just
It's up
trying to be
you.
modest, bro.
We have got a Lyle here though, so
That doesn't come easy.
that is great. Ali A asking me, Alex, would you take Tielemans at Liverpool? Interesting one. I think we only bring someone like a Tielemans in if we don't get a Jude Bellingham, or if we do sell Keita or the Ox. I think we have to sell to buy. Klopp said that yesterday in his press conference. He said the model of this club, we spend the money that we earn. If we earn more, we spend more. If we earn less, spend less. Do I agree with that? Maybe not. I think you have to be ambitious and spend regardless. However,
Did he say
seemed
that,
to
or
be
did
working.
the chairman say that?
Jurgen Klopp literally came out and said it just like that. Where's Nicky's bottled water? That's a good shout. Do you fancy a bit of water?
I'll have some in a minute.
Yeah?
I'm not in a
sure
rush.
we'll sort that out for you, mate. And there is beers as well if you fancy that. But you are driving, obviously, so we can't have that. But yeah, big weekend of football coming up. The 3 o'clock kickoffs, very, very close now indeed. Manchester United 1, Southampton 1. The only game so far, obviously, Norwich at home to Manchester City later too. There you go, Nicky. I'm just still going to focus here on Manchester United. 4 points dropped in a week. Matisse is so still confident that they still will get the top 4. But, I mean, you're in and around that area with them, aren't you? They didn't want to give Jesse Lingard back to you. Who's going to get that top 4 spot for you?
I think Arsenal. I think Arsenal are in the prime position. I don't think Tottenham are fragile. I think we're fragile. Man United, there's all sorts going on there. Arsenal, I was convinced on Arsenal until the other night when they beat Wolves away. And then I thought, yeah, I think they're in a good position to get that full position.
Not West Ham?
No, not West Ham. I think we're going to run out of steam. We're in a good position, as I say. We lost to United a couple of weeks ago, and now we've played the same games, and we found ourselves above them on goal difference. Arsenal got a couple of games in hand. Spurs got a couple of games in hand, but you've got to say, it's just. I think Arsenal. I know this sounds weird, but they're going a bit under the radar. You know, everyone's focusing on United. Everyone's focusing on Tottenham. Everyone's, obviously focusing on West Ham at the minute for the wrong reasons. But they're sort of doing their business, and they have been all season. There's a lot of games that they've won this season, Arsenal, that last season they didn't win, and they couldn't win. And I think there's a good chance there. And I said this the other day on AFTV.
You did.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll talk about that
I'm not sure
more.
if we got enough goals in the team to get us 4th place. And I also think I'm not fully invested in a manager. I know that is a point of debate with with the Arsenal fans. A lot of fans are backing the manager, but me personally, I see things there that I don't quite like. Again, I don't think we'll score enough goals to get us that 4th place.
Right, the 3 o'clock kickoffs have kicked off. All 0-0, obviously, so far. We'll be keeping you right up to date with them. Let's talk about some of the other topics. Watford do have a chance to get to 18 points. If they win today, they will escape the relegation zone. Obviously, a big performance needed from them at home to a Brighton team that are enjoying a great season, to be fair. Can Watford stay up under, obviously, Roy?
Oh, I seen him last week. I didn't see too much in the team, to be quite honest with you. They were a bit lightweight at Watford. I'm I don't think they'll stay up. I think Newcastle now giving themselves a huge opportunity to get out of it. I think that place is going to be buzzing, and I think they'll finish sort of 13th, 14th now, because I just think they've got the players now to get them out of that. I didn't see that in Watford last week. We've got Newcastle next week, so
on a high.
On a high, yes. It's not an ideal time to play them. I'm sure they'll be gunning for us, but I don't think Watford can stay up. I just think they're a bit lightweight. Hodgson or not. I mean, I don't know where they pulled Roy Hodgson from, to be quite honest with you. I forgot that guy existed. But
they made him an offer he couldn't refuse.
Well,
probably.
Obviously, yeah, but I don't think he'll be there too long. I think it's the last payday for him.
Yeah.
They go through managers like, we go through bottles of water here, Watford, and sometimes that just runs out. That you get that new manager bounce in certain teams, but when you're changing your manager every 2 weeks, you sort of lose that. So I can't see him getting out of it personally.
No goals so far in the first couple of minutes of the 3 o'clock kickoffs. So obviously we're looking at Premier League and Championship, but obviously some big games going on tomorrow as well. Liverpool away at Burnley. Luis Diaz, I wanted to get you guys' opinion on him, because I watched him at Anfield the other night, Thursday night, and there was comparisons already being made to another Luis that played for Liverpool, Luis Suarez, not Luis Alberto, for sure. What do you think, Laurie, of him as a player and what he can do for Liverpool, and how he's almost slotted straight into the starting 11?
It's kind of funny, really, because he's the guy's had one game and people are putting him on this lofty, hallowed status. It's early days yet, bro. And I'd be saying that if he'd had the first game and it not gone so well. Listen, I'm sure he's a very good player. I'm sure there's a player there, but I'm not going to get carried away on this. Oh, he's the greatest, it's one game.
Comes from Porto, with great kind of record of goals this season and last season. What are your thoughts on him? Because you would have been quite happy, would you not, that we stole him off of Tottenham in the last minute?
Yeah, I'd never like to see Tottenham do anything nice. Obviously we took Willian from them. There's been a few instances where Tottenham think they're going to get someone and then someone snags them away. So it's always lovely to see them in the mud. But in terms of Diaz, I trust Liverpool's scouting. Yeah. I really do. When they go for a player, they're serious about them. They've done their homework, personality-wise, what they're going to bring to the team on and off the ball. He looks hungry, and I think when a South American comes to the Premier League, it takes a certain type of mentality, and if you get that right, we've seen great successes. Carlos Tevez, Sergio Aguero, Luis Suarez, like you said. So I think he's going to be, one of those players that is just a great success for you, because everything that Klopp demands from his forwards and the way that your attacking system is set up. When we look at Jota, he's scoring goals for fun. Again, a lot of credit has to go to Klopp.
30 goals in 60 games now.
It's ridiculous
for Liverpool.
It's a 1 in 2 rate. It's crazy. A lot of credit has to go to Klopp for how he's managed to get his forwards scoring goals, which is the name of the game. Whether it looks pretty and people say is it the most flamboyant players to watch it of all time is not Klopp's concern. He wants his forwards to be efficient, productive, and I think Diaz will fall into that mould. And it's very smart of him to go and get the forward before Mane's decline continues. I think he's been off the boil for last season. He's kind of moved up the peg this season, but still underperforming to some Liverpool fans, in some Liverpool fans' opinion, and they've already replaced him. So actions speak louder than words. He doesn't have to tell Mane to step up his game after the AFCON success. He says, listen, if you don't pick it up, same with Firmino, the guy's there ready to take your place.
Yeah, absolutely. Great comments coming in from Liverpool fans. Klopp will make him, says Alié. Luis Diaz will be one for the future, from Mohamed Guidado. For me personally, I think the recruitment was strong. I think we sent scouts maybe eight or 9 times out to Porto, and he's obviously played against Liverpool himself. But Nicky, when we're looking at attacking players, Klopp likes the mould of, instead of just buying an out-and-out number 9, let's buy someone that can play across the front 3. Yeah. That's what you've seen with Jota. He's turned him from maybe a more of a central player to a wide player who scores. Salah can do it, Mane can do it. You've seen Firmino dropping in as well. And now we've got Diaz as well.
He likes the...
Listen, it sounds big-headed. I'm just being the presenter today.
No.
I'm asking him a question.
I know he's saying this with real gusto, isn't
We
he?
forgot Origi as well.
Origi, Minamino, everyone's there.
He's especially enjoying his part of the show.
He likes an interchangeable system, which is just the way you play. You play a lot of diagonals. You like getting people in behind, and he likes to buy players. He's not got an out-and-out centre forward, as they say. He's got the false 9s. Really, he likes to play with the false 9s, and they just all fit the mould. Jota has been a fantastic sign. I can't say I know too much about Diaz. I haven't really seen him play, so I haven't really got an opinion on whether he's going to be as good as Luis Suarez, but what I would say is that he's got a fantastic record of signing players, Klopp, and he don't sign many duds. So I look forward to seeing him play.
Very interesting. Let's talk about Everton, obviously at home to Leeds today. Under Lampard, what can we expect? What style of football can we expect? Because has he kind of moulded his own football managing identity yet? I mean, we're talking about a man who probably hasn't had a job for 18 months, left Chelsea under a bit of a cloud. What do you think his idea is?
You know what I would say is this is a massive job for Frank Lampard if he's going to crack the managerial thing. We all know he was a great player, and when he first went into management, I was very curious to see how he would do. I think the jury was out on what he did at Derby, because he did okay there, but let's face it, he didn't get promoted.
No.
Same like Chelsea, he did okay for a while. I mean, he came in under sort of very inauspicious circumstances. There was no transfer budget. But then when he did get money, he didn't go that well, it has to be said. Thought maybe they was a little harsh in getting rid of him at that time. However, I think the decision has been vindicated because Tuchel come in and won the Champions League. So, and then here we are. Lampard was been approached by other clubs apparently. He said he was holding out for the right job. He's described this as the perfect opportunity for him to get back into management. If he's going to do anything in management, he's got to crack this. So this represents a big challenge for him. I'm interested to see how it's going to go.
Very interested to see how long he lasts there. I actually saw some murals up in Liverpool on Thursday, and they had Donny van der Beek and Dele Alli in. Have you ever seen murals for loan players? I mean, they'll have to be scrapped down. Funny Everton fans, they really are. Let's talk about Arsenal, and in particular their disciplinary problem. We will speak
or
lack thereof. 4 red cards in the last. I think you've had 4 red cards in 2022, and you've scored 2 goals in 2022.
I think it's 5.
Is it 5?
Yeah.
I mean, what is going on
there? It's
there?
definitely more red cards than goals.
What is going on there? There was 2 against Liverpool in both legs, wasn't there?
Listen, you've seen Arsenal play. They're not what I would call a malicious team. They're not thugged out like that, you know what I mean? So the sending-offs have been as a result of like petty stuff and players making wrong decisions at the wrong time, you know what I mean? He saw that with...
I thought Martinelli was very hard done.
Yeah,
by
I was going to go to say that was a little hard.
How can you know you're on a booking before you've shown a booking?
Yeah.
I think that's ridiculous, to be honest.
I would potentially disagree.
It's within the rule book, but at the same time, I've seen many a time where players been made consecutive fouls and then they get the first foul is the one that's booked, because the whole point of a booking is to warn the player. But like you said, you can't know you're warned if you didn't even get the yellow in the first place. So I do feel it's a bit harsh. It is within the rules, but it's a bit inconsistent as to how consecutive fouls have been dealt with previously. So
yeah, I mean, listen, it was harsh. I kind of liken it to getting thrown in jail for your first time shoplifting. I mean, like, come on now. He could have just booked him and that would have been the end of it. I'm pretty sure that the Wolves players wouldn't have had too much of an issue with it, but to give the 2 yellows, it was kind of harsh.
Let's look at the laws of the game on this, because an advantage was given, and it technically says in the rule books, if the referee plays the advantage for an offence for which a caution/sending off would have been issued had play been stopped, this caution/sending off must be issued when the ball is next out of play. However, if the offence was denying the opposing team an obvious goal scoring opportunity, the player is cautioned for unsporting behaviour. If the offence was interfering with or stopping a promising attack, the player is not cautioned. For me personally, obviously that is the rule, but I would say it's 2 yellow cards in a row, and you might think because the refs played advantage, you think, oh, I'll probably be able to get away with another one here because he's not going to book me twice. But you add them up, it's 2 yellow cards. Yes,
so you agree with it?
Oh yes, we've never seen anything like it. I agree that it's shocking to see it, but when you actually look at it, I think it's actually the right decision. Mikel Arteta as well, he said he's never seen anything like it. But there's been a goal at Goodison Park. Nicky was the first one to react to that. Who's it gone for, Nicky?
Everton 1, Leeds 0. Seamus Coleman putting Everton ahead. Obviously we can't see it, but
Captain Coleman.
I'll tell you what, that's a huge goal for them. This is do or die for Everton. I know these guys had their say about Everton, but they lose this game today, which, you know, the way Leeds play, they could well lose this game. They're in big trouble. I mean, big trouble. And I'm not too sure about the signings, but they're winning today, so there we go.
Frank Lampard's Everton 1-0 up at home to Leeds. An early goal from captain Coleman, the right back. Big goal for the Toffees. Another fascinating result that's going on right now in Europe. In the Bundesliga, Bochum are 3-1 up at home to the mighty Bayern Munich after 40 minutes. That game obviously has a lot of time to go, not even half time yet. But Bayern Munich 3-1 down, and we had a lot of people on round table talk yesterday saying Bayern was their favourites to win the Champions League. Not with results like that potentially. Still 0-0. Brentford, Crystal Palace, and Watford, Brighton. Potentially, yeah. I mean, that game and that league is kind of wrapped up already. Just going back on to what Arteta said, he said he's never seen anything like that in his career. The rules can say it's possible, which we've spoken about, but you, the referee, have to be very willing to do it. You saw when he issued the 2 yellows, he said, there's your first one and there's your second one. What was the right or wrong decision for you?
For me, I'm looking at setting a precedent, and I think previously that would have been one booking. Again, if you make 2 consecutive fouls, it can be 2 consecutive yellow cards, of course, and lead into a red. But usually you get your warning. They book you for the first challenge, and they have a talking to. And unless it's a massive challenge like a 2-footer or something crazy, then you would then obviously have to respond to that. But usually you get your warning, you get your talking to, and you go from there. There's been way worse collisions and tackles that have not been, given a yellow card for, let alone back to back. So I do think it was a bit harsh considering what I've seen previously, but it is in the rules, so it can happen.
Nicky said, I mean, to be fair to Martinelli, right? He's offended the first time, gone down, done it again. But like Nicky says, he wasn't aware of the first booking, and obviously that's kind of contributed to what he did at the end there. So, it is harsh, man. But listen, it's apparently within the rules, so you can't really be too harsh on the referee. But common sense should prevail.
Agent E in the comments. Arsenal are always targeted by refs. This ain't nothing new.
No,
big claim that is.
I'm one of those Arsenal fans. I don't go along with it. I do not go along with it. I mean, in that same game, let's be honest, our goal that we got. Now listen, I thought it was a goal. But Nicky, I'm sure Matisse, you will say, even Alex, I'm sure you will agree that there's plenty of situations like that where straight away the referee will give the benefit of the doubt to the goalkeeper. He's gone down holding his hands like that. How many times have we seen that? That type of collision or that type of incident, and the referees come down in favour of the goalkeeper. On that particular occasion, we benefit. So I'm not going to blame referees for anything, you know what I mean? At the end of, when I say anything, referees have good and bad games, but this thing about the rule against Arsenal, the referees are poor. It's the same for every team in the league.
Yeah, I'd agree. JB says absolutely not. Martinelli's 2 yellows were spot on. He agrees with the referee's decision there. Nicky, if that happened to a West Ham player, would you have the same reaction?
No, I'd be fuming. I'd be furious. I've been furious. I've seen some dodgy red cards over there. But at the end of the day, it's fortunate that it didn't end up costing Arsenal the points, but they do lose Martinelli for the next game. But yeah, I've seen things like that. I remember we played Chelsea last year, and we was on the verge of a comeback, and he sent off, straight red for Balbuena. For something that was, it was nothing. It was absolutely nothing, and it didn't help us on the day. And we spoke about the refereeing standards a couple of weeks ago, and all we want is consistency. If this had happened a couple of times, you'd say yes. I mean, it's got to happen the first time at some time, but then if we see it further down the line, there's going to be uproars again. And this is exactly what we talk about when we talk about referees. It's just no consistency with refereeing decisions, no consistency with VAR decisions, no consistency at all. And they don't even have to explain this situation. They get in their cars, they go home, nobody questions them.
Would you like to see something like that, Matisse? If a referee has made a bit of a howler, I think I remember Graham Poll coming out back in the day once to explain a decision that he'd made. Yeah. If the referees came out and actually explained, if they were wrong and openly admitted it, do you think they'd get a bit more respect?
I would love that. I think I've been saying for a while, I think they should have their own mini post-match interviews. Everybody on that pitch and on the sidelines is accountable for their actions. Managers are sacked based on results. Players are sold based on performance. Referees should be held accountable to their performance as well. They're on the pitch. They're part of you know, the reason as to why the game can go the way it goes. And they're also, you know, they're paid professionals to be on that pitch. So I don't know why they're not allowed to speak. And I wouldn't even just have it for, you know, bad instances. Let's praise them when they do well, 100%. Every single match, let them do a little post-match press conference or interview, sorry. It may not be the most, you know, entertaining thing in the world, but, you know, if they have a good game, you can speak about it and talk about it from a referee's point of view. They can talk about the angles they're seeing things. I think it would open up an interesting conversation to get things from their perspective, but there has to be, they have to give some sort of opinion as to why they're doing things. I think for them to just make decisions and no one knows why, it's not great.
I think the only danger, slight possible danger with that is that once the referee has done that, then there's going to be a whole load of post match analysis about the referee, and do they want to get caught up in that every week? So I hear you, but I'm not sure if it would work.
One final comment on that from MD. Yellow for disrupting the throw-in, the advantage played. Yellow for tackling the player. What the hell is this too harsh nonsense? Martinelli was a clown. So that's quite damning there. Probably a Tottenham fan. Yeah. Arsenal obviously in the race for the top 4. Your team definitely in the race for the top 4. Maybe not as good as you were last year.
I prefer to be in denial, to be honest. I prefer to be in denial and say that we're not in the race for the top 4 and just turn a blind eye to it.
Well, you are. You're in the race for the top 4. Lewis as well, a big friend of the channel, has had his say on who he thinks is also in the race for the top 4. Let's have a look at that.
You're quite comfortable that you'll be in that top 4. I mean, he's still got a chance of winning the league. Outside chance?
Nah. Title is done. Title is absolutely finished. Top 4, like, if we be realistic, we can drop into the race, definitely. Like, it's not all said and done, but I think with the quality of the squad, the quality of the manager, and also the lack of consistency around the top 4 race. Like, everyone's got games in hands on us, but the reason why a top 4 race is always so tight every single season is because you don't get consistency in that race. That's why it's a top 4 race. You're in the top 4 race because you don't have the consistency to go higher than that. So I think Chelsea, they should have enough quality to pull out of it. Obviously, our form and our consistency hasn't been great over the last 2 months, but I do think that that's just a 2-month period and we can phase ourselves out of it. When it comes to you guys, though, I think you guys are just more building on that front, which is why you might come close, but I think then form's going to dip for you guys. You'll have those odd results and then you'll fall a bit further away. And we've done well enough at the start of the season that we've built a level for ourselves where we could afford to have this sort of form, and we're still in a very comfortable position right now. It's just, we also have to be real. We have to start being more consistent over the next month or 2, because if we don't, we are in a top 4 race. And we definitely don't want to be in that sort of position after everything that's happened over the last year.
Yeah, Lewis there speaking to Robbie, some horrible feedback we'll get, and it's gone now. Lewis there, not really rating Chelsea's chances too highly.
No, we're not in the Premier League title race at all. So I completely agree with him there. I think when it comes down to the top 4, like I said, I'd like to live in denial because I'm sick of the top 4 race every single year. It's boring me now. It's been since the title win really in 2017. Chelsea just every single year top 4. And even last season we didn't even really finish in the top 4 off our own back. It was because Gareth Bale got a hat-trick, I believe, in the final day. So for me, you know, when it comes to Chelsea, we just need to get away from this top 4 race and try and comfortably finish in 3rd. We're not probably going to catch up to Liverpool, who are probably trying to keep up in the title race against Man City. So the Premier League season for us shouldn't be a drama at the end of it. It should just be a comfortable 3rd place finish so we can focus on the cups, because that's what we're playing for right now, is the cup competitions.
Yeah, we are looking and watching Chelsea versus Palmeiras in the Club World Cup final later on. Matisse will be there, Don Robbie himself and Sophie Rose. So if you're looking forward to that, stay tuned on the channel. Another goal in the Championship. Middlesbrough 1-0 up at home to Derby. Lee Buchanan with the goal. Bayern Munich now 4-1 down before half-time, which is an unbelievable score. It's just turned half-time there in Germany. How crazy is that one? Wimbledon 1-0 up at home to Sunderland with the penalty from Luke McCormick. Sunderland really failing to get back up anywhere near the kind of top league.
They dodged a bullet, didn't they, Sunderland?
Real far down there.
With not appointing Roy Keane.
Well, maybe they've done well.
The bullet,
that's what you mean. My German club crumbling, says best in the world 13, and Dave FC laughing at Bayern. Bayern getting packed today in the Bundesliga, says Clement. Bayern about to buy the VfL Bochum players at half time. You've seen Sewell is actually on his way to Dortmund, the centre-back at Bayern Munich,
Yeah.
maybe reversing the way of how transfers go in Germany?
No, not at all. Not at all. I think he was running out of contract. Obviously,
Oh, that could be a penalty.
whether Bayern Munich wanted him to stay on or not, or maybe there was a wage dispute. But listen, whenever someone's going from Bayern Munich to Dortmund, whether it be Mario Götze or be so it means that Bayern Munich are about to upgrade and continue their dominance. So there is no changing of the tide there.
Interesting, feisty game here at Goodison Park, Nicky.
Just hit the bar.
Who? Rodrigo.
Yeah. It's just from
Leeds
about
just
30
rattled
yards.
the bar from 30 yards. Let's have a look at that. Oh,
he just skipped
maybe
it.
you just skipped that one.
This will be a
But,
tight game, but I'm still
Yeah.
expecting Everton to emerge with a win.
They're at home. They have to.
Yeah.
They have to win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And to be honest, right, this may sound a bit awry for some myself. I'm hoping that Frank Lampard does well, because I think it's important for British football that some of the young managers come through. I mean, you've seen Steven Gerrard. He looks to be doing well so far at Villa. I know it's early days. He did well in Scotland, but I think it's good that young British managers come through.
Yeah.
I think that's important for a number of ways, to bring on that next wave.
Yeah.
And also, like guys like Hodgson and some of the older established guys are moving on. So it's important that a new batch come in and make their mark. So yeah, I'm hoping that he does well, obviously.
Do you hope that he does well as an ex-Chelsea legend?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I want him to have a good managerial career. He's been a great player for us. He was a legend. Again, another player based off winning, self-improvement, going up the gears year in, year out, trying to get more goals, trying to, bring more to his game from the move from West Ham all the way to the end of his career in America and Manchester City. But
Another goal at Goodison. We were just talking about Frank Lampard. Can he do well at Everton? Who's got the goal at Goodison, Nicky?
It's Everton. Everton again. 2-0 up now. I haven't seen the goal
Michael
just
Keane,
yet.
the
Michael Keane, the goal
there we
scorer,
go.
centre-back.
Massive goals for them. They really, really needed this result.
Yeah, massively. And I want Lampard to do well. Of course, he's been a great guy for us. He did it. People talk about his time at Chelsea. The first season he got us into the top four, which is basically what we were doing anyway. The season before we finished third, the season after we finished fourth, with that transfer ban, with Hazard obviously leaving. Second season didn't go great, but even the Derby stint, I think sometimes when you look at a manager, you have to judge. Obviously the expectations when they come in, but what happens when they leave? And look at Derby now. They've fallen through the cracks. Chelsea are still in the same kind of position as they were, with Lampard. Obviously the win rate is better now, more points, which is always the context, but we're still not in a title race, which is what he failed to get us into as well. So yeah, I think he's got potential. It's going to take time. I think he was fast-tracked a little bit to the top, which is for me, something that I would prefer, managers to really like, maybe Gerrard go out and do their learning, in Scotland. I think that was a great move from him. But I hope he does well, man. I think it would be brilliant if he did. Like you said, there's not many English managers in the game at the moment. Harry Redknapp's probably the most recent success, and he didn't really even win much. He just obviously got Champions League football with Tottenham. So we do need more English managers for sure.
Absolutely,
Yeah, big up to Gemini Jedi says, great show, B-Tech Gillette Soccer Saturday. So I'm guessing that's a compliment. It is a compliment.
massive
I mean, watch us instead of Gillette Soccer Saturday. We've got a lot more going on here. Right, so Everton 2-0 up within 25 minutes. A huge scoreline for them. Can they keep hold of it? Reading also 1-0 up at home in the Championship to Coventry. Well, listen, Laurie seems to think he's predicted that Everton score correctly, but the night is still young. The night is still very young. Matisse, I'm going to come to you. Apparently, the Chelsea lineup is now out for the Palmeiras game. So if you want to find that for us, we'll come back to you there. Nicky, let's talk about West Ham again. Such a great start to the season and last season, especially the midway point, and then it kind of crumbled away at the end. Can they stay focused considering they're firing on all fronts in terms of Europe as well?
I was saying before you coming about a catastrophic week.
Catastrophic. That's a good one.
He loves that one. He said it twice already. It's getting a bit tired now.
No, I don't think it's staying focused. I think Moisey's got the boys nice and focused. I just think we're going to end up flogging a dead horse. I really do. I think we didn't do anything in the transfer window. We needed reinforcements. We've been found out a little bit the way we play, and we've been found out. This is why we was after Jesse Lingard, and it's because when a team plays a low block against us, we struggle to break them down. If you put players behind the ball against West Ham, we really do struggle. And if you've got a little bit up front, you know, we evidently lose the game. But I just think there's not enough there. Our second 11, our squad is not deep enough to be able to fire on all fronts. The top 4, I wouldn't even think about the top 4. But, you know, there's 14 games left. If we get another 10 down the line, then maybe I'll start to think about it. But I'm not thinking about that at the moment. I'm just thinking about, you know, doing as well as we can, getting back into Europe next season, whether it be Europa League, Conference League, will be a result for us. You know, we need to start building on that. Apparently there's going to be a big summer, but there's also going to be a big summer with players that could leave us. You know, Jared Bowen's going to be on a lot of people's radar. Declan Rice is certainly going to be on a lot of people's radar, especially with the overlap interview the other day, saying he wants to, you know, wants to win it all. He's not going to win it all at West Ham, I'm afraid. So, you know, it's how long we can keep him for and what they want to do, you know, before he leaves, because we need to build a team around him if he's going to stay.
Does it bug you that he wants to join Chelsea?
He doesn't want to join Chelsea. Who said who said he does?
It's a favourite club, you know. It's very obvious from the way he moves around.
I've got a little bit more privy information that Chelsea is not his preferred destination. So
very
I'll
interesting.
leave it there.
Very interesting. We'll reopen that can of worms in a bit. But you were on Roundtable Talk last week talking about West Ham. Let's see if your opinion's changed since then.
It's not.
So would you rather a trophy? FA Cup than the top 4?
I'd give right now to be in this top 4 race to play in the Champions League. I'd give all of that up now to finish 17th and win a trophy, any trophy, even the Carabao Cup.
Really?
Anything, because I've never seen it. I mean, that's something, isn't it? You've seen it. You've seen it. I've never seen it.
And I'm the opposite to you, because I was having this argument with my brother and a couple of guys on AFTV where I was like, yes, I'd love to win the Carabao Cup, but for me, I would way more want to get in the top 4 because I want to get back into Champions League football. And plus as well, it helps you to attract better players. So that was it for me, but it's you're the opposite.
Well, I know my owner's not going to buy them players. We could get in the top 4 now, but they're not going to go out and buy someone that's going to set the Champions League alight. They're going to see that as a little folly. A little, you know, Cole, we've done well last season. They're not going to be looking at it again. Right, this is where we start to become a Champions League.
The takeaway for me there is your obsession with winning a trophy. I mean, you said there that you'd rather finish 17th and win a trophy than finish in Europe.
Yeah,
that's a big shout.
No, I'll stand by it. As I say, every person. You've seen your team win a trophy. You've seen your team win trophies. I've never seen it.
Yeah.
I've never seen my team win a trophy. Honestly, I would give it all up today, the position in the league, to finish 17th. I think we've got to stay in the Premier League because, you know, we've seen a couple of teams that have slid down the leagues, and I think we could be with them. You know, the size of us. You know, you look at Sunderland,
Portsmouth,
you know, Portsmouth
went down.
Wigan. You know, all of them.
Just scored at home to Charlton, by the way.
You don't want to be down there.
No, but you don't want to be down there.
And Charlton as well.
You need to be in the Premier League to just to see the best players. But you know, I even said this season that I would take getting relegated for a season if we knew we could, you know, get back up, and it was assured that we'd get back up. Give myself a rest from VAR. That's how strong I feel about VAR. But no, I stick by that. I would give top 4 races and all of that up for a trophy. To win a trophy, it would be a dream for me.
I get where you're coming from, to be honest, because I remember when Chelsea won the Carabao Cup under Mourinho, and it was that group of players. Obviously, we'd won trophies before that.
Goal.
Yeah, that was a big
when
night.
When he went like that to Liverpool fans.
Joe Cole said that was like a Champions League final for him, because just to get some sort of silverware, and you're never going to replicate the adrenaline rush of winning a trophy than you with the league and where you finish. Like you build up to it all season. It is obviously judging your team's quality, but the adrenaline rush of winning a trophy, especially if you're there as well in person, it's crazy. So I get where you're coming from.
I go back to that clip there with Robbie, and that person he was referring to was me. Listen, I'm with Nicky and I'm with you. The game's about winning things, man. It's about glory. It's about trophies. You know what I mean?
I agree
when these players have finished their playing careers and they've amassed their trophies, and their little kids and grandkids are asking about their playing career, they're going to be able to say, look, this is what I achieved as a player. It's not going to be, I did play in the Champions League. Well, what a night. We went away to AC Milan.
It's about the stories, though. It's not necessarily about trophies. You know, why are fans going to Birmingham, Luton Town today, then, if it's all about trophies and winning stuff? They're going
No,
to
it's not just
football.
about trophies.
It's about the stories as well, and the emotions that football can bring. If it was just about trophies, half the teams in the world might as well just pack it in now.
but what would you prefer? Trophies or
everyone
stories?
wants trophies. No, you know, Stockport Cheshunt are playing in the FA Trophy right now. They want to win that.
Yeah, of
no
course.
one doesn't want to win. It's just, you
No,
know,
but I'm sorry,
we're dealt
what
with the
Nicky
cards that
said
we've
there
got.
makes perfect sense, because I get into a lot of arguments with Arsenal fans. We're like obsessed with this holy grail top 4, but to me, winning trophies is more important. I'll always say that.
My stance would change if we had an owner that wanted to kick on from a trophy. So if I knew that we had an owner that really wants to get in the top 4, really wants to make a go at the Champions League, really wants to make a go at competing for the league, then I'd say, yeah, getting in the top 4, because you can attract players, you get more money to attract the players. But for West Ham now, right today, if we got in the Champions League, we're not going to win it. We're not going to win the Premier League. We're not going to win any of that. The owners will be rubbing their hands together because they've got a nice little bonus. They're not going to invest it back into the squad. So that money it's not going to me.
I mean, we saw that with the January transfer window. I said it. Every team in that top 4 race had an opportunity to capitalise and try and show that they're serious about making it, to try and put a stamp on it. And we more saw movement from Newcastle and Villa. You're in the Europa League as well. That's another trophy to go for. There are some good teams in there. Barcelona obviously have signed a few players. They're in it. Napoli, Dortmund with Erling Haaland. But again, that's a great opportunity to go and win a trophy if you guys.
And we get into the Champions League.
Exactly. So you kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But lack of movement in January literally suggests what you're saying.
Couldn't even beat Tielemans though, let alone Barcelona.
Big up to Paul N with the super chat. It says Spurs fans should have West Ham's mentality.
That's their problem. I'm afraid that's their problem. They think they're the biggest club that's never won anything. I think, you know what I mean. They roll around and speak to me personally like they've won the Champions League, but at the end of the day they've won as much as us, and that's nothing. And they've had all this, you know, they talk about the 15-16 season. They won nothing, you know.
I get that same energy from them as well.
They had Kyle Walker
lost in the Champions League final as well. Big up to Mission Kid Boss, who said this is no BTEC Sky Sports, this is better than Sky Sports Gillette Soccer Saturday. So big up to you for the lovely comments, and everyone else that is getting involved. Just Believe says it's about the entertainment. If you win the game and the match is boring, the fans will complain that the game is boring. Entertainment, there's trophies thrown into it, there's a kind of family tradition thing thrown in, because you're not always choosing who you support. You just dealt with the cards you've got. That's how I look at it anyway. The team that you get from whatever age, that's who you stick with.
I would say, listen, with Arsenal it is slightly different because we have won trophies over the years and we've not done so well in the Champions League. We've been in the Champions League. But listen, man, as an Arsenal fan, my best moments have been winning those FA Cups and things like that. I actually myself and Robbie went to the Champions League final back in 2006. Great day out. Lots of stories to tell, but we lost. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, in recent times, what's been our best moment as an Arsenal? 2020, winning that FA Cup. Great day out. Great day.
Well, it wasn't out, it was in, because it was during lockdown.
It was a great day. Well, it was a day out in a way because we celebrated it.
Sekaya says Spurs finished 3rd in a 2-horse race in 2015-16. Did go close, I guess. Nicky, who does Rice want to go to? We've just had a specific question.
I can't say. Look, if I turn around and said, I'll tell you off camera. I've got no problem with telling you off camera. But if I make it public, you know, I know that's fair enough. Someone very close to him, and you know, he'd never be able to trust me again. So I wouldn't. Now, bear in mind, this is a conversation a while ago. So you're talking about 3 or 4 months ago now. Okay. But I'll tell you off camera.
Love that. Matisse, let's come back to you. Chelsea's team has been announced against Palmeiras. Who is Chelsea starting with today?
So Chelsea's 11. Mendy, Rudiger, Christensen, Thiago Silva, Kante, Kovacic, Mason Mount, Hudson-Odoi, Azpilicueta, Kai Havertz and Lukaku. So you're looking at a 3-4-3. I think Hudson-Odoi will play at the left wing-back spot. Christensen, Silva, Rudiger will be in the back 3. Azpilicueta on the other side. Kante and Kova in the midfield, so Jorginho steps out. And yeah, then the front line picks itself with Mason, Kai, and Lukaku. I was saying, off air, I spoke to a Palmeiras fan yesterday, and this is huge for them. They're a very aggressive team. They said that they're ×2 when it comes to Diego Simeone. Their manager is basically they want to have some sort of shithousery performance,
some favela shit.
Yeah, it's gonna be a madness, and they're really up for it. And I think typically you expect Brazilian teams to maybe want to play on the front foot, but they're actually very technical, but they will want to counter-attack. They actually want to sacrifice the ball and allow us to come onto them, have possession, and then they hit on the break. That's what they did with in their cup final to get here with Flamengo. So I'm looking forward to the game. I'm very nervous. It's going to be a tough game for us. Obviously, we lost to Corinthians in 2012. You guys in 05, isn't it, as well?
Yeah, we lost to Fluminense, I think.
Yeah, the Brazilian teams know what they're doing.
But then we did beat Corinthians, I think, 2 years ago to win this in Doha. So yeah, I mean, listen, it's a trophy that you can only be involved in if you've won the Champions League or the Europa League. So what would you say to those people that maybe play down this game as a bit of an exhibition?
No, this is huge. I think. Other clubs that come into this competition, they play it up. This is the biggest game of their season. For me, right now, this is Chelsea's biggest game of the season. We have to win this game. Like you said, 9 years between the Champions League win in 2012 and then the one last year. You don't get the opportunity to come to this competition often. Only you and Manchester United have managed to pick it up from this country. So you have to take the opportunity when you get it, and it's a huge game, absolutely huge.
Just under an hour till kickoff. Where is this one being played? It's in Dubai.
Dubai, yeah.
I'm pleased to hear you say that, Matisse, because I think that competition gets disrespected. I mean, I heard Paul Scholes make some ridiculous comment this week about his badminton trophy being as big as a. That's the kind of jingoistic nonsense that I hate to hear. Bit like. That competition gets disrespected in the same ballpark that AFCON did. I just think people need to be a bit more open their eyes, man, and just be a bit more embracing of other things. You know what I mean? To me, that's a massive game.
There's some good teams.
For you to be able to call yourself the best team in the world, that's massive.
Huge.
And it should be more of a higher profile.
Yeah, I mean, the AFCON final wasn't great, but there's some great teams in the AFCON again, people being blind to it. And obviously in this competition, we only just managed to scrape past.
But even in the World Cup, Champions League, has been some dreadful games, man. I mean, exactly. You guys versus Liverpool in that Champions League. No, but come on, that was an awful game.
Yeah.
Which one?
The Tottenham one in the final, wasn't it?
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
that was
listen,
dreadful
we still
game.
won it, so it doesn't matter, does it? 2-0 it says on the
Listen, I'm just talking about finals and semi-finals. Invariably, they're not great games. But what I'm talking about, the tournament as a whole, AFCON, that was disrespected majorly before. I actually really enjoyed watching the tournament, and I'll be watching the game later. And man,
there's a huge goal in the Championship, by the way.
Let's go.
Blackpool 1, Bournemouth 0. That's huge. Bournemouth are obviously chasing. Who's top?
Fulham are top.
Fulham. Yeah, they're obviously chasing Fulham.
I think Dom Solanke's actually got 20 goals this season for Bournemouth. So to find them 1-0 down away at Blackpool, a bit of a surprise. Also, Bayern 5-1 down.
What is going on over there?
I want to see the betting patterns for that game.
Yeah, unbelievable.
You know what I mean?
They are 5-1 down to Bochum away.
I can imagine somewhere in the
I've
world.
never even heard of Bochum.
Neither have I.
In the Far East, there's probably been some mad betting patterns going
You want to do an investigation?
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Chance for Everton, and it's just wide from Alex Iwobi. I apparently got it wrong. We lost to Flamengo. We lost to Sao Paulo in 05 and we beat Flamengo in 2020. There was another point here I wanted to find about the competition itself. And it did say that it was a bit of a joke competition. Here it is. It's obviously not just about winning trophies. Oh no, that wasn't it. I'll try and... No, I can't find it. Not too sure where it is. However, speaking of tournaments, is there a tournament that you would maybe get rid of that you don't think is maybe conducive to modern day football? Is there anything that you would change?
With Nicky, mate. We're old school. It's all about winning things and winning trophies. It's not. Let me rephrase that. It's not all about winning things, but winning things gives you that enjoyment that that I think most fans should aspire to, and players. So
I think there's some rule changes that could be made, maybe getting rid of the Carabao Cup 2 legs, especially with the amount of games players are playing. If we want to see the standard of the game stay at a high level as well, we have to think about player welfare, the amount of games they're playing. They've obviously got World Cup at the winter break. I think this is going to be their first summer off in a while. But FA Cup replays, you've got to keep those. It helps the lower leagues, etc.
What do you mean by that?
In terms of the Carabao Cup semi-final, there's 2 legs. I think that could be put to 1 leg. I think. I just feel like I don't feel like it's necessary to have 2 legs in the Carabao Cup semi-final. I think you can do one game, one real semi-final kind of atmosphere.
In terms of playing too many games, I mean, where have you?
Yeah, I just feel like in top flight football, we saw the Christmas schedule. Liverpool had to play a game, a day off in another game. I just feel like if we want the players to give us a great, entertaining football match, then we also need to look at the amount of games that's being played year in, year out.
Well, the Carabao Cup, as a League Cup, I remember it being 2 legs all the way. Yeah, you used to have 2 legs.
Like the Milk Cup when it was called
it was even the Coca-Cola Cup used to have 2 legs. I remember 2 legs being played in like and I take a bit of offence to that, to someone that's not a supporter of the bigger club, because it gives, you've got too many games to play, but you've got a lot more than we've got to play. You know, that's not our problem. You keep on changing the rules of them big competitions.
And you guys have got big squads, man. You're doling out players all round.
No.
How about you keep some of them and play them in these games?
But they keep on
Got
changing
no
the rules of the bigger competitions to squeeze the money out of them big clubs. And that's why you've got the money and all that to go and buy these. You know, Chelsea got a big squad I've ever known a team to have, like in terms of the quality they've got throughout their squad. 2 legs gives us a better chance, to be quite honest with you.
Do you think so?
I think so, yeah.
In a one-off game, would you not prefer to just get it, that one match, 90 minutes, just get it over?
Depends where you are. If you're away, it's a lot harder than when you're at home. I think, that's my opinion. I could be totally wrong. You know, I could be looking at it the wrong way, but they keep on changing. Oh, there's a chance for Everton, sorry. They keep on changing the rules of the domestic cups to fit.
They're adding more competitions, though, aren't they? Internationally, Nations
games
League.
Let's make the Champions League a straight knockout like it used to be then.
I remember a couple of weeks ago, I got right proper pissed off. Ralph Ragnick, he'd only been here 5 minutes, and he's lecturing us about maybe you could do without one of the cup competitions. So like, bro, concentrate on what you got to concentrate on, man. The cups are a lifeline for a lot of clubs, like what Nicky indicated, and even the so-called bigger clubs. A lot of the fans, like myself, follow Arsenal. We love the cups.
We do love the cups.
Utilise your squads. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not talking directly to you, Matisse, but I'm talking about the clubs now that complain about too many fixtures. Utilise your squads. You know what I mean? You got some great players there, very good young players. Give them a shout. Let them play. How are you going to know if they're going to make it if they don't get a chance?
There you go. We will speak about cups more and look ahead, I guess, to Chelsea-Liverpool in the Carabao Cup. A few people were saying the Carabao Cup as maybe the trophy that they would change. Wayne Rooney's Derby have equalised at home, away at Middlesbrough. He's obviously got that documentary coming out. We will speak about the career of Wayne Rooney and what it could have been, I guess. But there has been a goal. Who's it gone for? It's at Vicarage Road. Nicky.
Brighton and Hove Albion are taking the lead. Mopai looks like it is Mopai, yeah.
Ty's favourite player.
Yeah, I'm big fan of AFTV.
I told you now that there wasn't, Watford didn't have a lot, but Brighton are a very good side, but, I'm not surprised with that one, to be honest with you. That's
great time to score, bad time to concede. A minute before half-time, Neil Maupay puts Brighton 1-0 up away. Again, some really big results this season from Brighton. Everton looking like they're going to keep hold of this league going into half-time. 2-0 up at home to Leeds. Another 0-0. Brentford at home to Crystal Palace in that London-ish derby, I guess you could call it. There in West London. Yeah, that's confirmation of Brighton's goal. Let's talk about Wayne Rooney. Obviously did release his Amazon Prime documentary this week. You saw all the stars coming out on the red carpet for that one. I have to say, I saw a picture of Harry Maguire on the red carpet who's wearing some very questionable winkle pickers. Shocking shoes.
Jester.
If we can get a picture up of those, that would be great. They were very Jester-ish and they could have done with a little polish
He's
as well.
a bit of a clown, isn't he?
Yeah, a bit of a clown. Chance for Everton. Great save from Meslier. That's a corner to the Toffees. But I mean, when you think, this documentary is coming out because it's going to eulogise his career, his personal life, maybe not eulogise that part of things. Is he a player that maybe, England's all-time goal scorer, Man United's all-time goal scorer, but could he have done more? Matisse, I'll come to you first.
Rooney could have done more as a player.
The way I look at it is Rooney currently right now is 36. He's the same age. Sorry, he's younger than Cristiano Ronaldo. And you look at the way Cristiano Ronaldo has treated himself, looked after himself, and then you look at Wayne Rooney. With all due respect, yes, he's doing a decent job here. Well, they've actually just gone 2-1 down away to Middlesbrough. Aaron Connolly on loan from Brighton scores with a minute before half time. So they're 2-1 down, but
I think,
do you understand my point there in terms of how he's looked after himself? And he probably could still be playing because, let's face it, unbelievable player.
I think Rooney started earlier in terms of at the highest level than Ronaldo. Obviously at 16 he was at Everton, smashing the goals in. Then he goes to Man United at a very young age at 18, and obviously it starts the hype begins, and obviously he delivers. So I think he started at a higher level, which is always important to take into account when you look at these players when they get to the end of their career. When did they start? I do think as a player, the ability-wise, he was dropping into midfield. He's starting to drop into almost the sixth position like Paul Scholes at the end of his career at Man United. So he probably could have prolonged it, but I think he had such a great career, at Man United, and obviously for England as well, leading goal scorer. If he maybe didn't want to decline, for everyone to see, and he just wanted to finish on a high. Some players just want to finish at a high level. They don't want to just decline and continue to get worse and worse.
Washington, wasn't he?
And I think Ronaldo is, for me, Ronaldo is like an example that is like finite, like one of a million. He's ridiculous.
But I think that's the difference between the best players in the world and ones that can run close. He had all the talent in the world, Rooney. I would even say that talent-wise, I think he was better than Ronaldo. I think he was natural talent. Natural talent. I think he was better than Ronaldo. Naturally, yeah. And he was naturally athletic. He was, strong from a very young age. Yeah, bulldog mentality, and skill-wise, he was fantastic. But I remember a photo, right, and this always sticks in my mind. And I knew this back then. He was only young. I think it was about 2008, 2009. There was two photos in the Sun newspaper, right?
Which I would never
read
anyone to buy or read.
No, but it was I think it was a Sun newspaper anyway. And somebody showed me the two pictures. And it was Ronaldo on his summer holidays, and he was, out training for 5 o'clock in the morning, but he's out training. And the next one was Wayne Rooney walking along with a big massive lollipop, licking a big massive lollipop. And I thought to myself then, that's why Ronaldo will go further than Rooney.
That was my point initially.
Yeah, it's because the mentalities of the two of them were completely different. You see Wayne Rooney now. I mean, as a manager, you've seen him slumped in the corners of hotel rooms. So God knows what he was getting up to. We know what he got caught for, but God knows what he was getting up to as a player. Just a different mentality, I think, in the way they looked after themselves. And his decline was quite sharp, wasn't it, Rooney's in the end? But a very talented boy, and he should have done more. He should have done more.
I have to say though, I feel for Rooney to be at the top level for as long as he did, I think that's enough for me in terms of what he did as a player. I know obviously he could have done more, but I go back to the fact that I think Ronaldo is just a freak of nature. Like what he's been able to do, he's people's goats.
But look at James Milner as well. I mean, definitely not the most gifted footballer in the world, but at 36, going on 37 for Liverpool, he still captains us a lot of the time. By the way, Derby now 3-1 down away to Middlesbrough. 2 goals conceded in 4 minutes there for Wayne Rooney's Derby. But you look at James Milner, unbelievable shape, wins the bleep test every summer in the pre-season. Seriously, he does. And he's still going.
Yeah, and we have the same thing with Hazard.
And he drinks Ribena. Maybe that's the
maybe
the
it
key.
is.
Well, actually, I will say it. The fact that Wayne Rooney maybe could have had a few more Ribenas, he might still be playing instead of the old ale.
But we had the same thing with Hazard. That much talent, but then longevity-wise, will you be able to survive the test of time? He used to enjoy, some fast food over the summer. He came back overweight a few times for some of our seasons. That season that he was awful in, he only got 1 goal in the league, I think, and it was against you guys at the end of the season at Anfield. He came back in awful shape. He went to Madrid in awful shape and has picked up loads of different injuries as well. So I think it is dependent on the mentality, 100%.
I think the common denominator there is with people like Hazard and Rooney and that is that they're fantastically talented, naturally talented, and they've been great players. But it's almost like they've taken their natural talent at times for granted, whereas Ronaldo, he's become obsessed with making himself a better player. And when you talk about Wayne Rooney, like I'm also, as well as boxing, as well as football, I'm a big boxing fan. And I look at someone like Rooney, and he kind of reminds me, not facially obviously, but Mike Tyson.
Wow.
Coming to the scene at a very young age, youngest ever world heavyweight champion, phenomenal athlete, early. You know what I mean? When he had his man strength probably at about 14 years old. You know what I mean? Same type of thing with Rooney, scoring worldies against Arsenal at 16 years old. And you're thinking this guy's going to go on to be this great player. Didn't quite hit those levels, although for me he was a fantastic player. But like I said, he didn't conduct himself off the pitch the way he should have done on it. So
just to confirm, all the Premier League games are now at half-time. But just going back to the documentary, let us know in the comments if you've watched it, by the way. Not me personally, I haven't seen it yet. I will be, though. But there was a quote in the documentary where he refers to a game against Chelsea for Manchester United in April 2006. Jose Mourinho's Chelsea was starting to challenge United's dominance in England, and in April of that year, in 2006, Chelsea played United. They won 3-0, Chelsea did, to go on to win the league. Rooney said he wore new boots with longer studs than normal because he wanted to hurt someone. The studs were legal but bigger than the ones I'd normally wear. The famous picture has now come out of him leaving a hole, really, in John Terry's foot, who needed crutches after the game. What do you make of those comments? Because the FA have looked into them. It has caused a bit of controversy.
I think if you've ever played football, you know what it's like. It can get very aggressive. You know, I played at no great...
I've done it. I've done it myself.
I played at no great level at Sunday League, but people were going onto the pitch to inflict, to leave a mark on you. That's part of the game. And I think, obviously, now brought into the modern day, it looks bad. And I don't think you should go out and say it publicly that that's what you did. It's kind of the dark arts of the game that you just keep to yourself.
Yeah, I agree.
Got a video to sell.
Yeah, it's different. It's different football eras clashing because the further back you go, the more aggressive it probably gets. Now it's a lot, cleaner, softer, whatever you want to call it. That doesn't really happen these days. But back then, that was the norm. Roy Keane existed, etc. So I don't really take too much into it. I even looked at the tackle. John Terry was going in 2-footed. He's definitely not going to play games. You know what I mean?
Really,
and if they're legal, then again, you can't really. What is the investigation about, really? Because the studs were legal.
What are they investigating 16 years after the fact? What are they going to do now? They've both finished playing.
That's what I'm saying.
And this annoys me about the FA. Why are they looking into that? If there was no documentary about Wayne Rooney, it would be.
Way, yeah.
This goes on in football week in, week out. They all say it. They all do it
at every level.
At every level, from the Premier League down to the Sun. Why are they wasting their time 16 years later investigating something when he's not? Both of them are not playing. It doesn't affect anything now. What is that? And they won't investigate Kurt Zouma kicking a cat across the room.
I think let's be honest, man. Wayne Rooney's got a documentary to sell, and that's just.
But what's that got to do with the FA?
That's true. Yeah, but I didn't really take that thing he said too seriously because I think we've been there, seen
Everyone
it,
does
done
it.
He's just doing it to hype up the video.
John Terry might well have done the same thing on the same day.
Yeah. And like as I was going to go on to say, I don't think too many people will be shedding tears because it was John Terry involved, will it? Let's be honest.
It's true.
Big up to Al Guapo, who says AGT is too nice to be sent off. That's very wrong. You've never seen me on a football pitch. I'm the dirty guy that if I make a big tackle, I'll just leave my foot up in the air for maybe 1 or 2 seconds more. But I've won the ball, so you can't really have a go at me. I'm clever like that. Pinching on the corners.
I think the only reason why the FA
boots.
feel compelled to investigate is because remember after the Roy Keane thing when he said he went out there to injure Haaland. So I think they've got to be seen to be consistent and at least investigate. Because people will say, well, how comes you didn't investigate Rooney but you did Roy Keane and so forth? So.
It's the fact that he said that he went out to injure him and it's not good sportsmanship. It's
just
not
wasting their time.
It is.
But in both
it is
instances.
ultimately. Window dressing, mate.
Yeah.
Interesting. Let us know what you think in the comments. Don't forget you can see the best of enemies every Friday here on DR Sports. You've got Expressions, you've got Don Robbie. Yesterday's was a Super Bowl classic. Let's have a look at that. Let's see the best bits of best of enemies from yesterday.
The Super Bowl flavour, bro.
Yeah, you have to pull it down, blood.
Yeah. You like that, innit? You like that, innit?
Yeah, you have to show me, blood. I didn't even know that said 15, blood. I thought it said 115. You know
You like that, innit? I actually got this. This is like a proper authentic.
No, I'm not gonna lie. I like it. No, it looks nice. It looks nice.
I got this in America, man. You know what I mean?
Oh, is it? That means if your team shit, that means CR7 could be playing for Norwich, blood.
Yeah, so I mean, both of you two at the moment will get really high draft picks.
Hey,
so,
this guy's
but
Get him off straight as well, Robbie back. Right, who's doing this, man? Why did he come back? comeback. Hey, you know what? I sent out. That's a good throw in it, expressions brilliant. That's a good throw in it, man. Hey, sign me up, man. Sign me up.
You go.
Sign me up, man. Yeah, that was good. I'm telling you, I'm going in. Big X, man. You know that way.
Next time, mind in camera though, you know. That costs a lot of money.
I hit the camera next time.
Big night of Super Bowl action tomorrow night. There you go. Don Robbie himself and expressions on the Best of Enemies. One of the best shows on DR Sports, that one. And when it's being filmed, you can always hear it because he loves to be loud, that expressions. I mean, love the guy, but he can raise the volume.
He's one of my favourite people
He
in
is.
the world, man. He makes me laugh.
Absolutely.
He really does.
Big up to Al Guapo again, who's given me a lot of jokes with this comment. AGT giving me serious El Hadji Diouf vibes. Let me quickly shut that down. El Hadji Diouf was a disgrace when he played for Liverpool, and he actually spat at a Celtic fan. Was quickly moved on, and I don't know why we insisted on buying him in 2002 when we should have just kept Anelka on loan. Unbelievable decision that from Liverpool. Waste of space.
2002,
Horrible
that's
guy.
20 years ago.
20 years ago, bro. Yeah, long time. Still half time in the Premier League, the 3 o'clock kickoffs. Little goals really in the Championship. Apart from that stormer there at the Riverside, 3-1 up Middlesbrough now against Wayne Rooney's derby. There's goals, Reading 1, Coventry 1 as well, Blackpool 1 up, Birmingham 1 up at home to Luton. But they're all the goals to report in the Championship. Some still big names in that League One if you look at it. Sunderland there, obviously former Premier League, Bolton, Portsmouth, Wigan, Charlton. It can happen quickly. Once that slide starts to snowball, all of a sudden you can see yourself 2 or 3 divisions down.
Look how many are there have been in the Premier League. Wimbledon, Sunderland, you know, Ipswich, Bolton,
Portsmouth, Wigan,
Charlton. Yeah, all been in the Premier League at some
I
point.
mean, Portsmouth and Wigan, Wigan won the FA Cup 2013, Portsmouth won it in 2008. Financial difficulties just taken over those clubs, and even in League Two you've got some fairly big names as well. Still a big shock really in the Bundesliga. Bayern Munich still 5-1 down. I wonder how that one's going to finish. Augsburg 3-1 down as well to Borussia Mönchengladbach.
6-5 to Bayern.
Yeah.
Probably. Lewandowski with 5 of the finest goals there. AGT, I agree, fouling is just fun, says Agent E. Do fouling if you are playing football, but make sure you get away with it. I mean, I'm not that conspicuous. If I do someone, they make a scene out of it. So if you can get away with it, do it. But obviously play within the rules of the game and be nice, be fair.
I must admit, I saw Rooney on TV the other day. He was talking about the whole incident, and it's a bit cheesy, to be honest.
I think even watching him talk about it, he knows the purpose of bringing it up. It's to sell eyes on the documentary.
It's very cringy watch, to be honest.
That's why you get clips in them books in it and the newspapers and all of that sort of thing. They're not just going to turn around and go, "Yeah, I've never done anything."
He looked almost embarrassed to be telling the story.
That's what I mean. He looked embarrassed to be
He's
saying
very
it.
cringy.
Big up to Please Morton, who says expressions just needs to go into stand-up. Do you know what? I go with that. Every show he does is pretty much a stand-up set anyway. The quickness of his puns, the way he just comes out of
He's
them,
very
is unbelievable.
quick-witted,
Very
definitely.
quick. Yeah. Too quick almost. Big up to Peter Kit, best show on YouTube. I'm assuming you mean this one because you are in the live chat of this one, so we thank you for that. Of course, the 5th episode now of the Saturday Football Show. Anelka, what a player, says Ali A. Is an interesting Anelka documentary.
Wow,
Have you
one of
seen
my
that one?
favourite players, man. Amazing players. Just a pity we couldn't have held on to him for longer. He's admitted. I did see a Netflix documentary.
I saw that one, yeah. Interesting, that Anelka doc.
You know what I mean? You speak to most Arsenal fans, man. He was phenomenal.
But he was one of them ones that he slid and then he sort of had a change of attitude, didn't he? And rose back up again.
Played for a lot of clubs.
He did. I can actually remember as an Arsenal fan, I can remember this clearly, going up to Bolton. He was playing for Bolton at the time. And they beat us 2-0 that day, and he scored both goals. Amazing.
Let's try and name all the clubs that Nicolas Anelka's played for. Right, we'll start off with, was it PSG? Early days?
I think so.
I think he was
before Arsenal.
Yeah, Arsenal, Madrid, Liverpool,
Chelsea,
Bolton, and then he went
West
to
Brom.
West Brom,
Yeah, he went to West Brom.
yes, of course.
He went somewhere in the Far East, did he?
Did he go Galatasaray?
Because I think when he was at West Brom, that's
Fenerbahce.
when he got caught up in that
the whole
controversy,
the celebration and that.
Yeah.
No, listen, great player. Big
Phenomenal
up to
player.
Earth Extremities. AGT, you speak Spanish and English. What other languages can you speak, and how many can you understand but not speak? Spanish and English. Could maybe understand Italian, bit of French, that's about it. But it's Portuguese language tonight that Palmeiras will be
you can't
speaking
speak
in.
Jamaican like me.
Do you know what? I never claimed that I could. So I also agree with you. I can't speak Jamaican or patois like you. And I've heard you come out of it when you're angry. It gets very interesting.
I struggle with English, to be fair.
Yeah, me too. Well, I live in Liverpool
Talking
now,
of
mate.
languages, just
Scouse.
quickly, is that true that James Milner's speaking to his kids in Spanish?
It is
heard
true.
that, yeah.
It is true.
Wow.
So apparently he speaks to his kids in Spanish, but they speak to his missus,
Mrs.
the
and
wife
wife.
of the kids,
Yeah.
in English.
I think that gives you a little insight into the man's character.
Exactly.
He's another guy that, obviously not an Arsenal player, but I've got a lot of admiration for guys like that.
How can you
know what I
not
mean?
have respect for someone that's played in the
Yeah.
Premier League for over 20 years?
Yeah.
His debut was 2002 for Leeds. He was
And
16.
what you said there about, if that's true about he's still coming up tops on them beat tests,
He is. That's why we've kept him
amazing.
for so long.
Amazing.
He's unbelievably fit.
And I remember him like
big
Leeds,
shout out.
Aston Villa, all those
Newcastle,
clubs. Yeah,
City, won the
yeah.
league, Champions League
Amazing
winner as
player.
well.
Still
What a
doing it
career.
now.
Speaking to Luis Diaz in Spanish as well.
I mean, like we said, contrast his attitude and his
There
mindset
we
with
go.
Rooney's. There you go.
There you go. How are you feeling now? Not long away until Chelsea try to be champions of the world.
Yeah.
Just like we were in 2020.
Yeah, I mean, from the lineup as well, I'm intrigued. I'm happy about the lineup. There's no Marcus Alonso because I think he'd get done on transition with the pace out wide with Dudu, one of their most threatening players down the right. I hope we don't try and control the game too much possession-wise and we kind of do what we did with Liverpool at Stamford Bridge, which is you go 50-50 and you allow them to come at you because I think if they try to break us down, they won't be as successful and then we can maybe counter them. So a little bit of to and fro in between the two teams, but I'm very nervous, man, because it's a big game. We need to win and it's going to be tough. You know, the Brazilian teams match up very well when they play against the teams in Europe in these competitions.
Can I just ask, I don't want to preempt anything Alex is going to say, but I saw a post last day or two with Lukaku. It was a bit cryptic.
Yeah.
What's all that about, bro?
For me personally, the way as a Chelsea fan, I would encourage others to kind of deal with Lukaku since that interview is if it doesn't affect the team and it doesn't affect our preparation or our performance, then who cares? Because Snapchat is more personable than Instagram, than Facebook, than.
But what do you
than
think he was
Twitter.
getting at, though?
I think it was about a
Can you
relationship.
just tell us what he actually said on Snapchat as well, just for people who haven't seen it?
It was something to do with if it doesn't
don't force it.
if it doesn't fit, don't force it. And I think that was about a relationship that he just had with his previous girlfriend or ex or whatever, and they're going back and forth. But Snapchat is meant to be more personable.
Too much information.
Yeah,
that is.
it's
Don't really need to know that, do we?
But I think they broke up, and at his age, you know, any breakup is probably going to be a big deal. He probably was planning on marrying a person 28, 29 years old, so it's probably a big
Right.
deal for him. But my thing is, as a Chelsea fan, is us taking it to social media and putting it on there, all we're doing is making it worse by distracting from the team and blowing it out of proportion. If it stays on Snapchat and just people ignore it, then nothing happens. So
But are you sure he's not referencing his time at Chelsea, though?
if he is, then cool. You know what I mean? If you want to,
Is it cool though? Because you spend all that money on him. It's not cool for your striker, your main man, to be coming out with these cryptic messages. You know his feelings already. So surely that is about Chelsea.
There's nothing. I don't think it is about Chelsea. But even if it is, there's nothing more he can do after that interview. That interview was like, you know, that was ridiculous in terms of unprecedented for what we've seen as Chelsea supporters.
But I think Alex has a point, though. I mean, if he's done the interview, that was bad enough. And then you're doing.
He can't really
cryptic
fall
Someone needs to
comments
take
like
his
this.
phone off him.
I'm not gonna lie, he can't really fall any further. If I'm being completely honest, all we want is performances and goals.
Did you accept his apology?
No.
You didn't? It
was a
For me, it's all
pathetic
about
apology.
performance. It has to be about performance. You reading off a teleprompter is not going to do anything for me. Performances are important. Goals, output, and then in the summer we reassess. So for me, when you can't fall any further, there's no surprises. We know he wants to speak out publicly and do all these things. So I don't really care anymore.
Apparently, fans have been reacting to the Chelsea lineup on social media. Not happy that Ziyech isn't starting. What do you think of that?
It's a surprise. I think Ziyech has probably been our best attacker over the last few weeks. He's been creating opportunities at a canter for Lukaku and for many others. He was great against Tottenham, good against Plymouth as well. Created a few opportunities in the last game against Al Hilal. So it is a bit of a surprise, but I think it's tactics. I really do, because we know this team speed-wise on the transitions are going to be are hurting us, and I think Mason obviously has to be playing as a part of that. Kai was good as well, so I think it's tactical. I don't think it's anything to do with Ziyech, obviously performance-wise, because he has been good.
Agent E saying Vamos Palmeiras. He's obviously not a Chelsea fan, but Ikomu says that trophy is the most pointless trophy in the world, and I'm a Liverpool fan, he says. So
See, that's
interesting.
that attitude. I don't know.
Very, very interesting. Very shortly, we will be having our own substitution on this show. Laurie will be leaving us, and Sophie Rose will be joining us.
I think I'll do my Ronaldo impression and just storm off.
Yeah. Slam the door behind you.
Do the Piers
How
Morgan.
dare you sub me?
So Sophie Rose will be with us very soon as we lean towards the Chelsea game, and kickoff is getting ever closer to that. Right, the second halves are underway in the Premier League of the 3 o'clock kickoffs. Brighton still 1-0 up away at Watford. Can Roy Hodgson do something? I mean, Watford, you said it, you watched them last week, they didn't really offer much. But, I mean, is this job just a bit of an earner for Roy? Does he actually care this much about
I must admit,
keeping
I was
Watford
surprised
up?
when they went for Roy. I mean, at this age, what does he really have to
To
offer?
be fair though, Laurie, they've just run out of people to go for.
Yeah, that's true.
Anyone with a CV could have got that job, I think, at this time. Who would want to go there and take a job seriously? How can you plan?
Yeah.
Look at their record. They've had something like 12 managers in the last 5 years or something. It's something ridiculous like that. How can you go there and plan? Of course it is. Roy ain't got no more ambition. The same as Pellegrini didn't really have ambition to come back into the Premier League and all that. Roy's finished with the Premier League. I think he's finished with football. He's earned enough money. He's been the manager of England. He's done his stint in the Premier League. Palace was his last job. But 4-2 now, look.
4-2. So I actually got a bit confused. In the stream and online, we were seeing that Bochum were 5-1 up. The 5th goal was disallowed. It's now 4-2 to Bochum. Bayern Munich scoring there with through Robert
It's probably a
Lewandowski.
little
50 minutes
game
to
Bayern
go.
are playing with themselves. So let
They're
them
toying
go
with them,
forward,
aren't they?
and we'll come back and win.
In the Championship, Coventry now leading away at Reading, 2-1 up. Michael Rose on the 47th minute with the goal. Still goalless in Brentford. Crystal Palace haven't been able to break the deadlock yet. We are going to put a picture of Said up on the stream. Let us know what you guys think about this. He's very upset with Manchester United losing 2 points again today. He's just called it online rinse and repeat in terms of the pain. So can we see that picture of Said now? Can we get that one up? It's coming apparently. Looking forward to it.
I'm
very
looking
much.
forward to seeing this.
It's a big build up now, so this picture better be worth it back there in the production office. But when we have that picture of Said, it will pop up and you guys will
I've got
see
a
it.
question for you. Right? Is that such a bad result, though? Given that Southampton, at the moment,
There's
they're playing
no
well.
way in hell
It is.
that any Manchester United fan would ever say that was a good result.
Bad
There's
result.
way.
No,
That's
I didn't say it was a
shocking
good result.
Yeah,
I
it's-
said
Not- you
such
said
a
not-
bad result.
Yes, it is such a
Given
bad
the
result.
fact that Southampton are in very good form
They don't
at the
care.
moment.
It's Old Trafford.
I
United
know
are
they
supposed to
will.
win
Well, that's
every
the
game
arrogance
there.
of Man United.
That's how
fans,
far
you know.
United have fallen, maybe. That you're asking that question. Is it such a bad result? Yes, it's. You ask. Well, there's the picture of Said there. We can see it below. Not looking happy indeed. Little selfie there of him inside the ground. I don't know if that's him having a little snack at half time or if that is him at full time. He's got his hands on his head there. Not looking happy indeed. It ain't easy, says
easy.
Agent E. Big up to the Big Six viewers as well. Big up Matisse, says Bob Cricket in the comments there. Giorgio asks, how is the World Club Cup pointless? How can it be when you need to win the Europa League or the Champions League to even get in it? Right, we're throwing this to you guys now. That picture of Said, we want you guys in the comments right now, in the live chat, to come up with your own caption. We've already had Agent E saying it ain't easy. Ty Jr. saying, man like chunks. It's a tough one. Herb laughing at the snack at half-time comment. But yeah, let us know what you think. The caption should be, Said in the mud. That's what I'd be going with. What would you be going with there, Nicky?
He's getting ready to be deflated again, isn't he?
There you go.
Yeah,
Deflated.
I've got no idea, to be honest with you. Don't ask me them things. I'm no good at them things.
I think quadruple settings is appropriate. Quadruple settings is what I'd go with, yeah.
Because he genuinely believed earlier on in the season United could win the quadruple.
I mean, that's what he was saying on the Big Six, you know, he's saying quadruple, that's what we're going for, do you know what I'm saying? So quadruple settings, that's the man that
Do you know what? We've got
clearly
some
looking
great
forward to
comments
one.
here as caption suggestions. Omar says, something has to change, man. Seriously, man. She does love to say that. KJ SJ said, spud me, G. I think referring to that time that he got an online spud from Rance,
yeah.
and then they actually drew the game.
Yeah.
Skullfuggery settings, big up Charlie, Paul Smith. These prawn sandwiches are terrible. That was his caption suggestion. We got 5 on it, says Navarre. Obviously a reference to Liverpool being United 5-0. Quadruple setting, says Leslie. The trophy, Ikomu going back onto the World Club Cup, is saying the trophy has no history. It's a glorified pre-season friendly. That's out of order. I can't call it that. You have to be in this competition, via.
It's disappointing to hear fans have that.
Yeah, because especially a Liverpool fan, I think he said he was as well. So when you win it, it's a big trophy, and when you don't, I guess it's the Mickey Mouse Cup.
But I think it's the point that sometimes I think fan bases get a bit spoilt, right? Because they've won trophies now, they start demeaning other competitions. For me, every single year, we want to win everything. I want to win the Carabao Cup against Liverpool in the final later on this month, desperately. Do you know what I mean? Like I said, I referenced that Steven Gerrard moment in 05. Yeah. So I think fans, unless it is actually a pre-season cup, like the Emirates Cup and the Audi Cup, I don't care about those. But any actual real competition, you've got to take it. You've got to take it seriously, and you got to enjoy it while you get it. Because look at Manchester United fans; they may have potentially turned their nose up at certain competitions 10, 20 years ago. Now they haven't won a trophy for 5 years. Football can change fast. Exactly. So you got to enjoy your success while you're getting it, because it can go.
That's why I was especially disappointed when Paul Scholes come out with those remarks, because he should know better than that.
I think when I remember Man United going to that competition in about 2000, I believe they dropped out the FA Cup, yeah. And when you look at the photos from that time, it was like they was on holiday. You see them all on them slip and slides and going down, in water parks and all that sort of thing, and all laughing and joking while we were over here freezing. and I don't think them sort of images do if it was if it was taken that seriously by the likes of Ferguson, he wouldn't have let them been doing that and being pictured like that. You know what I mean? So maybe it's got to be the clubs that respect it first. And I think from now, between then and now, it's different. Yeah. I think the managers do take it a lot more seriously, and I think it's as I said, a trophy is a trophy. But people say the trophy's got no history. Well, history has to start somewhere. And if you get a few teams wanting to win this and taking it seriously, then it will start to pick up momentum as a competition.
And trophies can grow. Listen, I don't know if I'm sure you all saw the scenes in Senegal the other day. You look at they said there were millions on the streets. Yeah. When they weren't. Now that wasn't the case for previous AFCONs, but the competition has grown. Yeah, it's true. So by the same token, this competition.
Look at the Super League. That's grown. No, I'm joking. That is history. That is actually a good.
No, but seriously, if you looked at the reaction in Senegal, it's incredible. That's been unprecedented in previous wins.
Sadio Mane having a stadium now named after him.
Really?
Wow. Kind of leading.
Well, Sadio Mane described that win as greater than his Champions League,
which I would never find offensive. Yeah. I think there are Liverpool fans who go, "Well, you've won this, you won that." You can't put yourself in the shoes of Sadio Mane.
Exactly. He has the whole country
on his shoulders, rooting him on.
Sadio Mane is a fantastic human being. He's a philanthropist. I've seen him mopping up in hospitals and stuff like that. I think there was a story about him while he was in hospital in Senegal.
Yeah, paid for an operation.
Paid for an operation to save a family's life. He's just a wonderful, wonderful human being. Yeah. And if he's got his nation as his proudest moment, I think it just shows you.
Who is anyone to tell him that can't be his proudest moment?
And I would add on that, sorry to interrupt, Matisse, is that was the first time Senegal had ever won it. And so he's created history in his country. So
scored the winning penalty as well.
I think those Liverpool fans were in their own bubble. They're talking about the Premier League. It's the first time we've won it in 30 odd years. Mane was Senegalese before he was Liverpool. That's what you need to remember. 29 years old he is. So like you said, first time he's winning that trophy at the AFCON. That's huge. And certain people won't feel maybe as much affinity to their nation as others, but he is clearly very affinity.
We haven't won the World Cup since '66. If we go and win that next World Cup, whoever's captaining it, whether it be Declan Rice or whoever, I'm sure Declan Rice will say this is the proudest moment of my life.
Of course, the same as Bobby Moore did. Yeah. Bobby Moore won a few trophies with West Ham, believe it or not. But it's always going to be his proudest moment. Why wouldn't it be?
Have every player, when you read their bio, the first thing they'll say is, growing up, playing for my country is the proudest moment. Now you imagine that times 10, 100. You go on and win for your country, a major competition. That's got to be like
I think the best thing you're ever going to do. If more people had the attitude of the likes of Sadio Mane, where they are proud to play for their country, I think football would be a better place, to be quite honest with you.
Absolutely.
Totally agree.
And
Such
I
a
would
great
also
guy.
say, sorry, Alex.
A super chat here from M. Wilson. When Laurie speaks, it's always of value. Big up. Thank you for the super chat. Have to disagree.
That's why they're subbing him out now.
That's why we're getting Sophie Rhodes on.
They can't afford any more wisdom.
Tearing off my top and
Thank you
throwing it
for
on
the super
floor.
chat.
Disgusting.
In the Championship, there's been a goal at the City ground. Brennan Johnson scores for Nottingham Forest to put them 1-0 up against Stoke City. Portsmouth, obviously, lingering in League One there. They've just gone 1-0 up at home to Doncaster as well. And it's 2-2 now, Reading versus Coventry. Still no goals. Brentford, Crystal Palace, Matisse. Is this going to finish 0-0 this one?
I'd be surprised if it does. I thought Palace would take them to the sword a little bit. They've got a good team, good attack. Conor Gallagher's been amongst the goals, getting into the box. I watched him away at Brighton. I was at the game at the Amex, and he didn't play very well, but he obviously got the goal in the 1-1 draw, featuring and getting into the box and getting on the end of things. So I'd be surprised if it does end 0-0, because I think both teams, should be looking to win the game. Brentford have had a little bit of a slip, but they were a difficult team to come up against earlier on in the season. Very physical, to go up to the strikers up top, very direct. So there should be a goal in that game. It's a bit surprising.
Does anyone know if Eriksen started in this game?
No,
he
He's
didn't.
not even on the bench.
Not even on the bench,
No.
Christian Eriksen, for
Strange.
Brentford in this one.
Described him
As
the
great as his
greatest
comeback
signing
is,
in
you've
their
got
history.
to be careful with him, isn't it? A little
Yeah,
bit,
I
yeah.
guess so.
As great as his comeback is, I think.
But he's already laid out his ambitions. He already said he wants to get into the World Cup and play for Denmark again this year in Qatar.
He also alluded to the fact that he wants to play for Tottenham again.
Yeah.
And
Did he?
Really?
Opened the
I
door
didn't
for
hear
him
that
as
as
well,
well.
hasn't he?
I think that's a bit disrespectful to
Yeah,
Brentford,
it is,
because
yeah.
Brentford have just given him a huge opportunity to get back to do what he
Especially
loves
it's the
to do.
managers eulogising, saying it's the greatest signing in Brentford's history, which, hey, maybe it is.
Well, Antonio Conte obviously has history with him at Inter Milan, won the Scudetto, but he's even opened the door for Eriksen to say, yeah, come back and see how you get on after Brentford. Right, are we making this substitution? I think the lino is holding up the board. What did she say?
She's going to get mic'd up.
It's going to get mic'd up.
The mics
Well,
on
the
the
mics
table.
are on the table, so I
we're
don't think
giving
you
a
will need
state
to
of
get
execution.
mic'd up. But before we do get Sophie on, let's check out a clip from our Champions League roundup talk, which is out tomorrow. A very spicy one, this one, guaranteed.
They're all privately saying, yeah, but you ain't won the Champions League. When you gonna win it?
It's true.
Can't
Stop what they're saying.
fraudiola until you win it. And he blew it last year.
That's what I said to Big Steve.
Can Manchester City now, they've got the team in place, they're playing brilliant football in the Premier League, but can they translate that into the Champions League and finally win it?
Yeah, no, we definitely can. We definitely can. Obviously, went mega close last year, and I do think that Tuchel last year did have Pep's number. And like you were saying, in them one-off games, Chelsea are not a side that you really want to be playing. I would say that the way that we played at the Bridge this year, I mean, I've never seen a performance like that before. So dominant, and obviously it's a league game. Would it be slightly different in a one-off match? Maybe, but we went there last year, first time in the final. I think this is our year, man. I think I'm buzzing for it. I just think that the experience maybe could have got to us as well. I know Pep obviously did what he did with the not playing the midfielder, and that was a bit weird. But not only that, I think the experience for the players, for the fans, for everyone, for the football clubs.
Does he have to win it this year?
No, he doesn't have to win it.
Does he have to win it? Is the pressure on? Because he's got to win it.
though? What, he has to win it this year?
He has to win it, but he doesn't have to win it.
ticking though.
Not sacked, but
Time ticking by who? By
the owners that are going, where's our Champions League?
Well,
They've built too much of him. Look, I'm a Man United fan, and I can't stand the success that they're having right now. It pains me. But one thing you have to say about Manchester City and what they've done with Pep is they have given him the infrastructure and built with what he's putting down. It doesn't, if he looks back at his time at Man City when he leaves, whenever that may be, and hasn't won it, yeah, it'd be a kick in the teeth, but they've achieved so much. And the stature of the club has grown so much, and they've won so much. You got to get it done. He's got to get it done. But I don't. As a City fan, I don't think you would say his time has been a failure. That's a big statement.
Yeah.
Because if he doesn't win the Champions League this year, it's like, see, he's just not good enough.
Has been failed
know what I
if he
mean?
doesn't win that.
Part of it.
You wouldn't paint him and say that's a failure. I could never say that about Pep. Look at what he's done.
That's what I'm saying.
Silly to sit here.
He's the best man of this generation.
Sure, but when he got this job, and I said it to Robbie, I've said it time and time again, the top of that list would have been win us the Champions League. So if he leaves the club without doing that, part of his tenure has been failed.
Yeah, you're right, but not in lieu of other things that he's done, i.e. the Premier Leagues, the
but if you focus on that, he's maybe been one of the best ever.
Yeah.
If we're focusing on what he was, and you know this as well, that would have been the top of his to-do list when he come in. Win the Champions League.
It would have been on the to-do list, yeah, but I just don't think we're going to sacrifice other things, and I don't think City fans will.
But you must be so desperate to win it.
Right, confirmed substitution. Laurie Lyle goes off and Sophie Rose comes on.
Hi everyone.
She's back on the channel, here to watch Chelsea in the final of the Club World Cup.
Yes.
Are you looking forward to this one?
I'm looking forward to it. Our first game in this competition wasn't exactly our best football, although Lukaku did get on the score sheet, which is obviously important for him. But I wouldn't say my nerves are as if it's a Champions League final or something, or if it's Premier League standard. But I think any trophy you can win is important, and I think it's important for Tuchel to win another trophy because he's won so much since he's come. So why not add another trophy to the cabinet? For him.
9 minutes till that one kicks off. I think it's in Abu Dhabi, that one.
Yeah.
Across the way in southwest London, Fulham have gone 1-0 up away at Hull City, extending their lead at the top of the Championship. Who else but Aleksandar Mitrovic? He's now got 39 goals in all comps this season.
Didn't he go on like a little bit of a dry spell, and then all of a sudden he's
in
just
the Premier League?
Yeah, and then all of
he goes back to the Championship,
and then he just, and then all of a sudden he just starts scoring. Yeah.
It's the same with Solanke, isn't it? Like there's certain strikers.
They find your level.
David Nugent, is maybe a good example of that. Like there's certain
Billy
strikers,
Sharp.
like Billy Sharp, they can't make that jump to the Premier League, and I think Mitrovic and Solanke are those. Yeah.
Right, Middlesbrough still 3-1 up at home to Derby. Wayne Rooney's Derby looking like after a decent run of form, they're going to lose that one. Still 0-0 Brentford, Crystal Palace. Blackpool still 1 up at home to Bournemouth, and Everton still 2-0 up at home to Leeds. That's a great result so far for Everton. If they can keep hold of that lead, then they will jump into 16th on 22 points, moving a little bit further away from the relegation zone. Norwich, Watford and Burnley still in that. Burnley only with 14 points this season. Is it finally time for Burnley to leave the Premier League, Matisse?
Please.
I think most people. You watch the In-Betweeners when he goes.
It's hilarious.
I'm on that kind of train of thought. I think he actually says, what did he say?
I can't remember.
I think it was F Burnley.
There was definitely
everyone hates Burnley, that kind of stuff.
It's like
Are they
Burnley
gonna go
can
down?
F off.
I think Weghorst was a very smart signing to replace Chris Wood. I think they made a profit on that. He's got a 1-in-2 ratio out in Germany and in Holland before that. So he's a very good striker and he suits them to a T. So I think they could be
6'6".
Yeah, but he's technical as well. He's Dutch, so he's a very good striker. Presses from the front as well. So they've made a massive upgrade there. I think they could be in the shout. I think for me, Norwich and Watford are definitely gone, and then there's one other team. So it'll be interesting to see who it is. Yeah, but it could be Burnley.
Could Newcastle get dragged into it? Leeds in 15th place as well. They could lose obviously today away to Everton. What's your prediction for this Chelsea game? I know it's going to be difficult for you to watch as a West Ham fan. What are you expecting this game to give us, if anything?
I've got no idea. No idea whatsoever.
Have you ever watched the
I don't even know
their
their
final before? Palmeiras?
No, never. Why? Why would I?
Well, that was just a question.
We're never going to be involved in it. I'm not scouting anyone. No, I don't know. Chelsea will win. There you go. There's my prediction.
Chelsea to win. Let us know in the comments what you guys think that score will be. Big up to everyone getting involved in the comments as well. Babe FC, we're in and
Babe
rolling
FC.
there. All right, Sophie says Joe Hunter.
Have I said it yet?
Babes FC, big up Sophie, Babes FC, KJ SJ says, and Sophie is back in the building.
I am. My first time on this show. I'm normally on the sofa.
It's a bit of a mixed one today because obviously the Saturday football show is up and running, but we are doing a watch along for this Chelsea game too. So
exactly.
there's a lot going on, and we're going to try and keep up with it all. But thank you guys for getting involved in the comments. Let's go back to the Championship. Still no goals really to report on. Norwich, of course, at 5:30 at home to Man City. Nicky, that one. Are we only looking at a Man City win, or can Norwich pull something out of the bag?
No, you never know.
You never know.
It's football, isn't it? But look, if I was putting money on it. I'd be putting money on Manchester City. But weirder things have happened. But if somehow they do, that opens the Premier League race right open. But
it really does.
I've got to be honest, no, I don't think they've got a hope in hell, to be quite honest.
Here we go.
Yeah, we're underway almost
I
in
love
Abu
the lights
Dhabi.
and everything.
A light display. There's fireworks
Yeah.
going around the stadium. It's on Channel 4.
Come on, the boys.
I don't think I've ever watched a game of football on this channel before, to be honest. But Chelsea there enjoying the light show. The Palmeiras fans standing on their chairs. They look up for this.
Yeah.
Of course, the Chelsea fans have been out travelling to Abu Dhabi in their numbers as well. But this is interesting. I mean, it is a worldwide event, I guess, called Club World Cup, and Palmeiras will be doing everything they can to win this. You saw the scenes of the Palmeiras bus coming in. I don't know if you saw that last week with all the fans going absolutely wild. Aspilicueta there, he's been round the block. He's the captain of Chelsea, just fresh from winning.
It's Dave, actually.
I know they called him Dave,
It's
but
Dave.
I'm obviously giving him his full name, Cesar Aspilicueta. Captain number 28, Mason Mount there with his slick back hair. I know you like him.
We all love Mason, don't we? Does anybody
Wow.
not like Mason
He's a
as a
great
Chelsea
player.
fan? Yeah. Have we done the
Chelsea
team yet?
fans.
Have
Yeah,
done
we've
the
gone through the team. Do you want to just run through it one more time there, Matisse, for us?
Off the top of my head, Mendy, Rudiger, Aspilicueta, Christensen, Silva, Hudson-Odoi, Kovacic, Kante, Mount, Havertz and Lukaku.
Very
is
good.
the team. So no Ziyech, no Jorginho, some big absentees, but
I wanted to ask if you think it's fair to put Mendy in goal for this game.
I do.
You do?
Yeah, because I think, remember last season we had Kepa in the semi-final of the FA Cup and he was obviously on a good run of form. We gave him that competition in the final. Tielemans got a long shot away and didn't quite get there. And the question mark was, would have Mendy got there? And I think they came to an agreement that when he finished the AFCON, they would both get a game each. Kepa plays against Al Hilal, Mendy plays for the final.
Fair enough then, yeah.
And he's a better goalkeeper and we got to win this game, so I understand it.
Yeah.
Not too long to go in the 3 o'clock kickoffs in the Premier League and the Championship. Everton still 2-0 up at home to Leeds. Brentford still goalless at home to Crystal Palace. And the other game there as well. Watford 1-0 down at home to Brighton. Neil Maupay with the goal. Some big games in the Premier League tomorrow as well, which of course we'll talk about later on. But this game looks like it's about to go underway. I think the kind of World Club Cup anthem is maybe being played right now. Players looking very intense. Let us know in the comments what you think the score is going to be in this one. We've got Sophie, we've got Matisse here as well, both Chelsea fans who are very interested in this one.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Always good to see Nikki, by the way. Absolutely class, says Joe Tom Red. That's a nice one for you,
Nice
Nikki.
one,
You've had a
thank
lot
you.
of love in the comments today.
Yeah, I
It's
usually
nice
do.
people being nice for
Knows
once.
his stuff, do you know what I mean?
Good.
Proper football man is Nikki. I love doing content with him. Babe Sophie in the building says I Rock Entertainment.
Hello. All right, babe.
There we go.
Love Thiago Silva.
Yeah, Thiago, a fantastic
His
signing.
missus is
for
really
Chelsea.
good on Twitter as well.
She's brilliant.
Yeah.
Bella,
She's
isn't
proper
it?
like into Chelsea
Yeah.
and the kids and everything. Like, I think it's really nice.
Yeah.
The only thing that does worry me slightly about this is that Palmeiras are going to really, really want to win this. This
yeah.
is like a Champions League final
Yeah.
for them, isn't it? Because, you want to win a trophy.
Yeah.
So that does worry me slightly, but...
Look at that bench for Chelsea. Aspila, Arrizabalaga, obviously Kepa, Alonso, Jorginho, Pulisic there as well. Some huge players
Ziyech,
for Chelsea.
yeah.
Ziyech too.
Lugano.
I mean, this game could be changed by the bench.
Well, Ziyech
is it 5 subs allowed in this?
5 subs, yeah. 5 subs in
So you
this
can
game.
really change it.
Ziyech just, I don't know if you discussed it, he just announced his retirement, didn't he,
did.
from international football to
Yeah.
focus
At
on
the
the
age of
club, which I
28.
think is, which is young, isn't it?
I think he fell out with the manager, and that's
Oh,
because he
really?
didn't pick him for AFCON.
Yeah, there was
I mean,
a
to be
falling out.
fair, it depends what you want as a player to win, what you consider the most important. And I think if he focused on Chelsea and he was going to win more, Champions Leagues and stuff, then I would do that as well. But I mean, just personal preference, isn't it? Really.
Yeah.
Stink Mina ZA says Mount is overrated. Foden is clear.
Well,
Well, why is
I
everyone
don't
doing all
bother
these
getting into
comparisons?
these tribal
yeah.
comparisons between players.
It's so annoying.
you
They're
know.
just all really
Still
good.
got to read them out.
Yeah,
The old
I-
content.
yeah.
but, we have a good up and coming group of players for England. I think Foden, Saka, Mount, they're all good players. I'm not
Yeah.
really bothered about who's better. I think
And I
as
think
long
they
as
all
they're-
help their teams in different ways. Like Mason is a key part of our first team.
Yeah.
so is
They're different
Foden for
players.
City. Yeah, different. And I don't necessarily think one would work better for the other. There he is, Mr. Sexy. Glad you're feeling better, babe.
Referring to Thomas Tuchel.
It's good to have him back. It's good to have him back.
My Uber driver just then just really looked like Tuchel.
Oh, really?
Honestly, I was looking at his hands. I was like, oh, you have nice hands too. Both married though, no good.
Interesting. Right, this one is about to kick off in Abu Dhabi. Very different playing conditions that Chelsea will be facing today. Maybe Palmeiras more accustomed to the heat that they're going to be experiencing out there in the Far East.
Lukaku needs to score today. He puts, do you know what, by doing that interview, he put so much pressure on his own self that when there was a huge backlash from it, now it's like, oh shit, he's got to score every game. That's why he's going through a bit of a hard time.
Yeah.
Self-inflicted, maybe.
Do you think he's arsed?
Yeah, it is self-inflicted.
I hope he's arsed.
Darling, honestly, I think people now take, and I've said this for quite a while, people actually believe people's words more than their actual actions, which I think is crazy. And I think what he's saying, he's chosen to play a different system.
What was that?
We've been crossing into the box. We've been doing everything
For
to
him.
sort of for
To
him.
service him, yeah.
To work around him, and he's still not got it. So it's
Right,
it's
the
his
game is
responsibility.
underway. We're 7 seconds into Chelsea versus Palmeiras
Woo!
here in the final
Come on,
of the
babes.
Club World Cup as the ball goes into Havertz. He can't
Are
win
you
it.
supporting us today? Or not
Yeah,
really?
why not?
Yeah.
It's English side.
Thank you, babe.
Yeah, why
West
not?
Ham and Chelsea. I'm supporting Palmeiras.
What's this for?
I don't go along with that
What's
narrative.
the whiteboard for?
Oh no, leave it, because we're going to reveal some predictions that we made
Oh,
at
shit.
the end of the show.
Oh, okay, sorry.
You
I
can
was about
probably
to write
doodle
come
on there
come
as
on,
well
Chelsea.
if you want. You could make some doodles.
I'm going to write "Come on, Chelsea."
Yeah. Do that. That's fine. Right, an update in the Premier League. Still no changes as we're approaching.
Slow day for goals.
Slow day for goals, Nicky, and that's our kind of currency on this show, isn't it? On the Saturday football show. So we haven't been blessed with too many goals in the Premier League or the Championship, but we're watching this now as Chelsea move the ball from midfield into the attack here against Palmeiras, whose fans look more than up for this. You can see them bouncing there already. It's almost like this is a home game for them.
Yeah, and in terms of the way they're going to approach it, they're a difficult team to play against. They will apply the dark arts, fouls, niggly fouls, time wasting, aggressive, and their fans are obviously going to be there in massive support as they are. Same for Corinthians when we played them. So it's a cauldron in terms of an atmosphere, and we've got a. It's not going to be a pretty performance, I don't think. I don't think this is going to be comfortable at all. I predicted a 2-1 after extra time. And I think we just got to try and win it. It's not going to be easy at all, I don't think. I'd love to be surprised though.
Chelsea fans in the comments, let us know how you're feeling as
Ooh,
a chance here
get
for
up.
Chelsea. Aspilicueta can't find his man as the keeper was out on the floor.
Weatherton, their goalkeeper, is the third choice for Brazil, and in South America they actually believe he's near the same level as Alisson and Edison.
Okay.
Just that he's 34 and a lot older, so he's very highly rated.
There's the reason why he doesn't
that's
start.
the crutch, yeah. So
over Alisson and Edison.
Interested to see how he plays.
A question for the Chelsea fans in the room: who's the better player, Havertz or Mount?
Mason.
It's difficult.
Mason.
I think they're around the same ability.
Mason's more consistent, I think.
Yeah, but then Mason's obviously reached higher heights in a Chelsea shirt and has been more consistent. So.
But then Havertz gave us the Champions League winning goal. Thing is with Havertz, I think I think he could be stronger at times.
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel like he's a little bit
lightweight.
Yeah, and he doesn't always have that amazing, astounding game. But when he does come through and he does score those crucial goals, like that Champions League final, then he's got everything. And I think when he's on the pitch, he links up well with certain players.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say he's on Mount's level. But then again, I think they offer different things.
Yeah, I think Kai is a very, very good player. He's got, for me, if this was Football Manager, you give him 14, 15 on everything, but doesn't have a standout 17, 18, a serious rating where you can say this is what he's specialist in.
Yeah.
But he does have ability, and I think Mason's underrated in his ability as well. He just doesn't want to show it off. He's not one of those players that wants to, show off his dribbling or any sort of individual skill. He's more just to do what the team needs. But if he's put in a compromising tight situation, it will show what he can do.
Absolutely. This one's still 0-0, 3.5 minutes in. A question from Okidiran for myself, AGT. Would you like to see Everton get relegated? I think that's a bit of a silly question. Obviously, I'd very much enjoy Everton getting relegated, especially with their new stadium being built. That would be very funny. Little chance here for Palmeiras. Looked offside, but the cross comes in. Chance! And it's headed away from Aspilicueta. Straight to the player on the edge of the box. Deflected. Is it a corner? I think it is. Yeah. Palmeiras with a decent start.
The thing is, though, with Mendy in goal, I don't get as nervous. Do you know how tall he is? His arms are like... Did you see that save he made in the Liverpool game?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just there's no way Kepa would have saved that.
That's what I'm saying.
He's just not tall enough. Like he's just gigantic.
He's a giant in goal.
Fresh off winning AFCON as well with his country.
Yeah.
He was actually thinking of quitting football, I think, a few years ago.
He was. Yeah.
And then he sort of really worked his way slowly up, and then got to sign for Chelsea. And I always rated him from the beginning, and everyone's like, no, I don't rate him. And I'm like, how can you not rate him? Not just the saves he makes, but he's always commanding
his area very well.
And directing the defenders where to go and stuff. Like I like that about him. Kepa's got better at that actually.
Yeah. He's got a great story, Mendy. Really does.
Yeah.
Amazing story. Cross comes in, it's headed straight up and out, and that's a goal kick.
He mistimed that completely.
For Chelsea. Right, let's get back into the Premier League scores. Still no changes. Brentford 0, Crystal Palace 0, Everton 2, Leeds 0. And the other one in the Premier League, Watford, still trailing to Brighton. Let's talk about the games tomorrow. Your team involved, my team involved. West Ham versus Leicester. I can tell you personally, Leicester fans super deflated at the minute after what was a great start to the season on the back of winning the FA Cup. They're kind of very close now to admitting that maybe this isn't Brendan Rodgers' club. Can West Ham take advantage of that? It's a good time to play them.
I think so, yeah. I think we're playing them at the best time. They've been slapped about a little bit of late, haven't they? And I have heard a little bit of sort of rumblings of some toxicity at the King Power. If they go the 1-0 down early there tomorrow to us, it could turn really nasty, because they are talking about, which I find is crazy, because I remember when they won the league, they sacked Ranieri pretty soon after
in October, November,
and I find that pretty crazy.
Just going to have to stop you there, Nikki. There has been another goal at Goodison Park, and it's gone to Everton.
Yay! Well done,
Richarlison in the 78th minute.
Messes my prediction up a bit.
That is a fantastic result. Leeds will be hugely disappointed with this result.
So what's the score there?
3-0 now to Everton at home to Leeds. Everton fans will be buzzing after such a poor performance last week. Frank Lampard looks like he's maybe getting the best out of this Everton team. Certainly in this game anyway. Very early to say it, but certainly in this game he's doing very well. And that's the only update I can give you in terms of
Frank,
scores.
the thing about Frank is that he'll know from his personal experience how to relate to players and what they want to hear, and things like that. So he'll give them motivation to go out and win games. Just how long that will last.
Let's go back to you, Nicky, just on that Leicester game tomorrow. At home as well. Yeah, it's got to be a strong performance this West Ham, because you need the result. Oh, sorry, they've given me the wrong information there.
It's at the King Power, but I think that could work against Leicester because of the results of late. So if we score early, it could get very toxic there. It could be quite painful for Leicester. So I think we're beaten.
What's your prediction on that one?
I think we're beating 2-0.
2-0? Yeah. That would be a huge result for West Ham if it happens. Some other games tomorrow, Newcastle Villa. Really interesting, that game. Newcastle on a high. We all saw the impact that Bruno Guimaraes made when he came on for Newcastle the other day. Looks a real player. But Aston Villa also looking really strong right now. You look at Coutinho, a goal and 2 assists in his last game. He already scored 3 goals for Villa in 4 games.
I saw him on his debut for them, and I just knew the minute he came on, he was going to be decent. Well, anyone can score against United at the minute. It's not exactly hard, is it?
I'll probably have a go.
Yeah.
I reckon Nicky would slot a few in too. What's your prediction for that one? We'll start off with you, Sophie. Newcastle Villa, interesting one at St James's there tomorrow.
Newcastle are so unpredictable. I know they just had a good result and stuff, but they do let goals in. And I actually think it will be a Villa win.
Okay.
Maybe 2-1.
2-1 to Villa. Nicky, what do you reckon?
I think Newcastle will win this one, but I don't think it's going to be as clear cut as it was.
Could you see a little thriller, a mini thriller?
Yeah, I could. This is a game that's fine balance. They're bouncing at the minute, Newcastle. That win last week would give them a lot of confidence. Obviously, the players that have come in, Villa are doing really well as well. They need to keep up the momentum, because if they lose to Villa at home, again, it could knock their confidence and they could find themselves, because football's crazy, isn't it?
Mental game.
It can change so quickly, so they need to win. So I'll back them for a win.
Yeah, I'm going to go with a slim Villa win. I'm going to go with 3-2. I do think there'll be goals at St James's.
Do you think Villa too, though?
Yeah, I actually am going to go with Villa.
I'd love to go with Newcastle because I
party.
actually like them as a team. I just think they're too inconsistent. 1 minute you think they're going to be sort of on the up, and the next they're letting goals in left, right, and centre.
Matisse, what's the score going to be in that one?
I'll go 1-1. I think it will be a draw. Both teams very well matched up. Like you said, Villa a great team and then Newcastle on the up as well. So yeah, I'll go with a draw.
Tottenham Wolves as well, kicking off tomorrow at 2. Again, a must win that for Tottenham. They have to win games
Come
now.
on,
They
Wolves.
really can't be dropping many more points than they already have. I'm going to go with a Tottenham win. A slim one though. I do think Wolves actually beat Tottenham away last season. But I'm going to go with a 2-1 Tottenham win. What do you guys think?
Well, I'm not supporting Tottenham in any way, shape or form. I don't care if you think. So I'm going to go 2-1 Wolves.
2-1
An away
Wolves.
win.
2-1 Wolves, yeah. Thing is, the Premier League is so unpredictable. I've just stopped doing accumulators altogether because it's just pointless.
Gamble responsibly.
It's a
And
gamble
when the fun
responsibly,
stops,
yes,
stop.
100%. But I don't know how responsible you can be because it's just like 1 minute, you know.
Gonna have to stop you there, Sophie.
Whatever,
There's
carry on.
been a
What's
goal
happened?
at Watford. It's gone to Brighton. It's 2-0 now. Webster has scored
Go on, babes.
for Brighton to double their lead at Vicarage Road. Not looking good there for Watford or Roy Hodgson, but that's your latest Premier League update. Still the same score at Brentford, 0-0. Everton 3-0 up at home to Leeds, and no changes in the Championship as well. There was a slight chance there for Chelsea.
Hudson-Odoi, yeah.
It
Just
wasn't
talk to
really.
us.
Kicked it straight at 3 defenders.
Yeah, half chance, but not decisive enough, unfortunately. That's why this game for me will go to the end, because even against Al Hilal, a team that we're superior to, we didn't take our chances, and that's been the story of Chelsea's season. We keep teams in game, even if they take the lead here. You wouldn't bank on Chelsea to go 3-4 and close this game up. So Palmeiras will always be in with a shout, I think.
Well, I know Tuchel wants to win this game, but I don't think the players are as motivated.
They should be, because Chelsea fans
They should be, but
really want it.
it's not realistic. I think they're going to be focusing more on Champions League, Carabao Cup final, you know, things like that. Which is a shame. I completely get it.
What would you take, this or the Carabao? I'd take this over the Carabao, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah, I think this is huge. I really do.
I don't know. Do you know what? I haven't, and I'm not going to lie, I haven't known enough about the Club World Cup to get really properly into it. It's not something I follow every year.
I think it's been going probably like 25 years.
Yeah, but it's
around
not
that
something
time.
I follow every year. And you know, things like that. The Carabao Cup,
You
I've
have
been
to be in
going
it to win it, though. I think you've got more-
a bit
more
like
of
the
an
Europa
interest.
League, though. Until we were in that, I never
Yeah.
really followed it all. Then we were in it, and I was at the final in Amsterdam, and I was proper buzzing for it. And you really want to win.
Typical
I
Chelsea
just
fan.
think the opportunity to say that you're world champions, you don't get that chance often. You may as well take it. I think some of the players I've heard they've sounded quite serious. Mason Christensen before the match, but if they, you know, Chelsea fans, from what I see on social media, they're desperate to win this trophy. Really desperate. After the defeat last time, we'd be ridiculed if we lost this again.
But then against Palmeiras as well. But I think I just think because of who we're against in the final, that's going to make it more their priority. But that's just how we are as fans. I
The
suppose.
last game tomorrow, Burnley at home to Liverpool. A must-win for Liverpool. Really can't afford to be slipping up at this stage after a really positive week. You know, we're still in 4 competitions, and I think if we can get a favour done for us by Norwich today, then this is typical Liverpool. We need to close the gap.
Go on, Mace.
All right, there's a free kick here for Mason Mount. It's
Cross it in,
around
babes.
35 yards. It looks too far out for a shot, so he's going to go for the cross.
That was good maths. What the hell
And
was
it's
that?
a poor one. It is a poor one. Maybe Palmeiras can break
this is
it.
where they're dangerous on the break here. On
There's
counters.
nothing more I hate than a low cross from a
Yeah.
corner,
Honestly,
from a
I
straight
can't
kick.
stand it, me. I
I'm
cannot
like,
stand
guys,
it.
all you've got to do.
It's funny,
up,
right?
up
Because
and over.
Liverpool have
Yeah.
scored the most goals from corners, but when you go to the game, it's the one thing that I have the most frustration about. Is because
It's
it
poor
just
corners.
gets headed out and it doesn't
Yeah, I
beat the
hate
first
that.
man. Trent and Robertson.
I think it's inexcusable.
It is. As a
To not beat the first man.
Yeah, they
Nicky.
practice it for a week.
Fabregas used to be
Brilliant.
brilliant. He used to cost him some very lows.
Did he?
Yeah.
What, from corners?
Yeah.
Did he?
I mean, maybe towards the end though. I don't know.
Maybe he's declining. I do remember
Yeah.
a few assists from corners from him, but Willian was the worst one. Do you remember him for
Yeah.
corners? Now
I
that-
mean, anything annoys, or a short corner's even
Yeah.
more annoying.
Go on.
Go on. Oh,
An offside corner's pretty frustrating to watch as well when they give a little short and it passes it straight back.
Did you see that stat? Not a stat. That it was like a trick question. It was like, what happens if an indirect free kick goes into the opposition's goal? Is it a
indirect penalty? It's a penalty, wasn't it?
Is it a penalty? Is it a corner? Or is it a goal? An own goal?
It's a corner.
So indirect free kick goes into the opposition's
net.
No, well that's a goal. A direct would be
indirect.
Indirect, you have to pass it, isn't it?
If an indirect free kick goes into
what's the punishment? I'm not even
goes into your own. Sorry, if an indirect free kick goes into
your net, it's a corner. If you kick it, I think it was a. I heard one with a penalty.
Right.
Yeah, it's a corner.
But I thought it was a goal, obviously, because it goes into the back of the net, even though it's an own goal. But it's not. It's a corner.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I'd have to see it to visualise it. It never really happens.
I'll tell you, I've never seen it happen.
Do
you remember Villa Birmingham years ago?
The ankle man.
And he threw it.
Yeah, and it went under his foot.
It just went in.
Yeah, but if it didn't touch the studs, it would have been a goal kick.
Really?
Yeah.
It's just so weird. Yeah.
That's fascinating. Chance again here for Chelsea. A good position for the free kick. Mason Mount looking to whip this one in. Maybe slightly. There's been a goal. In the Championship, Bournemouth. Big goal for them. Low in the 86th minute gets an equaliser.
Don't think that's going to be enough, though.
At Bloomfield Road. Might not be enough for them to win the game. But here's Chelsea's free kick. Let's have a look. Mason Mount goes for goal and it's well wide in the end. Maybe tried to give the keeper the eyes there.
You've got to get this top, Sophie. It's literally one of the best tops we've ever had, and it's a training top.
Do you know what?
So nice.
I'm gonna hurt your feelings. I don't like buying the newest shirts. I love buying all the retro ones.
Fair enough.
So
I didn't buy this.
There's a football site you can go on, Score Draw or something, and they do basically like all retro. It's not an ad, but they do all retro shirts. So I've got like a load of them.
Other companies are available, of course.
Other companies as well.
I bought a friend of mine the Champions League, not the last one, but the one before for Christmas last year.
Chelsea.
Yeah.
2012 shirt.
It cost me like £20.
Fair play. Well, there you go.
They've got. I really like the Pride of London set they've got out now. There's one that's white. It's got the big.
Right.
On.
The tracksuits and everything.
I like those. They're new and they look nice.
Easy win for Chelsea, says hi in the comments. Mason Mount so average, says 3 NRIP. Palmeiras to win, says Chandru. Alier, what's your prediction for tomorrow, Alex? I'm going to go for a Liverpool win. I'm going to go with a 3-0 win. Very, very confident, yes. But Burnley are bottom of the league, and we tend to do very well away from home in the Premier League. So I will go for a convincing win for Liverpool. That's what I'm hoping for. We obviously need to close that gap. Right, is this a free kick for Palmeiras in a good position as well for them? Can they whip it in the box? 17 minutes just about to have gone here. Very good position for the free kick. It comes in. It's a good ball, and it's headed out by Christensen. Or Christensen, I should say. Get my pronunciations right. It's back in. And it's a chance for Palmeiras headed in on goal, but Mendy makes light work of it, catches that with no issues whatsoever.
I love Mendy.
Brilliant goalkeeper.
Such a good goalkeeper. Crazy good goalkeeper.
Viva La Raza, AGT, big up as always, bro. I'm not too sure what La Raza means, to be fair.
That's what Eddie Guerrero used to say.
Oh, I'm not really a boxing...
That's wrestling
guy. Yeah, he died though, didn't he?
Yeah, years ago, man.
R.I.P. man. Not rattled, but it's just facts. Mason is one of the most overrated players in the Prem.
That's bollocks.
English media loves to hype these English boys, says FK.
I mean, he was Chelsea's Player of the Year last year, so
total bollocks. Yeah. Can we swear on this show?
Well, you've already done it, so it's too late. Should have asked before.
He's not having he's not having his best season. I think he was better last year, but listen, he's a young player.
When he's not in the team, though, we don't perform as well. I know that.
And he's still young. People need to remember.
A couple of goals to update you guys on. Middlesbrough are making a very, very hard day of it for Wayne Rooney. They're now 4-1 up. Duncan Watmore in the 89th minute, sealing that one. for Borough at the Riverside. Derby not looking in a good position there as the end of the day draws on. Stoke City have also taken the lead very late on against Nottingham Forest. Baker with the penalty in the 88th minute, looking like they're going to take all 3 points at the City ground. Still no goals to update you on in the Premier League, still 0-0. Brentford, could they do with Christian Eriksen playing in this game to show what the fans show the fans what he can do? Everton still 3-0 up. Brighton still 2-0 up away at Watford. Not long to go there at all. Just seeing back that Palmeiras chance there. Came to nothing, obviously. Liverpool and Diaz will tear into Burnley's defence with a 3-0 win, says Jack Burton. Thomas Tuchel not wearing his lucky shoes, says Sid van der Boort.
I didn't even know he had lucky shoes.
Neither did I.
Who has lucky shoes?
Thomas Tuchel. I think they're
Tuchel.
alluding to the ones in the Champions League final, but
Weren't they just trainers? He just wears trainers.
to be fair,
doesn't he?
we're lucky we even have him at the stadium. I'm not sure, I'm not really bothered what shoes he managed to get on
I
the
just
plane.
think he's got beautiful eyes.
Almost didn't even have him here.
Probably only had a carry-on. Didn't
Yeah,
get,
yeah.
Didn't pay the full whack for the old, the 25
Didn't want a check-in bag.
kilo check-in. Yeah, that's it.
Sometimes you don't have to pay for the check-in, you could just bring on a second bag. They just allow you sometimes.
these airlines,
How
they
hot is
try
it
and
over there
charge
at the
you.
minute?
I'm not sure.
It's not too bad, is it?
It wasn't too bad in the
Still
semi-final.
quite a lot, I think, to play football in. but-
Yeah, it can. Sometimes it can be
It's
overstated.
going to be humid though, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's not
maybe
necessarily
so.
the heat. I think it's probably around 25, 26, but it's the humidity, isn't it? Kovacic trying to find Lukaku there. Kovacic hasn't really. I mean, you'll know more than me as Chelsea fans. Has he played this season as much as he did last year?
He's been great this
up,
season.
He picked up an injury, but he's been brilliant this season.
Brilliant.
Yeah, his game's gone to another level. His passing's been much more progressive. He's been getting some good assists.
There was like a little interview they did with him. I think it might have been for Sky. I'm not sure. They don't quote me on that. And they were basically saying he's having the best season so far since being a Chelsea player.
Yeah.
But
I would agree with that. It's just unfortunate he picked up an injury. He missed a decent chunk. But everyone in our team basically picked up an injury at some point, hasn't he? Mason's been out. Lukaku is out a bit.
I mean, since Reece and Ben have been out,
Yeah.
left or right, that's when we've had our.
Yeah.
That's where we've started to go downhill because we finally found like our really good system.
Yeah.
And
then-
it's all started to go to shit. But what can
James
you do?
will be back soon, though. He's back in training.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's good news for us.
Yeah.
Amir saying Tuchel has won the Champions League, Super Cup and maybe Club World Cup, also in the Carabao Cup final. Still have the FA Cup and the Champions League. So lucky to have Tuchel at Chelsea.
He's made every single cup final available to him. FA Cup final, we lost to Leicester, but he's made every final available in every cup. So yeah, he's been brilliant the first 12 months.
He seems sort of like an authoritative manager, but also very approachable. So if you
Yeah.
have an issue, you can get that's just the vibe that I get off of him.
Transfer for Chelsea.
I think he's the perfect
full
balance,
time at Vicarage Road. Watford have lost 2-0 at home to Brighton. The goals there from Webster and Neil Maupay. Great timing of the goals as well. Late in the first half and late in the second half. Kills off Watford's hopes of any joy today. The game's still going on at Goodison. Everton 3, Leeds 0. That'll probably finish like that.
Yeah.
A great result there for Everton. Nottingham Forest have just scored to equalise at home to Stoke City. Yates in the 92nd minute for Forest. That's a big draw for them. And the games are slowly finishing off here in the Championship and the Premier League as well. It doesn't look like Crystal Palace are going to get something late on at Brentford. Boring game, that one, Nicky.
Yeah, terrible game.
Yeah.
It's a shame. I thought
Apparently there was a VAR penalty shout in the 91st minute. Zaha went down under a little nudge from Henry, but the referee waves away the
What a
penalty
surprise.
appeals, much to the frustration of Zaha and Palace. It did go to VAR and it said no penalty. Zaha definitely not happy with that one in the 91st minute.
Is Zaha ever happy? I've never seen him happy.
Listen, he gets kicked, he gets targeted a lot because he's that kind of player. I think any player who gets that many fouls given against them is also probably going to dive in a couple of instances as well.
Amazing.
And I know that shout has been targeted at Zaha in the past. But yeah, it looks like Everton are claiming a huge win there at home to Leeds. 3-0, great
is a
job
massive
done.
win for
That's
them.
a clean sheet as well,
Yeah,
Nicky.
it's good. Very
When was the
good.
last time Everton kept a clean sheet?
I can't remember. Honestly, I can't remember.
It's been a while, I
Yeah.
tell you. It's been a long time. Palmeiras fans really giving it bifters here in Abu Dhabi. Look at that.
Brentford's finished.
Brentford finished at home, 0-0. Crystal Palace. That's a decent point there for Brentford. Maybe 2 points drop there for Crystal Palace instead.
Well, they're looking increasingly like they're going to win. I think that's their final now in Watford's coughing.
Yeah, I think they're going down now.
I think that's very tough for them
Palmeiras. Right. Striker does well. Wish I could tell you what his name was, but
I think that might be
too sure.
I'm not sure. I think that's Dudu. That's Dudu. That's the key guy to watch out for.
It's brilliant. Oh, that's his name.
Yeah,
okay.
It's that's the guy to watch out for.
Big goal in a championship.
Massive goal. Thank you, Nicky, for letting me know. Big goal for Bournemouth. They've won it. It looks like in the 95th minute. They've turned it around. They scored an equaliser in the 86th minute. Fast forward 9 minutes on, and they've only gone and scored what looks to be a winner for Bournemouth, which will take them up the championship table. Obviously, they're chasing Fulham, and they're staying well in the race. That's going to keep them in second place, Nicky.
Yeah. Looking quite good for Bournemouth this season.
Yeah, interesting no goals there for Solanke, but doesn't matter. That is a 2-1 win, looks like, for Bournemouth. Let's go back to the Middle East. I know I said the Far East earlier on. This isn't the Far East, it's the Middle East. Thanks for letting me know in the comments, you guys. Obviously, always keeping us up to date with any mistakes that do happen on the show. 25 minutes in, Sophie. How can you sum up this one for us so far?
We've got most of the possession, but don't really. I think the best chance of the game was that one we just saw from Dudu. Is that his name? Yeah. So we don't look as up for it as they do, but then you never know. No. See, I don't think we're displaying our best football.
But they won't allow us to. They really won't. They're not an easy team to play against. They're gonna make it a difficult game. Liken them to maybe Europeans' version of Atletico Madrid. That's how I would say in terms of Brazilian football. To get to this competition, they weren't great in the final against Flamengo, but they still managed to make it through. So it's gonna have to be a shithousery performance from us to win this game.
Interesting. Everton has finished. They've beaten Leeds 3-0. Frank Lampard will be absolutely over the moon with that.
Who scored the goals in that game?
Seamus Coleman on 10 minutes. Michael Keane, the much maligned centre-back for Everton, 23 minutes in. I think he scored a header from a corner, it looked like that before our stream broke. And then Gordon on the 78th minute. A massive goal that for Everton to really ensure that they take home these 3 points. What does this mean for Leeds now, Nicky? Because again, so many plaudits for them last season. This season it just hasn't clicked. Chance here for Chelsea. Havertz goes for goal. It's wide. Nicky, back to you.
I'm not a massive Bielsa fan. I've never been convinced by him. I think they've got one way of playing, and that is it. I've seen him get slapped around 5-1 by Manchester United, and then there's been articles saying that he's meticulous. I can't see how that's possible. I think there's been too much media hype over Bielsa, and I think they could be in trouble.
He's very stubborn, isn't he? He doesn't change his ways at all.
Doesn't change his ways. He goes at you 100 miles an hour. They've been worked out very quickly. I mean, they did beat us at the London Stadium, but
it's end-to-end football, isn't it? And it's all the time. It's not sustainable.
100 miles. It's exciting for the neutral, but I'm not convinced by him. I've never been convinced by him. I wouldn't want that sort of style of football at my club.
I think in especially this season where you're seeing loads of cases, and it's not sustainable to be
like
that. You need to have another plan. Like you said, you shouldn't be going to Man United and trying to be expansive.
He's through, could be through. Chance for Palmeiras.
Get there. Oh my god.
Oh, he's been muscled off. Big chance. It's Dudu.
And
it's wide.
It's a corner though.
He slipped over, and it is wide. I'm not even too sure it got. I don't think that got a deflection.
I think it did.
This is what Palmeiras want. They want Chelsea to come onto them.
No, straight off. Okay. Straight off from Dudu. Was off balance there.
That was Dudu.
That was Dudu, that's certain. Thank you, Nicky. Very good. Great timing on that one. Right, it's time to reveal our predictions, guys, that we made at the start of the show.
Terrible.
Let's have a look. I can't even remember what mine were.
Do I need to give you this?
Yeah, that's Laurie's one.
Shall I hold it up?
Yeah.
You tell me when.
You go first, and then we'll start off with you and work this way. So turn it over. Laurie went for a Brentford 1, Crystal Palace 2 scoreline. Wrong. Everton 2, Leeds 0. We have to give him that because he's got at least the result right.
Norwich
we
was
weren't.
I
We
thought
weren't
you said it was
actually.
3-0.
Yeah, Norwich was
No,
on.
but you get 1 point if you correctly guess that they win, and Everton have won
Oh,
3-0.
okay.
So we'll give him that. Very close, to be fair. It was a 3-0 win, and Watford 2, Brighton 2. 2 goals for Brighton, no goals for Watford, and he reckons City to win 3-1. So we'll give him 1 out of 3. Nicky, let's see what you've done.
I had Watford 1, Palace 3. Watford 1, Brighton 3.
So we'll give you that because Brighton won.
Yeah, but I had Brentford to pick Palace, which they didn't.
Can't give you that.
And I also had
Ooh.
Leeds to beat Everton.
Can't give you that one either.
Nah,
1
so I
out
got a
of
point.
3 for you. So
Yeah.
a draw so far. My handwriting is absolutely atrocious because I was just, scribbling it all down. Watford 2-1 up. I went for against Brighton. That was wrong. They lost. Brentford 1, Crystal Palace 3. I went for. That was wrong. And Everton 2, Leeds 2. Also wrong. 0 out of 3 for me. Matisse, did you do any better?
I think I may have won here. Watford 1, Brighton 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll give you that.
And obviously Everton 2, Leeds 1.
That's
Yep.
2.
And then I had Palace to win 2-0, which they obviously
You got 2
failed
points,
to
mate.
do. So
Yeah.
Points, Matisse.
it was a good win. Thank you.
The prediction prince, he's smiling now, but he might not be if this game doesn't go the way he wants it to go. We're going to quickly show you a clip from Round Table Talk about Chelsea and finals. They like to be in finals. They're in one now. Let's see that clip.
On any given day with the players that we've got, if they turn up and play
Ronaldo.
how we think they can.
Bruno Fernandes.
Cavani,
Cavani.
Pogba.
Yeah, but I feel like the structure is
Sancho.
more important than the names. Like when Tuchel first came, instantly introduced back 3 system straight away first game. That gave us that foundation instantly of this is what the team we're going to be. We're going to work towards this now. And it was no surprise as that season was going on. Not only did we have that surprise tactical factor because teams at the time was, coaching against a different Chelsea team under Lampard compared to Tuchel, but all the players felt comfortable knowing this is my role, this is my position. And when that foundation's there, you can only build from that. And I think with Tuchel, he knew defence is key. You've got great defenders. This is a team that can run, that can work hard. You look at the pressing numbers every season. We're one of the highest in Europe all the time. It's the foundation.
United have got certain big-time match-winning players like Cristiano Ronaldo. He didn't turn up at Man United to just pick. We're back. The black Alex is in the building, you know what I mean? No, but Alex has gone for a break and I'm in the building. Well done to Alex, by the way, and you guys. It's been a brilliant show. I've been watching it. Matisse, man. Love the knowledge.
Matisse is very
You
knowledgeable.
ain't got no knowledge, Nikki. But no,
don't be
you've been brilliant,
horrible.
Nikki. And of course, the beautiful Sophie Rose has joined the
I
building
just bring
as well.
nice hair.
Loving that. And of course, you guys have been catching up on all the games that have been happening today. And we are doing a watch along for the Chelsea versus Palmeiras game. And at the moment, it's still 0-0. Chelsea, they're up against it, man. The Palmeiras started playing well, haven't they?
What's Mason coming off for? Has he hurt himself?
He seems quite sad there. It definitely is a knock,
He's
I
coming
think.
off. Mason Mount coming off. He's been substituted. It's got to be an injury then.
He got a knock early on. I remember.
Oh God, we don't need that in our life.
He had a knock last week, and I think he just about recovered for the Club World Cup. So maybe that's an extra niggle there. he's
Pulisic
picked
is
up.
on. Palmeiras are playing well. I'll tell you what. You lot ain't going to like me for this, yeah?
I know what you're gonna
Palmeiras
say.
fans, there's more of them there than Chelsea fans.
There is.
What's going on?
It doesn't surprise me though,
Hey,
because
Nikki.
it's the biggest game of the year.
What do you mean it's not surprising you?
I knew that-
Where's all your fans?
Well, I don't really get what's happened because I tried to get a ticket for it and they'd all sold out. So
Yeah.
I don't know what's happened
I'm
there.
not sure how the ticket allocation was done, but
Yeah.
in South America, this is like this is the World Cup. This is exactly as it states. This is the opportunity
Where
to come
is
up
it?
against the European teams. It's in Abu Dhabi,
Yeah.
so they will travel. In
And I
their
mean, you
numbers
can't
from
ask for a
Brazil.
better trip than that, innit?
It's
Going to
brilliant
Abu
trip for them,
Dhabi
yeah. Brilliant,
to watch a
so-
game of football. I mean, that'd be my
Taken
dream.
over the whole country.
But it's been, the Palmeiras is, the support they've got is absolutely, but loads of Chelsea fans there as well. And the thing is about this, I heard Laurie saying earlier about how some people are kind of disrespect this trophy, and he was right. Why disrespect this? This is a big game.
Yeah.
Palmeiras anyway with a corner. Can they do anything from this? The Palmeiras have kind of really grown into this game.
Don't come in all guns blazing with your Palmeiras.
Here it comes, here's the corner. Oh, is there a penalty in there?
Shut
No.
up, Robbie. What are you talking about?
Robbie's in the building Trust me. And I'm gonna listen. Someone's got to represent in Palmeiras, isn't it? Me and Nicky, innit?
Yeah.
Well, there's representing, and then there's just talking shit.
You supporting Chelsea?
Yeah, I always support the English clubs in there.
See, there you go.
Oh, sorry, man. do you be real? You support the English clubs?
Yeah, except Tottenham.
I'm like
I
that.
was about to say.
Tottenham, except Tottenham, I would do the same.
So if Arsenal was playing this final against Palmeiras,
Lukaku.
A bit of a heavy touch there by Lukaku.
I like the way we all could just agree on Tottenham.
No, let me ask this. No, let me ask this, right?
United fans like Tottenham, though.
If Arsenal were playing this final against Palmeiras, World Cup trophy, you're saying, Sophie, you'd support Arsenal?
No, but if it was the Champions League, and you were playing Barcelona or Real Madrid, I know it's an unpopular opinion, but I would support the English team.
If Arsenal are playing Barcelona,
apart from Tottenham,
Barcelona or Real Madrid in the Champions League final, you want Arsenal to win?
I want Arsenal to lose. Come on.
Well, then that's exactly. So what are you lot on me for then?
Come on now.
I said the opposite.
We're the only team in London with the European Cup.
Exactly. That's exactly.
I want to keep singing that.
Yeah, because you never hear the end of it.
I want to keep singing that. I have to keep singing that. I'm not cheering on Arsenal.
Listen,
Go on, just
Chelsea.
shoot, babe.
Well, there's a good chance here for Chelsea.
No, fiddling around with it all the
Palmeiras
time.
are a team that
you
are
know
known.
you know who doesn't fiddle around with it? Ziyech. Have you seen his free kicks lately? No, they weren't even free kicks. They were just shots. Did you see those?
The long shot versus Tottenham.
What did you think about that?
They were good.
Yeah, very good.
So good he's on the subs bench tonight, isn't it?
Well, I don't know what's happened
You
there.
just made a substitution, Mason Mount. Why don't you bring him on?
That's a good question.
Well, I don't really know.
I'm not gonna lie, Sophie. You put yourself in a bad position.
That great he's on the subs bench, and you made a substitution. You didn't bring him on. There's a chance there.
Wasn't he offside though, Lukaku?
Didn't seem to judge that right. Yeah. Bigging up everybody in the chat, all the Chelsea fans are reminding me, look at it, this is why I won't support Chelsea. This guy here, champions of Europe, now I know why you support Loserpool. He's on about, that was to Alex. Right,
Go on,
there's a chance, Chelsea coming forward again.
Go on.
This is a chance.
Fucking hell,
that could have creeped in.
God's sake.
Lukaku didn't seem to know what was happening. Havertz there. With a chance.
No, but darling, it annoys me because he's saying we're playing in different system. All we've done since that interview is try to revolve the game around him, cross it in the box to him, do everything possible to give him a goal, and it isn't happening. He just seems a little bit mentally off.
Palmeiras coming forward again, though. It's quite an exciting game so far. By the way, I saw all your boards for the game. You all got it hopelessly wrong. I actually.
I did
all right. 2 wins.
You did all right. Yeah.
I did all right.
Ooh.
I'll take it.
I had Everton winning as well.
Yeah.
I thought they'd, being at home, Lampard. I thought they'd win that game. They did. That's a great result. Like you guys were saying, 3-0 at home for Everton. They really needed that.
Yeah, they did.
Really, like you said, they're getting a bit sucked in. And I agree with kind of like what you guys were saying about Leeds. They are one of those teams, aren't they, that. Yeah. It depends what week you catch them on.
They won't stop you from scoring goals, will they, Leeds?
No,
they'll
they're
never
wide
shut
open.
up shop or try and take.
But then I guess we do have to say, in the case of Leeds, they are missing a lot of players. You know what I mean? They're missing a lot of star players like Bamford, etc.
I'll give them a bit of respect as well, Leeds, because when we played them, they beat us. They played us with a sort of a second string side.
Yeah, they were brilliant against you guys.
But they never called off for COVID at all.
No.
Everyone was sort of calling off for COVID, and they never done it at all. They just said, well, we've got to go out with what we got. So a bit of respect for that.
Well, this is a really good game. 35 minutes
like
gone.
they're sweating.
They're sweating out there in Abu Dhabi in that heat.
They're probably thinking England's too cold now. They're like, I really want to go back to England and play.
My son had a football game today up in Wolverhampton. I've never been so cold in my life.
Oh, that's where my dad lives. It's proper cold up there.
It was a gale force wind. They played a team that they beat like 5-0 about a month ago.
Yeah.
And it was a 1-1 draw. And the team, their coach was saying to him, and I don't blame him, when they were kicking downhill, he was saying to the team, he's going, just kick it long, it can go in. And it nearly did a lot of times. The wind was just taking it. It was unbelievable. Anyway, here's a free kick, Pulisic.
I'll tell you where's colder though than Wolverhampton. Back in the day, I used to go up to Ewood Park. Have you been there?
I've been to Ewood Park.
And I swear to God, I would go in Ugg boots and socks, and by the end, I couldn't even feel my feet. I'd be so cold up there.
Stoke used to be cold. They say it's high up. It's a high up stadium. That was always cold.
They do great food at that stadium, though. It's like £4 for a hot dog.
Is it? It's Stoke.
That's brilliant. Oh, it's great food there. Yeah.
I don't know. They didn't like Arsenal fans, man. I was scared they might poison it.
But no, my little brother Dylan plays football, and he's like, yeah, come to watch football. And I'm like, Dad, it's Wolverhampton, and it's like -2 degrees.
Oh man, I'll tell you,
freezing
it
my
was
tits
so,
off.
I was so
No, thank
cold.
you.
And driving up there, the sun was out and everything. I thought, it's going to be all right. And when we got out there, man, bloody
You know what you need to get,
hell.
and it's a game changer. I tell you, those salt heaters, you just click them, and you just keep one in your
Pockets, yeah.
in your pocket, and it is a game
Salt
changer.
heaters?
Salt heater, you just click it, and basically the whole thing just heats up. It's like,
Okay.
it's like an ice pack. Just the. You get ones for your thing as well.
I was
It's
gonna
a game
I used to
changer.
have one that you can reactivate if you boil it.
These reactivate as
See,
well.
we're
You
all
just
in
wanna wait
there.
them.
Oh, and well dealt with there. That was a.
Gone,
he's
babe,
actually
so-
given a free kick. I don't know why, because the keeper punched it out, the Palmeiras keeper. But that was great delivery there by Chelsea, but dealt with. There's a lady when my son goes up to Leicester, and she's got a heated body warmer.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't know they exist.
So it's like a body warmer, and it's got like the panels in it.
Well, what the hell?
Are heated, and you can recharge
Well, can
it.
you let me know where she gets those from then?
Yeah, and then there's rechargeable gloves as well.
Oh, really?
Right? Yeah.
Oh.
There's no foul there at all.
Yeah, what's
What's there
foul
a
against
foul
us, if
for?
anything?
There's no foul there at all.
I don't know what that's
Look,
a
he
foul
didn't
for.
even touch him.
I'll tell you what, it looks
it's
alright.
very
out there, man.
soft on the goalkeeper there, but they always will protect the goalkeeper.
Shrev says Mickey Mount got subbed. Mickey Mount got subbed.
Do you know what you're
as he's
laughing
hurt.
about?
Someone
You were meant to
pulled-
play us this weekend.
He said, hey, I know. Someone
game
pulled on his
postponed.
ponytail. Chelsea
got
clearly missed
ponytail.
their legend Giroud, he says. And he says, Lukaku, he goes, he's turned out to be useless. They should sell him.
Well, he dug his own grave with the interview he did. Put too much pressure on himself.
You forgiven him yet?
I don't really. I just think they all talk a load of rubbish. That's the polite way of saying it. I don't think you ever forgive something like that because it's just disrespectful to everybody that's just invested in you. But as long as, like he said, he's got to show it. Like Tuchel said, he's got to show it on the pitch and communicate with the manager and things like that. And he's not showing. He's not
Do you
showing
think he
it
could
at the
have a
minute.
little bit of resentment from the first time he was there?
I don't.
Maybe, but I think that was in the Mourinho era, wasn't it?
That was Mourinho, yeah, not
Still
trusting
same
him.
owners. Still
Yeah.
It was basically, I am who I am. I should be playing every game, and unfortunately, you have to show that.
Do you know what I think
I
a lot of
agree.
it was, right? I think a lot of it was he was trying to suck up to the Inter Milan fans because he went there to do an interview and he just said
feeling guilty.
a lot of things were because some of the things he said are so
his
ridiculous.
heart isn't in Inter Milan because if your heart is somewhere,
No, I don't think
you
his
take
heart-
a pay cut.
Yeah.
You prefer to
Oh,
be
here
there,
comes
maybe.
Chance. What was he? Why shoot from there?
Ronnie, yeah.
Ronnie, I thought that said pony on the back. I mean, what
That
was
was
that?
pony.
The thing is with Lukaku is he's always searching for love outside of where he actually is. When he first joined Chelsea, he did the interview, did all the PR. We had a whole week of talking from Lukaku, and everybody was loving him, chanting his name. And then he goes to try and get Inter Milan's love back, and in turn he loses Chelsea's
But
love.
you can do that. What do you need? What do you need to start saying? Oh,
But now neither fan base like him because Inter Milan fans still don't care.
Yeah, the Inter Milan fans were like, the Inter Milan fans were like,
his
well,
whole
you left.
interview was very. I think your message and the way you communicate is key.
Oh, this is a good ball. I'll tell you what, Palmeiras are really
They're a
having
good
a
team.
go.
They're a good team. That's like, come on, man. That's like.
Palmeiras are really
But
having
no,
a go.
but what he did is Lukaku. He said, "Oh, my heart isn't into." It's not because the only reason you didn't stay there is because they couldn't meet your wage demands. So you might prefer to play there, but your heart isn't there. It's two completely different things.
No, she's just
and then
trying
to go and bash Chelsea fans and everybody else, you don't even need to go into what we're doing here. You can just say you love Inter Milan if you want.
Yeah,
What do you need to talk about us for?
I think he was trying to suck up to the Inter Milan fans and.
This is
You know,
why they have media. You know,
Yeah.
this is why they have media and they have social.
I don't know
further
who in
questions.
his team allowed that to go out. Basically,
Yeah,
you know.
when you try and do the.
He did that with Sky as well in Italy.
He set up the interview himself, didn't he?
Jeez. What's wrong with these footballers? I don't know what's going. I don't know.
Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started
Oh,
lately.
you have got a cat, haven't you?
No, I have. I
Oh, you
have
don't
2
have a cat?
dogs.
Oh, 2 dogs. Okay.
Hold on, no. It's
right.
animals and children which bother me.
Keep them away from footballers.
That's just. Well, it's actually it's not even that. It's the bigger debate is there's something within them that thinks I can do whatever I want,
God
whether
complex.
whether that be hurting somebody or paying somebody or whatever
But
it
you
is.
know what, Sophie? I'd say on this whole stuff that's blown up this week, and there's been a few things with footballers over the past few weeks, right? And I kind of feel a little bit sorry for footballers as a whole because we're talking about a couple of people, yeah.
Well, they're the
And
ones that get caught,
there's a
though.
chance. There's a chance there for Chelsea.
Quicker feet.
But balls away because there's so many footballers
that are good.
That do so much good
Sadio
things.
Mane, we were speaking about it
You
previously.
guys were speaking about Sadio Mane earlier. I heard you guys, right?
In any sector, there's always going to be
but we never hear about that
group
stuff.
of people that mess
We're
up.
not going to hear about that stuff. We're not going to hear about the great stuff that guys like Juan Mata.
It doesn't sell papers.
It
doesn't go
So that's why I feel a bit sorry for him,
know.
because then when Zouma goes and does something as stupid as that, everybody says footballers. But
No,
it's
do you
not
know
all
what?
footballers.
Do you know what? I actually think that more blew up, even more so because Moyes then decided to play him. That's
I couldn't
basically
believe that.
that's
I couldn't
basically
believe
saying you can do whatever you want, whatever it is, whether it's racism, whether it's hurting an animal, whether it's sexual assault, whatever it is. You can do whatever you want, and I'm still going to play you tomorrow. The fine to him, I'm sorry, to Zouma, that ain't going to be anything.
But
that was the most ridiculous. That is so insulting to everyone anywhere.
I agree with you. I mean, I put a video out on our channel saying he should be banned. If it was down to me, I'd ban him for the rest of the season because I just don't like things like that. We're an animal lover. But some of the pretentious nonsense that's gone on from some people in the media and some of the things they've said about him and David Moyes. Those in glass houses, Robbie, some of them have been themselves involved in a lot of controversial incidents, and they've been played and they've played football since.
What was the chance there for Palmeiras? They're in. And again, they are shocking in front of goal, the Brazilians at the moment.
That.
2 chances they've had now where they've sort of been in behind Chelsea and they've failed to take the chance.
They're all about transitions and counter-attacking this team. So
all about counter-attacking.
But when you talk about the sort of the banning of him, I didn't want to see him playing, but he did play, and that was Moyes' decision. It's not down to Moyes to, morals outweigh ethics, if that makes sense.
Omar here says West Ham showed no class by playing Zouma against Watford.
I don't even.
And he will be playing tomorrow. He's going to be selected
Who are
tomorrow.
our owners? They have got no class. They could have dealt with it internally, but the FA can still step in, or they could have stepped in.
They don't normally, though. I think, and it's
They did find him, though. They have fined him in effect.
West Ham have.
In effect, £250,000.
Yeah,
there's nothing to it. But by the time you get to that, it doesn't.
No, but Sophie, you can say that that's not a lot, but that's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money, but not to somebody who's already earning X amount a year. I'm telling you now, he wouldn't care about that. He'll be more thinking, oh great, it's great that I still get to play.
He's lost his Adidas deal.
And he's lost his Adidas deal.
The point of this is it's bigger than, it's not hurting an animal. When it comes to people think, oh, it's just a cat. It's not really that. It's any time you do something to somebody or something that is defenceless, that can never have a voice, it becomes a very personal issue. That's the core of it. And what David Moyes did there by playing him, I think a lot of the West Ham fans wouldn't have been happy with that. I think he didn't even take it into account. It was that same day.
But I'm just asking you, Sophie, what would you have seen as what would you see as an appropriate punishment?
I think
for
in
what he's
anything
done?
now with that, because I take it seriously, having grown up with animals, and I think anything like that. If it was me, if you really want my honest opinion, it would be not just him, it would be Kurt Zouma, it would be Mason Greenwood, it would be Benjamin Mendy, it would be whoever does that sort of behaviour that's illegal. Because all we're really asking is that you don't abuse animals, that you don't rape people, you allegedly don't hurt animals, that you allegedly don't break the law, do anything sexual assault wise. There's not really a lot they're asking you to do other than just be a good person,
But I think the other two.
I'd fire
I think
them
the
all.
other two in a completely different
category.
category. And I think those other two, they will be dealt with. By the courts, right? But in the Zouma case,
if it was me, and it was my club, I would never ever have him playing for my club again. That is how strongly I feel about stuff like that.
What about
you're asking football to have morals. I mean this with the greatest respect, and I'm not comparing the two, and I'm not condoning Kurt Zouma.
He could have been working for a recruitment company and still would have done the same thing.
But I agree with you, Sophie. I mean, my feelings are the same.
But would a recruitment company have fired him for doing that?
I think so.
There's a chance there. Just wide there. Great shot there by Thiago Silva of all people.
I agree.
But when football start to take themselves a bit more seriously, they find Zouma more money than they find countries for being racist.
This is the point I was about to make.
But people are trying to compare.
But
I mean, a lot of people on social media are thinking, oh, kicks a cat, so it's not as big a deal as racism. I think they're both as equally as horrific.
Yeah,
I think it's all equally horrific. And I think a lot of the problem with racism is, especially when you talk about players doing it to other players, is the other players around them don't start saying, well, I'm not going to play with him. They're happy to get on the pitch the next day and play with them. So it's just as much the players' fault.
Liverpool wore T-shirts supporting Luis Suarez.
This is the point I was going to make. make is,
You know,
I think
it's-
Adidas have put themselves in a
It's just
position where,
madness.
But do you think-
after getting rid of him, they now set a precedent going forward. When they deal with racism, homophobia, all these things, they have to be
They
just
have to do the
as
same
they
sort of
have
thing.
to.
Yeah.
They literally have to do exactly the same
And
thing.
I think that's fair though. Why are we in this day and age still having to deal with problems with players abusing other players in a racist way, or fans or whatever? Because I think with fans, they're doing quite well at giving bans, unless you're talking about sort of like Eastern Europe countries.
What about you, Nikki? What would you? You're a West Ham fan, right? What do you think the appropriate punishment should be?
The club should have suspended him, and they should have suspended him sort of for the foreseeable until it sort of died down a little bit, I guess. I wouldn't have played him the other night. I said he should be back. If it was down to me, I'd have banned him for the rest of the season. My household, we're big pet lovers, we're animal lovers. But what I can't get behind, Robbie, is some of the pretentious stuff that some of the people on social media.
Is Chelsea coming forward here? Let's just see this attack.
And in the
corner
media,
to Chelsea. Sorry,
have put on him. It seems a bit like a witch hunt. SeaWorld, SeaWorld, the cruelty to animals there. Kissimmee sponsored West Ham, and they've pulled out because of it. They support SeaWorld.
That's mad.
It's mental,
That's
you know,
mad.
and it's sometimes it's just
a lot of hypocrisy.
Yeah, hypocrisy is the one.
Well, I think the Vitality sponsorship that was lost wasn't because of what he did, it's because David Moyes played
Played
him.
it.
That's where that went
Here's
wrong.
the corner that's coming from Chelsea and headed wide there by Rudiger. What about you, Matisse? What do you think the appropriate punishment should be?
I think to play the same day was silly, because all you're doing is just fueling the fire. For me, obviously the RSPCA get involved, they take the animal away. That's the first thing. You know, you're always looking at the victim and how they're dealt with it first of all.
Didn't Moyes compare
By the way,
it
it's
to
just
drink driving
let
or
me just say it's
something?
half time in the game. 0-0. It's been a great half so far. Really attacking half. We're going to come back to it because I am liking this debate, and I'm seeing loads of people in the chat getting involved. So let's before I get some of their comments.
I think the RSPCA take the cat away, which is the first thing you always look at.
Both? Both cats?
Yeah, both cat. Well, 2 cats. Yeah, and then he's fined. And I think the fine for me is for me the fine makes sense. 2 weeks' wages. That's West Ham's fine. Sometimes the FA that will fine, and that will obviously be a bigger fine. But the West Ham have decided to go 2 weeks' wages. He misses that game, and then I think after that, I think it's fine. I think for me, it was a 1 day to 2 day story. I don't, in terms of the news cycle, I don't think it should have been dragged on for as long as it has been.
I think that's because of the way it's been dealt with, though. It's why it's dragged on so long.
Maybe so.
It's not.
Did Moyes compare it to drink driving or something? Or did I read that wrong? Somebody did.
My personal thing, Sophie, is I think, like you said, first of all, the RSPCA have got to do what they've got to do, right?
Yeah. Which
is they've done the right thing. He shouldn't have no more pets, right? To me, the fact that was filmed and like it was nothing,
his brother put it up on
that makes
Snapchat.
me think that it could not be that might happen before.
Well,
you know what I mean?
he said it is beginning, which basically means it is beginning. He's seen it before.
Yeah, so to me, that you can't trust him around pets, right? Simple as that. But I think I was at my son's football training the other night, and when one of the parents said to me, "Yeah, Zouma's starting," I honestly thought he was joking. I was like, "Don't be stupid. He can't be." He's going, "No, he is." I got no chance. And I thought that was so insensitive of West Ham. I think to say though that he should be. I heard people saying being banned for life. I think that's too harsh.
That's too far for me.
Because there have been footballers that have even killed people. There have been footballers
One
that
who's
have
playing
done
today.
very, very serious things, right? And they've been given a second chance. So I look on it and say, I don't. To be fair, I don't.
If you
know,
kicked a child across the
I
floor, I
don't
bet it'd be a different
exactly
situation. Just because it's an animal.
No, but there's been footballers who've gone out there that kicked people and punched people. And
I don't agree with any of it.
So I don't know.
Jamie O'Hara is a classic
punched a 14-year-old kid in the
Exactly.
face.
So this is
why he was playing football.
So I just think, maybe I think there should be some sort of ban. He should have been taken out, and there should be some sort, even if it's a month out, where he doesn't play football. You get the big fine, then the RSPCA, and because I'm sure they're going to prosecute in this case, and then they deal with it that way. But to just let him play straight away just doesn't quite See,
this is
right,
what-
I don't think he should lose his livelihood.
But you're asking the owners of West Ham to have class. They have no class. It's not David Moyes' job to punish him. That's the club. The club could have gone to him.
True.
The club could have gone to him and said to him, he's not
but
available.
But David Moyes must have a bit of input into it.
He could have.
He's not an idiot. He could have just said, not today.
David Moyes' job is to win football games.
Yeah.
That's his job.
Let's get a couple of comments, because I have to say, I've been quite surprised by
just a final point. I think that for me, what the big issue is that yes, he should 100% be facing some consequences. But if you look at the outrage that we've got in these 5 days over what we get with racism, what we get when a 14-year-old gets kicked, like you just said, there isn't the same outrage, there isn't the consistency. So if you're going to do all of this with Zouma, we have to set a precedent going forward with every single incident.
I think animal lovers are a lot more outspoken than a lot of other people. So animal lovers will probably go for you because they know how important it is.
But
I think
people
everybody,
are very outspoken on racism.
Well, you think so, but then everybody starts being pally with the people that do it. I mean,
then that's when some of the people who said things like Mikel Antonio's like, I think he's sort of.
That's players as well.
I think he's sort of
Don't
saying
play
like,
with
well, do people really care? Are they valuing a cat over, you know? I don't know. So EM, by the way, so let's just get a couple of chats here. First of all, what David Moyes actually said was the decision to start Kurt Zouma in Tuesday's game. David Moyes' quotes was, "He's one of our better players.
He's an idiot.
But it's ongoing and the club are dealing with it.
He's a twat.
So this is a separate matter."
I think he's talking
I was a bit
shit.
surprised by that, but like you said, he's saying there the club are dealing with it. So he's just a manager, I guess, and he's playing the best team to win the game, but it still didn't seem right.
I think if it was a different manager who actually had a lot of pets at home or something, I don't reckon he would have been in that game.
I think if he wasn't a £30 million lesser player in that team,
I used to love Kurt Zouma. I used to love Kurt Zouma at Chelsea.
We know what these football clubs are like. EM says, not condoning Zouma, but Sophie, drink driving is worse. You have the potential to kill another human being, as evident by the car fatality.
It's all just as bad. It's all just as bad. But Kurt Zouma wasn't pissed. He wasn't drunk when he was doing this. He was actively doing it, and probably not for the first time. The isolated incident statement he put out, I think, is a load of bullshit. This is what I said earlier. People believe people's words over their actions now, even if it's right in front of you. Sometimes somebody can say something and you think, oh, okay. Bollocks.
Sunderland played Adam Johnson while he was under investigation.
It's just madness. I just don't know what's wrong with everyone. Honestly, if it's any other job, it's also a bit offensive to us, because if any of us were to do it normally in our day-to-day lives, any of this sort of stuff,
we get sacked though? Will we be sacked from our job?
If we accused some of the things that have gone on lately,
I'm saying if we were like, I used to work as a surveyor before I started doing AFTV. If I was working as a surveyor and that video emerged, would they have grounds to sack me?
Yeah.
Or would they wait on the prosecution, wait on what the RSPCA do, and then decide then? I'm not sure.
Well, I
really don't know. I'm just putting it out there.
I think if there's enough,
would you get sacked in your ordinary job for doing that?
I think if there's enough evidence, then yes, you would. I think they would. I think, social
because if you
media.
went out on the road and you out on the weekend, you punt someone, knock them out, that's not taking it seriously. You got done, you got prosecuted for it. Would you lose your job?
Yeah.
Not necessarily.
Well,
depends where you do it.
It's not always taken so seriously.
I think if you went to prison, you'd lose your job.
Yeah.
I think if you don't go to prison, your job might say to you, well, listen, this can't happen again. I'm not sure if you lose it.
Well, if it's recorded and you can see it in front of your eyes that somebody's done something terrible, then that's a different story. If it's an ongoing investigation, you don't know what's happened. It's different.
You see people during, the racism protests in London, sort of coming up against, some of the protesters and spouting a load of nonsense, got caught on social media and they got sacked.
Yeah, that's true. You are right.
If it gets caught on camera, which it has been caught on camera, the problem is with football, and I don't mean this as I'm not trying to make excuses for him. I would have suspended him for the rest of the season. I don't care how good he is. If a defenceless animal can't, protect itself, and in
front of his kid.
In front of his kid, he wasn't just chasing. He wasn't just kicking it. He actively chased it around the house.
It was appalling. I couldn't believe it when I saw it.
I can't watch it. I woke up looking. I don't even
have animals. I could not believe what I was watching.
It was an appalling act.
It really was.
Football is a little bit different because it's an investment to them. and they're losing out on the investment.
I do think in terms of the racism stuff, I think if footballers want to sort of like what Antonio said, for instance, it's actually also up to the clubs. If there's a player abusing another player on the pitch, 100% that footballer shouldn't play football again, because if it was a fan, they get a lifetime ban. So
you've got. I think that's the point he was trying to make. The point he was trying to make is that because he did start off by saying, "Listen, he does not condone it in any way." Yeah. But the point he was making was that, I don't see the same energy. Yeah. When it comes to racism, he's kind of right, because you don't normally see people saying, right, he should never ever play football again.
Why is Suarez still playing?
Exactly, people get.
I would say never play again.
So. I
would say
this is what I'm saying. As a president going forward now, it's going to be very interesting to see how the FA move, these companies.
Well, this guy here in the chat.
Him is basically. Said, well, you can do what you want then.
This guy in the chat called Daniel, he says Adidas taking the higher ground while sponsoring the Qatar World Cup.
Exactly.
And we know there's been a lot of issues around that. I mean, this is the thing. Where does it all end? You know what I mean?
At the end of the day, it's not us in charge, is it? It's hugely. It is
a very, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. I don't know. I personally don't think he should never play again.
Yeah, I think that's harsh.
But I do feel that the punishment, him playing straight away, doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right to me.
I think he should take courses into.
Yeah, I think he should be given a second chance, and I think haven't they said he is going to have to do some RSPCA course or something?
I think he should do, because in other countries,
I mean, at the very least, he should have to do that.
There is also rumours going around that he did it while he was at Chelsea. It was all filmed when he was at Chelsea.
Well, I didn't know that, and I would have got it
doesn't make a difference at the end of the day.
So that filming was at.
But apparently
wasn't recent.
It's a rumour. Yeah, it's an old recording that he was.
Doesn't matter when he did it. I don't believe it was an isolated. I don't believe any of the bullshit he spouts. I think people take people's words far too seriously when the actions are in front of them and just try to turn a blind eye to it. So.
Shrev says the Premier League is notorious. Take Terry and Giggs, for example. I remember these are alleged, especially. Well, there's the Giggs one still under investigation and all that as well. So. We have to be careful here. He says, wasn't what they did worse, but Zouma needs to serve at an animal shelter to understand what he's done. Given a chance to rectify himself, not ruin his career.
Don't know if I'd let him near another animal again, to be honest, but I mean, I'd drop kick him if I see him. Fucking serious. I don't care if he's 5 times size.
I'd love to see that.
I don't care if he's 5 times size.
Drop kicking Kurt Zouma. I would love to see that.
I'm going to be fair though as well to the punishment, because Kurt Zouma missing a few games isn't going to bother Kurt Zouma. Kurt Zouma losing an LS contract, which is probably worth £20 million a year, is going to hurt him.
Yeah.
He might think about what he's doing.
Yeah, I think that's what I would say.
I just think anyone though, like whoever you are, whether you're famous, whether you're not, why can't you just do the basic things, which means don't hurt anyone? Yeah, everyone makes mistakes, and when you make a mistake, you have to apologise for it. But I do think there are some things you can.
Sophie, is when the cat is defenceless.
Cat or children, for instance,
people get upset. He wouldn't have done that to a lion, would he?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, yeah.
So the cat is defenceless.
Come here, crocodile. Ain't fucking happening, babes. You are going down.
So it sparked a big debate.
I think this debate all started because Chris Kirkland went on national TV and said that racism was below it because we can defend ourselves, and that's where I think he got that massively wrong. That was a shocking thing to say on national TV.
But I'm just glad the cats have been taken away, and hopefully they'll get a lovely home. If
I'm being honest, right, I don't even like this whole comparison stuff either.
I don't like anything. I don't like this
comparison stuff. When something like this happens, it should be dealt with in the strongest possible way. When racism happens, it should be dealt with in the strongest possible way.
Yeah.
We shouldn't have to be comparing.
Yeah, why?
I think the reason.
I know the reason why we are comparing
because it's not taken seriously.
The way that racism is dealt with, when you see teams do it time after time after time and nothing happens, or a little fine, or a player gets taken out for a couple of games, I can see why people straight away are saying what Mikel Antonio is saying, because you don't see the same energy.
It's shocking.
But it shouldn't even have to come down to that. Both things should be dealt with
why is
in the right and appropriate way.
Why aren't the FA intervening? I don't understand it.
I guess I feel in this case, probably what the FA are going to probably turn around and say is they're waiting for the RSPCA or
they're not doing anything.
any form of prosecution.
The police are not doing anything. They've already confirmed that they're not doing anything. There's not going to be no investigation.
So if there's not going to be a prosecution, you can't really say things like banning him for life, then.
He's brought the game into disrepute. They have banned players for tweeting 10 years ago. He's brought the game into disrepute. It's all over social media. It's giving the game a bad name. It's giving him a bad name. It's giving the club a bad name. They can step in. He's bringing the game into disrepute. He's a representative. The same way as if I'd done it, I would be bringing my company into.
As I said, I do feel a bit sorry because there are, I know some footballers. You guys all know footballers, right? They're not all like that. There are a lot of footballers out there that do a lot of really good things. There's one walking out there, Kante. We've seen some of the great things that he's done before. You know what I mean? And those guys, their things never get highlighted.
Yeah.
And there's loads of them doing stuff where they don't even want it highlighted. They just do it.
Yeah. A lot of people do lovely things.
But what happens is when Zouma does what he does, or when some of the others do, we say footballers.
They're not all
well,
like
actually,
that.
it's anybody in a position of like fame, money, power, sort of that sort of realm, isn't it? But nobody's perfect. You can make mistakes.
Yeah, and let's be real. We see politicians.
Oh, don't get me started on Boris, please. That's another conversation for another day.
Telling us to do certain things, and then they're doing something completely different. So, listen. Champions of Europe says racism is wrong, but words are words. Physical abuse is different. Cat being kicked in the ribs could have ended that cat's life. But racism, I can tell you, Champions of Europe, right? Is also not just words. Trust me, those things can live with you forever.
Yeah,
I'm telling you that forever. If you don't believe me,
stop saying that.
Not trying to hype up, but try and watch the documentary that I did on racism, and you can see racism in football when it comes from a fan's point of view, and you can see that there are fans there that to this day it still affects them. So
if you ever have to say racism and just words, you need to stop the sentence right there and start again.
Anyway, the game is about to. You started this, Sophie, I think, didn't you? On this
did I?
thing?
Yeah,
did you?
definitely.
Or was it you?
No, I never.
I don't really remember. I know I'm dropped
No more mention of
at
cats.
some point.
No more mention of cats until the end. I think it was Alex started it. He started, didn't it? It was Alex. GT.
We'll blame him. He's not in the room. We'll blame him.
No, he's over there. Yeah.
Have you ever
That's
seen,
why I blame him.
have you ever seen a documentary, Don't F with Cats?
I have seen that documentary. That's brilliant.
Crazy.
That is a brilliant documentary, by the way.
And I also, do you know what? I'd seen that years ago on YouTube, just the actual documentaries of what happened there, and then with that. But again, he's
I'm
he's
trying to change the
mental.
subject. He says, "Thoughts, Sophie, on horse racing? Should that be normalised?"
I worked at the Cheltenham races and I never liked it, and then I went to one other event and I still didn't like it, and I've never gone since. I think it's cruel. Hate it. Yeah.
Okay. That's for another show.
Yeah.
Anyway, Chelsea on the attack. The second half has started. Hudson-Odoi, they dispossessed, and here come Palmeiras. It's this I heard you guys speaking about this earlier. How important is it for Chelsea to win this?
Huge. For me, huge. And from what I see from Chelsea fans online, it's also huge. We lost to Corinthians in 2012. It's the only trophy we don't have, being world champions, quote unquote. Liverpool have won it. Manchester United have won it. And there is an embarrassment of losing twice in a row. Twice, 2 finals and 2 defeats. So for me, it's huge. For
Chelsea coming forward here with Kovacic. Switches it out wide to Hudson-Odoi. That's a good ball in. No, it's not a good ball in. Sorry.
For a team that are out of the title race, you have to be taking as many cups home as possible for the season, and that's what we need to do.
It's true, be a huge cup.
Yeah.
JJ Bridge says, big up Matisse and Sophie, up to Chelsea.
Up to Chelsea.
Hope we can smash and grab in the second half. It's been a very even game so far. And Shreff again says, all Premier League players are humans after all. Everyone needs a second chance. Living with money and social media is difficult now, especially with cancel culture.
Yeah.
Very true. Right. Is that a free kick there to Chelsea? Very physical team as well, Palmeiras, aren't they?
They are.
Jeez.
They are.
Not your typical South American type team, are they? They're very physical.
They can get nasty, them.
I learned that they were founded by Italians, so they're actually a little bit Serie A in the way that they approach things. So they're not.
Yeah, they're not
here
your
to
typical
be.
Brazilians.
They're not here to be fancy. They're not here to be fancy.
They've got a very talented Dudu.
Yes, very good.
Hudson-Odoi's been getting a lot of minutes lately, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been up and down in terms of it. Yeah, I just think with him, his
He's
end
over
product,
the free
his
kick here.
finishing needs to improve massively.
That's a good. No, just like that.
There you go.
Poor free kick.
Exactly. The end product needs to improve.
Both teams. Have been like that.
Yeah.
But I do think this will go into extra time. If I'm honest, I think it's that type of game.
Anyway, Palmeiras on the ball. Yeah, they're very direct. As I said, not your typical Brazilian team. Doesn't seem to be a lot about flair with them.
What do you make of this competition? Do you value it highly, Robbie?
Well, we've never been in it. No, listen, I think, I agree with what Laurie was saying earlier. I don't think this is a Mickey Mouse trophy. I think, you've got the champions of Europe, the champions of South America, the champions of Asia. And you can turn around after it and say you're the best team in the world.
Yeah.
Rudiger.
He loves that.
So
shot.
for me, if you guys win it, it's a Mickey Mouse trophy. But it's definitely something of value. It's definitely something that you can be very proud of saying you've won. So
I was just honest and said that I honestly haven't been following it for years on end. So it's not something like that. But like you say, I think as soon as we were I didn't follow the Europa League. Then we won that, and I was in Amsterdam, and I really wanted to win. So
I feel it's something of real value to win. I really do. We're going to make another substitution coming up. We got a clip coming up of me talking about Jota on the Best of Enemies yesterday. I want you to check out this video. Jota. How good is this guy Jota? You know what? People don't really put respect on that guy's name, Jota, yeah? But literally, Mane and Salah, they've been off. African Cup of Nations. Well done to Mane, by the way, winning with Senegal. But they've been away. You hadn't even missed him because of Jota.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing about Jota is he's a pure finisher. I think if anything, he's like on par, if not better. One-on-one chances. If you literally just got one opportunity to shoot, I may side with him. Liverpool fans might kill me, but over Salah because I feel he's like clinical. He's, if anything, on the way to Fowler clinical. Like how
he's getting killed in the comments. Like,
I know what's gonna happen.
Unless he's got a Liverpudlian accent like Mick from Brookside. Man look like Mick from Brookside without the accent, fam. Mick, Susanna. You know them good things. I'm done out here, fam. We got man like Mick from Brookside next to me, like Super Bowl. Like, where's my money, fam? You raised this, fam.
Listen, I always point on Jota. Jota's the second highest goal scorer in the league.
Bruv, the old goal, Jota, blood, yeah? Put respect on his name, fam, yeah? He's saucy, fam. Firmino, like, he's coming off the bench, innit? That's what it is,
flavour, bro.
Yeah, you have to pull it down, blood.
Yeah. You like that, innit?
Yeah, you have to show me, blood. I didn't even know that said 15, blood. I thought it said 115. You know what I mean?
You like that? I actually got this. This is like a proper authentic.
No, I'm not gonna lie. I like it. No, it looks nice. It looks
nice.
Team shit. That means CR7 could be playing for Norwich, blood.
Yeah, so I mean, both of you two at the moment will get really high draft picks.
Hey, this guy's
Get him off straight as well, Robbie back. Right, who threw this back? Why did he come back? Hey, you know what? I sent out. That's a good throw in it, blood.
Expression's brilliant.
That's a good throw in it, blood. Hey, sign me up, blood. Sign me up.
That was a good
I'm telling you, I'm going in. The big X, man. You know that way.
Next time, mind in camera though, you know.
Yeah. I hit the camera next time.
And we are back. A substitution was made, and Sophie Rose hasn't gone. She'll be back, but Nikki has left the seat. A massive
it's the black
performance.
The black Alex before, now it's the black Nikki.
Well, we switched it right up. We switched it right up. Big up to Nikki from West Ham Fan TV for helping us out today. Great performance from himself. We've got a lot of insight.
Robbie, you're trying to get closer to me or something around here. Yes.
Step by step. But listen, 52 minutes in. Chelsea's still 0-0 with Palmeiras. Also, Norwich versus Man City has kicked off. We're 10 minutes into that one, and it's currently 0-0. I just wanted to mention the team that City actually have put out before we get back onto Chelsea. I was saying, Matisse, it's almost as if this is a warm-up game. You've got Zinchenko playing, you've got Nathan Ake, you've got Fernandinho, who never plays these days, and Foden, Mahrez and Sterling up front with some bench as well, and a lot of big names dropped for that as well to rest them for the Champions League, which is next week. But that's 0-0.
That's why they're so good. Look at their squad, it's just unbelievable.
They've got three teams.
You know,
Put 3 teams out.
That's why they're just even. You know that game I heard you guys chatting about earlier. I don't know what the result was in the end with Bayern Munich, but I reckon
4-2.
4-2.
Yeah.
I would like to see the team. I bet you they rested a lot of players as well, Bayern, because haven't they got a Champions League game this week as well? Is it?
Yeah, but that's why they're potentially getting slapped, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, they're probably rested up. But you see, they won't have the squad of like a City, you know. So
yeah, it's
very interesting.
City can really afford to make those changes and still
be
put out a very
interesting to
strong
see
team.
the team. This is a really physical game. It really
tough.
is.
Well, you say that, but honestly, they're really annoying me.
That's their purpose. Literally, they're just here to frustrate.
Yeah, as I said, it's just not your typical Brazilian. What you'd expect, you know what I mean? You're not going to sing. It's like.
It's nice some fans can mix
we're
together
playing
there.
like Brazil when
To be honest, we can see the team that Bayern put out today, bro. That's
Is
a
that the
full
Bayern
strength
team?
team, is it not?
Oh wow! So
Was that the team they played today?
Wow, that's a strong team. I thought they would have
Is
rested some
that
players.
not their full strength team?
Oh,
It's
that's
close-
a
it's close enough,
strong
yeah.
team.
Yeah,
No,
basically, yeah.
Who are they
I
missing
take that
from
all
that?
back. That's Gnabry's in there, Leroy Sané,
are they
Kingsley
missing?
Coman,
Look how top heavy it is. They've only got
Lewandowski,
Kimmich
Kimmich,
as the
Muller,
midfielder.
Hernandez, Upamecano, Soule, Pavard, and who was in goal?
Neuer.
No-
Oh no.
okay.
Oh well, I've never heard of
That's
him.
why he's sub
however.
goalkeeper.
I think he's
That's
still.
a
I think he's still a
strong
German
team.
national.
No, that's no second team. Wow,
It's a strong
that's
team,
unbelievable.
man.
It's a chance there for Chelsea.
Yes!
Yes!
Lukaku was scored.
Lukaku! I thought we
Romelu Lukaku.
Yes, Tuchel.
Come on,
sexy.
Lukaku. There
This
we
is
go.
what he was brought
That's
in
better.
for. That's why you pay
Sexy.
£100 million. It was a great cross. And Chelsea are 1-0 up.
Well done,
Romelu
boys.
Lukaku with a big goal.
Come on.
Great goal. And he scored in the last one as well.
Yeah, he scored in the semi-final as well.
This could be the turning point.
I'm not going to do that. We'll see.
Great
We'll wait
goal.
for
Sophie
that.
loves him again now.
No, I didn't say
She
that.
loves him
Say
again.
that.
Do you know what? You have
10
to
minutes
give
ago,
credit.
she
I said it
hated
could
him.
be I said it could be the turning point in his form. I didn't say I
knows?
liked
Who
him.
knows?
I'd say, Robbie,
It's
you
a
have
great
to give
header.
credit there to Callum Hudson-Odoi. Cross on his
Great
weaker
cross.
foot.
It's a
weaker
great
foot.
header as well. Look at
Weaker foot
Lukaku
cross,
there.
and he's powered
Lukaku
it
gets in between two people there, and it's a
Very
great
good.
header.
Powered
Do you
it
know what?
home.
If Tuchel wins this trophy, he quickly becomes one of the best managers out there.
Is he your favourite? Yeah, or you putting Jose Mourinho still
Could
in
be
his prime?
redemption.
I do love Mourinho, but everyone, Robbie knows I do love Thomas
Tuchel.
Tuchel.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's a
same.
Tuchel
A
lover.
big, yeah.
State of it.
Thank
Look,
God.
look how red that. The sun's caught that thing.
He left his,
He's as red as
sun
an
cream
Arsenal
at
top.
home.
We had to score first in this game. Like, if they had scored first and just parked the bus, it would have been a long day. So I'm relieved
Yeah, that's
we've
true.
scored. And it's a big goal for Lukaku, like you
Big
said.
goal for Lukaku. He scored in the
Chelsea
semi and the
looking like they're
final.
not
Go on,
done
go for
here.
blood. Go on.
Callum Hudson-Odoi, right
Hudson-Odoi
foot
again
cross
with
this
another
time.
cross.
Over here.
No one's
That
there.
one
It's
was
50-50. 50-50
Yeah,
with
yeah,
him,
like you
but
said, innit?
It's a good assist from him. And
Chelsea fans look up for it though. Look proper happy with that.
Lula Francis, Lukaku can only score against these teams but can't do anything in the Prem.
No, I don't think that's
Palmeiras
true.
are a good team. They'd compete in the Prem. We've got to respect Palmeiras a little bit more than that. But there is a case to be made that Lukaku
Champions
needs to
of
score
South
against the top
American
teams
football.
in England.
Robbie,
Yeah,
what do you think
100%.
of Pep Guardiola's comments about Chelsea?
He's
What did he
talking
say?
shit.
He said, I think somebody said if
What,
he,
they're the best team in the world?
yeah, he said they're not. He said they're
Mind
not
games.
Chelsea. Are they won the Champions League?
He's chatting shit, man.
Mind games.
While he sits 20 points clear in the top.
What are you talking about, Matisse? What is this?
I
It's
don't
mind
like
games, mind
games.
I don't like the sarcasm from Pep.
Don't
No,
fall
but
for it.
It's definitely sarcasm from Pep.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
Oh, it's
totally.
definitely like he's playing the game of the media.
do you
He
think-
doesn't really
do you-
think we're
do
the
you-
best,
Do
but
you
he's
think
saying
that's
that.
actually a compliment?
But we actually are.
You're
Are
not,
we
though.
though?
You're not.
Yeah, we
You're
are
not.
because we
You're
win.
not.
We actually go out there and win the trophies.
But we're 10 points behind City in the league.
In the league, yeah, but we've Pep's not won the Champions League with Man City yet, so
There's
I
another
actually
chance for
agree
Chelsea.
with
Oh, that was just wide by Pulisic.
As much as
Good effort.
As much as I'm delighted with the Champions League win, and you'll be able to relate 05, right? Liverpool won the Champions League. They weren't the best team in the world, were they? In your opinion,
we
probably
came
not.
fifth in the league.
Yeah, so I think I'm delighted that we won it, but we're not the best team
more than once,
in my opinion.
No,
because,
I think okay, but
because
then
Man City are better than us.
He was
What's
saying
harder-
it hugely sarcastically. If you watch it back, like it's hugely.
He's smirking
it's a
all the time when he says
deflection
these.
tactic,
Yeah,
that's what
it's-
it is.
What's harder to
Deflection
win,
tactic.
the Champions League or the Premier
The
League?
Prem.
Right now,
Champions
right
League.
now,
That's what I feel.
38
Champions
games.
right now,
No.
after what I've seen this season,
I
the
feel the Premier
Premier
League's
League is
harder
very
to win.
hard to win.
Champions League is
38
harder.
games.
Champions League's harder.
But I do. But in saying that, I would take the Champions League over the Premier League. Every
Champions
time.
League's harder.
I'll take Champions League every time.
Oh, there's a chance. He looked
no.
offside.
Oh,
no.
Poor touch, though.
That poor
He's had a
Poor
few
touch
moments,
by
hasn't he?
Dudu.
some
Doo-doo.
doo-doo touch that was.
He's had a few moments.
Shocking touch, but he was nearly in there.
Is he Brazilian, Dudu?
I think he is, yeah. I think he must be.
Yeah, he is.
Probably going to get signed, with all due respect to Palmeiras, by maybe a bigger European team.
Well, it's a great run there.
Look at this. This is why I say with Kai, he's a good ball carrier at least.
Shoot, babes. Oh.
Go on.
That's an Adoy.
Well done.
He's terrorising him down that side, though.
He's really good down that side. We were just saying, weren't we? Like, it's just that last little bit from him is not quite there yet sometimes. But then he just got the assist.
The right is their weakness, apparently. So it's good to see him out there. I prefer him to Alonso out there, definitely, in this game.
The thing is, Alonso just has his good and his bad games. Like, Alonso back in the, Along used to be quite
in
good.
the Conte days, yeah.
He's a good wing back. He's not a good full back.
I would sell him in summer personally.
Palmeiras still not pressing, are they? Really, they're still looking for that counter attack, like you said, Matisse.
Yeah, that's what they want. They want us to sit in, dominate possession, then they'll get the space
trying
afterwards.
Trying to draw Chelsea out.
Yeah.
Even though they're losing 1-0.
Yeah, it's not their strength to have possession and try and pick us apart. It's not their game.
Great touch there by Kante. He's
Go
got it
on,
back
Kante.
as well.
Go on.
There's a Lukaku. He fumbled the ball, but he's still...
Oh, okay.
Go on, shoot, babe, shoot.
Lukaku, that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Rebounds off him into
that's soft. That's soft.
No, that's a foul. Arm in the back. Herb says Sophie is trolling if she thinks City are better than Chelsea. Sorry,
No,
Chelsea are better than City.
I think City are a really good team. Really, obviously, for God's sake, they're a really good team. I just think for Chelsea to win the Champions League twice in the last 10 years, to win Premier League trophies, to win FA Cups, Carabao, I think that's a very hard thing to do. I think the trophies just speak for
Right now,
themselves.
there's no doubt in that Man City are way clear of Chelsea.
In the Premier League, yeah.
Yeah.
But as
In
a
other
team, they're
competitions,
better, aren't they?
They're not in the Carabao Cup final.
But they've won it for the last 5 years.
Well, that's great, but they're not in it this year.
Right, fair enough.
I think in a one-off game, like in a final, we can beat anyone. But I think over the course of a season, the league does show
The
who the
Champions
best team
League,
is.
from being there physically at...
You was in Porto, weren't you? Was you in Porto for last year?
Not for this one, no. I was here in the studio with Robbie.
Okay, yeah.
But I was in the Europa League final. I was in Munich.
Yeah.
Did all that.
No, our European pedigree shits all over theirs, of course. It's not even close.
Well, ours.
Well, we don't
Shits all over yours, haven't it? It's combined.
Man City won the Premier League the year we won the Champions League. So, and they couldn't do it. I think it's a very, very hard competition to win the Champions League.
Oh, it
Incredibly
is,
hard.
100%. It is difficult to win.
But I think at the moment, the Premier League's probably harder.
I'd agree.
Yeah.
I think it's harder. I really do. I think, the
more games,
strength
isn't it?
of the Premier
More games.
You've got to go and beat everybody. And the strength of the Premier League is some of the look at a team like Villa.
Yeah.
Best league in the world.
You
I
got
think Villa. I think you take a team like Villa, put them in some other countries.
I said to Alex earlier, I was like, I don't even do accumulators anymore because they just all fuck up every time. You never know.
I see PSG struggling last night to beat Rennes, and I'm watching that game, and I'm like, Rennes
Real
could
Madrid
have.
drew 0-0 with Villarreal today
Yeah.
at home.
Who beat Manchester United in the
Oh,
final.
it's a chance there for Palmeiras. Oh, come on, do better with that.
Thank God.
Robbie, what's wrong with you?
I've got to represent the South Americans in the building, man.
How are you just emotionally invested into this one?
You meant to have a green top on.
I've got to represent the South Americans, man.
Alex, give
There's
me
no
a jacket.
representation here. Me and you, Alex. We're back Palmeiras.
Yeah, come on, bro.
Where is Palmeiras? Where is it?
In Brazil.
Brazil.
No, but
In the league.
Like whereabouts in like?
What city? I'm not sure.
What
they going to VAR? What are they checking?
Oh, what are you doing, man?
What are they checking the VAR?
Get back over here.
Where's he gone?
What are we doing here?
Possible penalty check.
Nah.
Let's see what's going on. He's gone to check VAR.
Handball. Oh, that's handball.
That's handball.
That's a handball. Robbie, shut up.
That's handball.
It is handball. It is handball. What can you say, Sophie? That is handball.
Nah.
I don't think he's giving. I think
That
it's
looks
a
like a
penalty.
penalty to me. What's the referee going to
I don't think he's
do?
giving it.
I think he's
What's he
going
gonna
to
do?
here.
Penalty! Penalty to Palmeiras!
Come on.
Lifeline to Palmeiras, but can they put it away? Will they be able to get past Mendy? But is it a penalty, Soph?
Shushamuth.
It's all right. It weren't me who gave it.
Yeah, but you're.
Oh, come on, it's handball.
That's a foul.
It's a
and
handball.
It's a deliberate handball.
I don't think you can argue that. Matisse, come on. Handball, isn't it?
Let me see it again.
He's not in a natural position. The hands.
Handball.
That's a handball.
That is a
Thiago
handball.
Silva, is it?
I'd say a yellow card as well, to be honest.
Well,
It
I
has
don't.
to be yellow.
Yellow card. It wasn't deliberate, was it?
Yeah. Well, I think it is. I think it was.
Sound like
deliberate.
flipping. What was it? What's his name the other night? Who I heard you back in earlier. You think I never heard you?
The referee for the Arsenal.
What's his name again? What's that idiot? What's his name again? I'm sorry. I
the
have to call
referee?
you that.
I don't remember his
The
name.
referee from the other night.
Double booked Martinelli.
What's the young one?
Palmeiras girls are beautiful, I have to say.
Was it Kevin Friend?
Anthony Taylor.
No, he's
Come on,
not young.
Mendy, babe.
It was no.
Did he have hair? Did he have hair on his head?
Yeah, he did.
He's not Anthony Taylor.
Michael. What was that ref called, man? Let us know in the comments who the ref was that sent off Martinelli.
Don't want to know.
Come on,
I did
Mendy.
back
Come on,
Michael Oliver,
Mendy.
that's it.
Michael Oliver.
Guys,
It's Michael
serious.
Right, anyway, here comes the penalty.
Come on, Mendy.
Taking some deep breaths.
Vamos.
It's a big guy to get past in Mendy.
He's not the best at penalties.
Although he was
Kev
beaten a
was a
few
good,
times in the
Kev was a good penalty saver.
Yeah, bring Kepa on.
If you could sub Kepa on and
Sub Kepa on now.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Kev was a very good penalty
Does this go
saver.
straight to penalties, by the way?
Brazilians
I
are
think it'll be
praying. The
extra time.
Brazilian fans all praying. All easy. Looks calm. Doesn't look too.
Very focused.
Got
The
the
number
whole pressure.
23 for
on,
Palmeiras.
babe.
Can Mendy save this one?
Left foot always makes me nervous.
Right in
right,
front of the
go right.
Palmeiras.
Same, yeah.
Right in front of
His
the
left or
Palmeiras
right?
fans.
Left footers have got a thing with penalties.
Doing a lot of
Legs.
movement on the
This
line
is going
there.
over the bar, you know.
Right, here comes the
So
penalty.
This is going over
No,
the bar.
right side. Told you.
Scores.
It's
I
a
told him to go
goal!
that side.
Goal
Left
for
footers
Palmeiras!
always go that way.
It is Palmeiras 1, Chelsea 1. They're back in it. It was a handball. And the Chelsea fans have gone all quiet there in the stands. But the Brazilians are going mental. They are going nuts there. It is a massive goal for them. 1-1 in the Club World Cup final. It's definitely a handball. Oh,
Fucking
come
hell,
on.
Thiago.
Come on, there's no complaining
handball.
about the handball, is there, Matisse?
Clumsy.
Nah, not really. I'm afraid his arms
And
in
I
an
told you,
unnatural
right hand
position.
side, I watched Mendy in the African Cup of Nations. Sophie
what
did not
did the
break
pen
up the
do?
studio. And we're running out of them pens as well.
They're running low.
1-1. Big. Was that because I'll tell you, up until then, you know, in this second half, I think the first half of it, but in this second, you see the passion there of the Brazilian fans.
Well, I'd like to say the girls are very beautiful.
They are.
Very beautiful.
You said it.
Rafael Santos, Thiago Silva helping his Brazilian brothers. Says Rafael.
It's a great penalty, by the way.
Alex, I'm also getting some vibes from you that are very
hugely
biased.
anti-Chelsea.
Yeah,
hugely.
I can tell. Yeah.
I'll put that out there. Yeah.
I
Did you-
supported
did you-
you.
did you hear what they were saying?
I
I
supported
support
you in the
you.
Champions League against Tottenham.
I support you as a person, but I will never support Chelsea.
I
as a
supported you
team.
in the Champions League
Thank
against
you, bro.
Tottenham.
What if we came up
the
against
only
Everton?
people that supported Tottenham in that Champions
Well,
League were Man
Palmeiras are
United.
coming forward again.
And it's doo-doo. Poor shot.
Well, it's a poor shot, but he got another chance. That
we-
could have went anywhere.
If we came up
Corner
against
to
Everton in the
Palmeiras.
Champions League final, who you backing?
Oh, their fans are jumping at the moment, I'll
Who,
tell
you
you that.
asking me?
Yeah,
Look at
Chelsea
them.
versus Everton in the Champions League final, who you backing?
Chelsea versus Everton. Everton, man.
Oh, the
taking
Brazilian
Everton to
fans
win.
are really passionate there. They're jumping, they're bouncing.
Bro, again, I like you. I like Lewis. But
I know it's
hate
not
Chelsea,
personal.
bro. It's never personal, but I hate Chelsea so much.
Really?
Yeah,
More than
yeah,
Everton? Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I
It
mean, they'd
goes
still
for
be
me,
nowhere near you
It
on
goes Chelsea. It goes United. Chelsea.
Nice
then
to some
Everton
mixer
for me.
fans though there
fair
as
enough.
well. Never see Chelsea that often, do you?
Right, here it goes.
Corner coming in from Palmeiras. Referee Lino very animated there with his stance. It's like
You
he's
stopped
it's like
watching
he's
it,
taking
so-
it.
It's like he's flagging down a
That's a
plane.
good corner as well. That could have went anywhere.
We really need to get our foot on the ball again, man.
Backstick
Oh,
cross
no.
maybe.
Momentum's with Palmeiras. Well dealt with there by Rudiger, though.
Good shot, worked bad.
Big up to Germano Pereira for the super chat. Here in Brazil, Palmeiras is called the Brazilian Chelsea, whilst their main rivals, Corinthians, are Arsenal, not only by their fan base backgrounds, but playing style and current form. Interesting then. So
That's interesting.
the
I told
actual
you they're not your typical
comparison
Brazilians, isn't it?
is Chelsea. That
Yeah.
is what
We're
they're
coming up
called.
against our own worst enemies.
Timur Yasin at L for Chelsea would be great. Chelsea, it says FK, are the third best team in England, but now the best team in the world, question mark. Winning the Champions League is a cup competition, does not define who is the best. Liverpool and Istanbul were not. Good point there from FK.
God, he's so beautiful.
Yeah, it's because the thing is, you can win the Champions League and you're not even the champions of your country.
Yeah, like Liverpool do.
So I don't know.
But I'll take a
But
Champions
then
League over
to win
a
the
Premier
Champions League,
Yeah.
it's so prestigious. It's
Yeah.
so. I mean, listen, we haven't done it.
The adrenaline rush is ridiculous.
It's such a prestigious
cried,
thing
man.
to do.
When you
so-
win,
yeah.
if or when you
Disgraceful.
win the Champions League, I guarantee you'll probably think a little bit differently about it.
No,
There's no feeling like it.
Listen,
Preference, you'll definitely
I
take
was at
it.
the final,
Yeah,
right, and it hurt me for years.
Yeah.
Right,
You could have easily won that as well.
Yeah,
Like,
and we
you
should
was
have
a
won.
great team back then.
Right, and
Was that the Barcelona one?
yeah,
Oh,
Eto'o,
Paris.
It's an interesting question because I guess it all depends on the strength of the league. I think at the moment, as I said, the Premier League is so strong. Look at teams like Brighton, how good they are.
Yeah.
Brighton.
Play some good football. Just if they had a finisher up top, if they had like even a Danny Ings, they'd go up levels.
Look how difficult it is in this league to beat a Burnley or something like that. You know what I mean? Every team's got something.
Yeah.
They've all got a way, haven't they?
Mm.
Aston Villa's got the better looking team.
I mean, we just had
Aston Villa.
That's what they've got. Oh yeah.
Or here comes Chelsea again. Though this is
Come
good
on,
for
babes.
Chelsea.
Oh,
so we just had
cue the fish.
we just had the Leon midfielder move to Newcastle, isn't it? Again.
Yeah.
So,
How good are Newcastle going to be in the next couple of years?
Yeah.
I like Newcastle. There's nothing better than a Newcastle away day.
Yeah, but you might not be saying that in the
Not
next
sitting
couple
up
of years.
there
I'll
in
tell
the
you that.
We have a terrible record.
It's like £1.50 a
Go there and start getting
tequila.
spanked.
Have you seen many
£1.50 a
points?
tequila.
Oh, there's a chance here for Chelsea! Oh, Havertz should have done
I
better
don't
there.
think you've won at St James's for about 10 years.
No, I think we won there recently, but before that we was awful. Yeah.
Yeah, we lost
I think we
1-0
won there
once.
under Lampard maybe or Tuchel or someone.
Mourinho never won
We've
there.
won there
I don't
quite a
think.
few times.
We don't really do well up there, do
I think
we?
those
No,
times are
it's
starting to come to an end, mate, because with all the money that they've got, it's going to be
just take
different.
your wins while you can.
Yeah.
Aren't they worth like
Get
300
those wins in
billion?
now.
300
Double up.
billion?
Richest club in the world.
But the plus side is what I was saying is it's only like £1.50 a tequila. So you get if you're really that upset, you can just literally go out and get steaming drunk for a tenner.
Yeah, that's maybe before, but after that, you just want to get out of the place. But the thing is about it, as I said, with the Premier League, I mean, look at nearly every team in the Premier League is owned by a billionaire now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's just,
not
I don't
easy.
know. It's,
Wolves' recruitment's very good. They're a tough team to play.
they're owned by billionaires.
Yeah. Everton have money.
Everton
owned by billionaires.
A lot of money.
Go on.
Same guys used to be at
Chelsea.
guys used to be at Arsenal. So, although you know Brazilian football now has got quite a lot, not on the same levels as the Premier League, but there's a lot of money in Brazilian football as well.
I think this
now.
is the richest team in Brazil. This
Yeah,
one
they're
here,
starting a lot of Brazilian clubs. So you see the players they're buying now. They're getting players back from Europe.
It's almost changed round because they used to be a selling nation and cash into
Yeah,
the
no,
European big
the
teams.
the
But
Brazilian
now,
teams have
stepped
you
up.
know,
look at players that are maybe going back there to finish their careers in Brazil. It's a lot more than it used
yeah,
to
but
be.
even without that, the Brazilian
They're
clubs
still buying.
Yeah,
good
no,
players
they're
now.
no longer.
Douglas Costa not there, wasn't he? Douglas Costa.
Yeah, they're no longer
Was he
like
going to America?
Diego Costa.
They've got a lot more money. It's still not in comparison to the Premier League. Oh, that was nice.
Good.
Oh,
Go on, Kante, get there. 50.
Oh, I tell you what, that's a great pass as well.
it's a great pass turned into a
That's a
great
great
pass.
pass.
Here comes
Chance for
Palmeiras coming
Palmeiras.
forward again now.
Slide tackle pass.
70th minute, 1-1.
We just look a bit slow.
That's the conditions now.
To be honest, I
come
don't
into
think
play.
Chelsea have played well in this game at all.
No, we haven't.
At all.
It doesn't surprise me though, to be honest.
We didn't play well in the last
All
one.
swung
though.
in there again. Still Palmeiras on the ball.
All right, so
The only thing I would say, I don't know, man, Palmeiras.
he's done well. He's done very
He's done
well.
very well there.
Jesus Christ.
Chance.
They do look like they're more experienced in playing in the heat. The other team.
I just think they smell blood now, isn't it? They got the equaliser. Tails are up.
Who's going to win this game? Is it going to be Chelsea or the Brazilian Chelsea? Which version?
My prediction was 2-1 in extra time, so that's what I went with.
Looks like one of the
One of
Palmeiras
their
players
have
is
gone down.
there.
Yeah, they'll stop the game now.
Yeah, he's gone down.
Curiously, says Germano, Corinthians won against Chelsea, but Palmeiras never won a World Cup trophy. That's why you'll be seeing a lot of Corinthians fans supporting Chelsea today.
All of the Brazilian clubs are supporting Chelsea today.
Oh.
Wow.
They changed their badges to Chelsea badges. Like they edited Chelsea badges on their
social media.
Yeah.
That's mad.
It's club over country over
That's
there.
what I say. I mean, it's the same with, you know, when you're asking me why wouldn't I want Chelsea to win? I mean, come on, man.
Fucking hell.
Nothing
Don't want to
against.
see it again.
Wait, can we swear on here?
Nothing against
Do
you
you remember when you
guys.
asked that question?
It's all gone wrong.
Nothing against you guys. You know, I've got love for you guys, but
So upset right now.
you lot winning it again.
I thought you didn't care about this trophy as much.
Well, I do now. I'm in the moment.
I told you it means something to you.
When I'm in the moment.
Yeah, it's we wanna see that gold confetti drop from the sky.
Yeah.
It would be good. Imagine Mason Mount, world champion.
Yeah, City score.
Yeah.
Kicked off half an hour ago. Still 0-0. Ruben Diaz with the yellow card after 70 minutes is the only thing that's happened in that game. 15 minutes to go till half time.
Oh, okay.
Remember when
0-0.
Norwich beat them that time?
They did, didn't they?
Yeah, they beat City.
Mate,
I
if
know.
Norwich can get a draw today,
Please.
as a Liverpool fan,
That would
that's a huge result.
It'd actually be good for the league, wouldn't
It's
it?
a good question. Sophie, who would you prefer to win the league? Liverpool or Man City?
Liverpool.
Same. Same. Yeah. I just
like
think City
City.
fans, they're getting a bit arrogant now.
But then again,
Really?
at the Liverpool game, I did not like the way they were like celebrating. So
At the what?
Which game?
the Liverpool.
Oh, this is good by
Shoot!
Chelsea.
Oh,
Just
mother!
wide. Just wide. I think they should have, and I actually think Pulisic should have done better then.
I'm pissed
It's on
right
his
off
weaker
now.
foot.
It's
He
spat
should have got
everywhere,
that on
sorry.
target.
Ah!
It's on his weaker foot. It's not easy.
This thing about weaker foot,
he
man.
directed
Professional
that.
football's playing, practicing every
He
week.
was on Lacazette's stronger foot the
Yeah, I
other day.
think.
I didn't see him done that.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I say? You know what I say?
Goal for Man City.
You know
Great,
what?
Brilliant.
Goal for Man City.
Goal for Man
You
City.
really relied on
I
Norwich to do you a
completely
favour.
jinxed it. Raheem Sterling scores on the 31st minute.
You jinxed it.
And I totally jinxed it.
Yeah.
So not looking great for Liverpool there.
Now listen, what it is with the City thing, yeah? I don't know many City fans.
I do.
Only a
I've
few.
got a couple.
Yeah, a few.
Saw one yesterday.
I got
didn't
Big
we?
Steve
Yeah,
and I got
a few though, a
my
few. But I
roommate
know
Serge.
loads of Liverpool fans.
Yeah, fair enough.
And
Oh,
get it.
that's poor from Callum Hudson-Odoi.
Are you gonna get
It's
it?
who you've got that banter with, isn't it? Close to you that you.
I never used to mind Liverpool winning things, but now, man, they've got. Oh, I don't know, man.
Yeah,
These
just
men,
don't worry about
I mean,
us,
listen, I don't much rather Liverpool win than United.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, fair enough. I agree with that.
But
And Tottenham. And
Well,
Chelsea.
Tottenham ain't going to win
Listen, that
anyway,
goes
so
beyond
we
question.
don't
I don't-
have to
I don't want
include
him winning
Tottenham in
nothing.
winning conversations.
Remember all the United fans at the start of the season? We're going to win the league.
yeah. I don't. United as well.
It's all gone way downhill. Pass.
Remember the other day
Really?
when we drew to Burnley, man? The amount of United mates I've got that were on me. And then the other
Really?
night, I'm like, yeah, well,
Oh yeah, yeah. You
Very
have that.
feisty this lot.
United
Hello.
fans
Arsenal,
can't chat
United.
to you at the minute. Like United fans can't chat to anyone right now.
Yeah, no trophy in 5
No
years. Shocking in the league right
Yeah.
now.
I think United, when you think of the amount of money they've invested, it's really shocking, isn't it? Really,
Yeah,
when you
it
think
is.
about it.
Yeah, it is. They should be comfortably in the top
You
four.
know,
It shouldn't even be a conversation.
Even at the start of this season, I remember a lot of United fans said they've got everything they need now.
Some
to
still
go-
wanted a DM, but some were saying, oh, "Give us
but
Bayern
they said
Munich in
they
the
had
group
everything
stage."
they need. And when you look at their team,
They've got such a good, they've got an
Pogba,
amazing team. It's
Ronaldo,
ridiculous.
it's got an unbelievable team, but
Mad.
just
Quick question for you, Matisse.
well, amazing individuals, should I
Linus
say?
Yeah.
coming on.
15
What's
minutes
up?
Timo Werner
ago,
coming
Timo
on.
Werner coming on, and Saul Niguez. No Ziyech.
Still no Ziyech.
No
Well,
Ziyech.
I don't know, wait, is he on the bench, Ziyech?
That's great, isn't it?
Ziyech.
Is
I call
Ziyech-
him Ziyech. You keep
I might check
Ziyech,
it. I might,
Ziyech, where is he?
Ziyech.
I
I
need
might
to
have to
check.
check because I'm confused as to
No,
where
he's on the
Ziyech-
bench.
So where is he then?
So's
Yeah, he's
Kennedy.
gone
God, I
home.
haven't seen him on there in a while. That's a bit confusing.
Ooh,
He
stamps
tried,
on him, does
he
he?
tried to get out of the way. Well, that great that he ain't, 4 subs made, he still ain't come on.
Interesting. Maybe he's fallen out.
And he
with
has been playing, to be fair, he's been playing very well recently, hasn't
Ziyech, yeah.
a foul.
Yeah, he has. So
he? Scored that was a great
Apparently, Sterling's goal was a belter. So
Yeah.
look out for that one later. Everyone in the
Well,
comments
I'm
saying
proper
that it was a
confused.
belter.
What's the substitutions about?
Werner
here?
coming on, Wesley.
Lukaku off, Werner on.
Lukaku off.
We won't be happy about that,
Saeed
will we?
tweeted an hour ago, shouldn't have signed Ronaldo. We got sucked in with nostalgia and emotion.
Yeah, but he was one of the people.
He was.
He was one of the
Let me-
people.
let
that-
me just- let me
Viva
just-
Ronaldo.
let me just
Viva
put-
Ronaldo.
Let me
Remember
just
that
screenshot that for the Big Six on Monday. Looking forward to
That guy was
Otherwise-
that guy. Two things I'm on side about. Right. First of all, I remember the day when they signed Ronaldo. He come in there dancing, "Viva
mate, trust
Ronaldo," Viva,
With the flag.
Right, and then the other thing, side, if you're watching out there, remember what I told you about Rangnick? I said to him when they said every United fan was giving it to me about Rangnick this, Rangnick that, and I said if he was that good, why is he, Locomotive Moscow, whatever it was?
Yeah.
Right? You know what I mean? So that shocked me. That shocked me completely when I saw that. You know what I mean? So Rangnick, I don't know. The Rangnick thing ain't worked out anyway. They need a full-time proper manager. How they didn't go for Conte?
Pochettino would have been the...
No, Conte they
well,
should have
yeah,
went for.
Conte.
Yeah.
Conte would have got hold of that United team. Honestly, they'd be a different level.
Yeah, because
they've got the players.
The team is trying to
You
win
just
trophies
need a
now.
manager to gel that as a team.
Yeah.
Here's Sterling's
You know?
goal that we're seeing now.
You see Sterling's
from the
goal.
City game, cuts inside, bends it,
Wonderful.
bends
It's
it
all right,
into the
it's not
far
bad.
corner.
Goal's nothing.
Yeah, it's a
Great
decent
goal.
Nice
You
finish.
know what people in the comments are like. They like to build these things up. Good goal though from
They
Raheem
built that
Sterling.
too. It's a good goal.
Best
I
goal
think-
since Zidane in the Champions
I think
League.
he's scored over 100 City goals now, Raheem Sterling.
He's a good goal. But going back to the Rangnick thing, that ain't worked, has it? They look better under Ollie.
I think.
And that's saying something.
No, they looked
Ollie was
better.
shocking, Robbie.
Ollie was shocking. They look shocking now. They were playing better football under Ollie. I don't know. Any United fan,
I wouldn't say
United
that.
fans out there,
Nah.
They might not admit it.
Robbie, don't you remember how bad they were to watch under Ollie?
Do you know?
Do you remember the
did you
Wolves
watch them
game away
today?
from home?
Did you watch them today?
Yeah, I don't think that. I think Rangnick, I'll
They're
judge him when he
playing
goes upstairs.
under Ollie. They're playing more exciting football.
Because they concede more goals.
Right? They were, or put it this way, I don't see no difference. I don't see no difference to Rangnick's football and Ollie's football.
He's not a manager though. He's a director of football, isn't he? I think when he goes upstairs, then I'll judge him. Then.
Well, everybody was saying how great he's going to be
The
as a
father of
manager.
Klopp and
Should he
Tuchel,
go
yeah.
upstairs?
Yeah,
The
yeah,
teacher.
Yeah, the teacher.
What
The
teacher?
professor.
Even today, they were saying that because he brought in Ralph Hasenhüttl when he was at RB Leipzig.
Yeah.
You know, but
Bad pass that. From
Sharing the points with him.
Come on, boys.
What do you think the benefits are of having him go upstairs?
I think his recruitment at RB Leipzig was really good.
Yeah, he was good at that. He was
and I
good
think
at
if
that.
he appoints the right manager and they match up in philosophy, then maybe Man United from top to bottom will actually have some sort of plan and structure. Because at the moment, you look at the players they've signed. We mentioned it earlier on the show. Maguire, Wan-Bissaka suited for counter-attacking low blocks, and then they want to play out from the back. It makes no sense.
I just don't understand in this day and age how you
recruitment's
give
silly.
a man a contract to first of all be your manager and then go upstairs and be your director.
the thing
of
is
football.
about it now as well. Now,
What's that about?
if he doesn't say get him into the top 4, this is a good attack here for Palmeiras.
Maybe it's so he can suss out who needs to leave.
Yeah, but if he doesn't, Matisse, get him now into the top 4, don't you think fans are going to be looking at him thinking,
Oh, yeah.
do I really even want him round the place either?
That's what
I
I
just
mean.
want a whole
That's what
fresh.
I mean.
I just want a whole fresh. Bring in Pochettino, whoever it is, with his own people and own ideas, because you've had your chance and you ain't really. I don't know. It's a bit of a mess at United, man.
It's a disaster if they don't make top 4. It's embarrassing, to be honest.
They should make top 4 with the team that they've got. They
shouldn't even.
Sancho and Ronaldo.
Yeah, they shouldn't
be a
even.
combo.
They should have been competing for the league.
Surely, yeah.
Yeah, that was how it was meant to be.
Yeah, Varane, Sancho, and Ronaldo.
Yeah.
Shocking. Talk to me about
And they
Saul
finished
Niguez
second
as
last
well,
season.
because he's a player that was linked with Liverpool when he did go on loan to Chelsea, and we were kind of. Well, I mean, I've been away to Atletico. I've seen him score against us. He looked like a decent player in Spain, but
He's brilliant for Atletico.
on loan at Chelsea, how's he fared so far?
He hasn't adapted to the Premier League very well. Very much taken aback by the pace of the game. I think he's struggled with the pace of the game,
That is funny.
and he's been pressed and closed down, and he's not really been aware of his surroundings as he should be. Maybe in La Liga it's a slower pace.
Yeah, it is.
He's improved,
it's a
but
foul.
still not worth having. You know, Billy Gilmore was playing at the level that he's playing at when he first broke onto the scene. So he's been a disappointment, a massive disappointment, to be honest. But
Matisse,
It's only
I think it's Palmeiras. Are they the team with the 15-year-old Brazilian? I've forgotten his name now.
I'm not sure.
That's lighting up the
that
place.
everybody's being linked with in
Yeah.
Europe. I'm not sure. I think it.
Tell you what, there's some naughty little leave-ins here of the studs up in the air, leaving them in on people. But Palmeiras growing into this game.
Yeah,
Some
Palmeiras
beautiful
are on
kits
top at
as
the
well,
moment.
by the way, I have to
Yeah.
say.
They're on top at the
Beautiful
moment,
kit.
Sophie.
PSG
You're
got a
looking
nice little
stressed.
collection released as well.
Yes.
You want
I've seen
Good
that.
point when I'm
I think they got
stressed.
4 kits.
You need another
Too much.
ginger tea.
And like 5
yeah.
training shirts as well.
It
Anyway, here
used to
comes the
be
Palmeiras free kick.
a kit every year.
Every 2 years.
Every
it
2
was.
years. Now it's a kit every year and
Yeah.
nice tracksuits throughout the
Yeah,
year
yeah, yeah.
for different
And
seasons.
there's 4 different like tracksuits as well for
Yeah.
each team.
Arsenal started that.
TFL trackies.
TFL trackies, yeah.
Listen, they've taken a mick.
So then when you can wear it on the way to the game on the tube, and then you can swap into your home kit, and then you can wear that in the stadium.
Then you can
That's
blend
smart.
into the seats because you're too embarrassed to be seen.
Camouflage, like.
That's why it's a good
Hella
idea.
duff.
It's a good design.
9 minutes, man. He's got extra time.
Yojit says the manager isn't the problem at United. The club isn't run as a football club. There comes a point where you have to blame the players and not the managers. This is the thing. Let's not, beat around the bush here. They've still got the same players as they had under Ollie, and they're still not performing. So it's not like Rangnick's come in and they've all bucked their ideas up.
No, but I
Surely
think
the players have to
you
hold a lot of
cannot tell me
responsibility.
if
here.
Antonio Conte had those
No, I'm
players.
agreeing with
But he's
you.
world class, isn't it? Rangnick's not a world class
Rangnick's not
manager.
world class.
But, and
and he was
Conte
on
was
it.
available.
But they didn't want to fire Ollie. They wanted to get slapped up to Liverpool first. and
Conte
then do
was
it, so-
available.
No, but they still held on to him for like a month or
Yeah,
two after
that's
that.
what.
bro.
How can the 5-0 against Liverpool not be
Not
the
be
turning
enough,
point?
yeah.
Like, what more do you want?
5-0 at home.
It was
to
Watford
Liverpool.
that nailed in the coffin, wasn't it? Yeah.
3-1 he lost.
Chelsea coming forward again there.
Oh,
Kante.
that's a
Oh,
nice
that's
ball
cool.
from
Kante,
Kante, what's Kante doing there?
Jesus, what was that?
Even he must be a bit hot. I guess the conditions, you know.
Maybe. I don't know what the temperature is out there for them, but
How long have they been out there? A week though, haven't they? They played
I
the
think they
first
arrived
game.
on Monday.
And it's not like they did play a game already during the week, so.
Well, they've
Maybe,
only
yeah.
got 8 minutes
That's
of
it.
normal time
Oh,
now,
mother of
Chelsea,
God.
to
They're
finish
looking
this
very,
game off
they're
in
looking
90
very
minutes.
flat at the
at
moment.
least I'm going home in style regardless. That's all that
I
matters.
don't get what the sole substitution was
You know
about,
what you
to be
could do with the
honest.
shirt? Just swap that with an Inter Milan one, and it's just
We're trying to make Lukaku feel at
Lukaku
home.
on the back.
Trying to make him feel at home. Yeah, he's not going on the back of no more of my shirts.
Yeah, I dare to get Lukaku on the back of your shirt.
I actually had one coming, but that was before the controversy, and it arrived after the controversy. Would you imagine? Ridiculous.
Anyway, there's only 7 minutes left, under 7 minutes left of this game. Can Chelsea get another goal? It looks destined for
Extra time.
such a tight game, isn't it?
Yeah.
Looking, as I said, looking destined there for extra time at least.
Do you know what? It's funny you say that, because when Liverpool played this in 2020,
Oh, that was a
went
good
to
little
extra
move.
time.
This is a chance here for Palmeiras. They're coming forward in numbers.
Robbie, shut up scaring me. Stop
Well, let
it.
people out there know what's going on.
Your pens have gone, the
Palmeiras
board's about to go. Oh, look at this lovely little tea bag.
Oh, that's a good little switch. Here it comes in. Dealt with there by Christensen. But Palmeiras still on the attack.
Yeah, Liverpool's Club World Cup went
what type
to
of tea
120 minutes.
is your favourite? Let's distract ourselves from this
So I'm
nonsense.
only a water or green tea girl.
Oh, okay. Not
Yeah.
ginger tea or anything like
and
that.
alcohol.
It's all the same, ginger tea. Well, I've had to stop that now because I don't like the blackouts it gives me, so I'm tequila only.
Blackouts.
Tequila only.
Still
Blackouts.
drink tequila.
Tequila only.
You might need it after
Maybe
this.
you should just not drink alcohol if you have blackouts.
I
all the time.
don't.
You know your limit, like you
could
know when
just
you're just
stop.
about to have
The
that
other
next
day,
sip,
the
and you
other
know
day
it's going
we
to
were
go
out,
overboard.
and then they all went to the strip club. It's like 3 a.m. and I was like, I am leaving here, and I went to gamble on my own till 6 a.m. with a green tea. Just sat there by myself.
Very mature.
Yeah. I don't know
Yes.
why I would clap.
Is that sarcastic?
No, I'm very
Yes,
proud.
congratulations.
That's mad.
You drank a green tea for 3 hours drinking
Well,
a
it
green
wasn't
tea.
really my fault. They stopped serving alcohol, so I had no choice.
There you go. There you go.
So I was so thankful in the morning though, because I woke up with like really not that much of a hangover.
I can't wake up with a hangover no more, man.
I hate it. Isn't it horrible?
Yeah, I used to be when I was younger, but
You get as you get
That's
older.
bad.
It's not.
I can back it, man. But nowadays,
We haven't been out of me yet though.
I'm avoiding you.
Yes, I know.
I've heard about you.
But you know, as you get older, you get wiser. Why is it not the same with alcohol? As you get older,
you
the
do.
hangovers
No,
get
you do.
less.
No, the hangovers get
No,
worse.
I know.
worse.
That's what
So
I'm
when you
saying.
get wiser, you don't bring those hangovers on.
Yeah.
Really?
That's how you get wiser. Yeah, you say, you pace yourself.
Gets to the point now where sometimes I'm just
Now
like,
when
I
you're
can't
younger, you
take this
just go, hey,
feeling.
it's like,
Yeah, you just go for it.
Now when you get older, you get wiser. You're like, yeah, hold on, man.
Can I ask though?
in a
You
minute,
know,
man.
you
Blacked
know,
out. Last time I
governments
blacked out was in
have,
Belfast
governments
in
have invented
September.
things to like track you down, and they've got your, we've got this Face ID thing now on iPhones and everything. Why haven't they invented a cure for a hangover? What is that about?
I mean, it's
Everything
inside
else
you.
is there.
There is one, but it's for like the super rich, and it's just like one pill, and bosh, it's gone.
Isn't it like
I'd easily pay 10k for that
Apparently
pill.
Leo
You
DiCaprio
in
is
Vegas
like
where they put you,
on
you
them
go
as
on
well.
them
I
drip
think
Oh,
it's
I've been on many of
dangerous.
them.
Have you done that before?
100%.
That-
They
that-
don't
that
cure
is
the
such a
hangover
dangerous
at
thing.
all.
Yeah,
But
I'd
if you're
just
really
hold
on
it
that verge of like, you
Cross.
feel like
Oh,
you're
it's a
gonna.
good cross.
I'd just be encouraged to
By
drink more than if that was the
Palmeiras.
case.
Too
Yeah.
deep. Still alive though for Palmeiras.
And it's a throw-in.
They are definitely the team on the front foot at the moment.
Stressed.
Oh, Roman Abramovich looks stressed out there.
Is he still extradited from
And they're
England?
getting the
I think you can come into the country, you just can't
they're
work.
getting the banners out here, Palmeiras.
Unless he wants
Look
to
at
see
that, look at that
unless he
display
wants to see
behind
how
the
Big
goal.
Ben looks now.
Right?
Yeah.
The Palmeiras fans are getting the banner streamers out.
Yeah, I see that.
You know, I've never seen any fans as mental as Napoli fans though. I mean, they are.
These ones are pretty lively.
Red Star are
Napoli's a
wild.
different story.
Red Star wild. I've been to
Wild.
Red
Red
Star.
Star,
Yeah,
Napoli fans are
Star's-
mental.
Red Star.
Oh, you went to the away
crazy.
game, did you?
Both.
Yeah, I went to Red
And
Star.
the home game, even
I've
when they
been to
score, they're
Napoli. No, I've been to
just
Napoli. Napoli are good,
Have they come to your
but the
seat?
Red Star are louder. I'm
Really?
telling you, yes.
I think
Very
Red Star's probably
intimidating.
Red
one
Star louder, man.
Madison, yeah.
It's crazy.
Ultras.
When we was there, we just after a while, I was like, "There's no point in singing, man."
Oh yeah.
He's getting drowned. Olympiacos fans were good.
Yeah,
The
I heard they're good
Greek
as well.
fans are loud.
Yeah.
Turkish fans are loud.
Yeah,
as well.
Olympiacos fans are wild. That's my first ever Champions
Turkish
League away
fans.
game.
Really?
On Olympiacos,
Greece?
yeah.
You're part Greek, isn't it? A little bit, yeah.
Although to be fair, the Olympiacos fans weren't very good. They were throwing coins and stuff. One hit a girl
No,
in the
they're
eye. Like,
pretty-
it
they're
wasn't
pretty
great.
be,
No,
Yeah, they can be pretty violent as well.
it wasn't. And it was only like I think it was like a 0-0.
But when you go to Napoli, when you went to Napoli,
It was the worst trip of
did
my
you have to
entire
get on
life,
them
and I will never go back.
Did you have to get on them buses?
I
where
did
they
a
bus
day
you in?
trip. I did a day trip
Day
to
trip.
Napoli.
Is that the 3-1 defeat?
And I will never ever, yes, I will
Yeah.
never, and I was so cold, and I will never ever do it. My dad had to give me a salt, so I will never ever do it again, ever. And I think they were like threatening to kill us though, all the fans on the way there. I mean, they really are aggressive.
Yeah, no, they bus you in.
Yeah,
They
they're
bus you
wild.
in on these buses. Yeah, I swear.
I'll never
They look
forget
like prison
Marseille.
buses.
I'll never forget Marseille though.
Yeah, and like you have like an escort in.
There's like bars on the windows, isn't there?
I remember we went to Red Star, Belgrade. They kept us in for about 2 hours after the game. And
That's
there was,
the worst.
there was this guy complaining to the police. And he's going, I want to go home.
Like,
This is ridiculous. We've been in here now for nearly 2 hours this week. And the policeman turns around and he goes, it's for your good.
Yeah. For your safety.
You leave. And I thought to myself,
You leave,
yeah,
you might
leave,
die.
I thought to myself, yeah, I'll stop
wait for
here.
you outside,
listen.
I'm there, I'll go 3 hours, 4 hours. I'm good.
Listen, you
Right.
better wait for everyone to go
I'll
home.
work with
I'll
you.
just catch the flight tomorrow. It's fine.
Trust.
I'll never
I'll
forget
just-
Marseille though. They kept us for an hour and a half after. There was one Marseille fan that had waited in a bush the entire time and just jumped out at us, but just flew into the police, the French police. So it was like, oh babe, that was a
When they're
waste of
keeping
time.
you in, they're keeping you in for your own safety.
Trust me, man.
Yeah.
Juve
When you
was the
go to
worst.
Napoli, they keep you in.
Juve was like 2.5 hours. I was like, hell
2.5 for
no.
Juve.
Napoli is backed quite famously by the mafia though in Italy. So like when Maradona
Napoli
was
fans
bought
are
by
mental.
Napoli,
Gomorrah.
it was paid for by the Gomorrah. And then the
Camorra.
you know, did you see the press conference when a journalist said to Maradona, he said, "You know, you're here because the Gomorrah have paid for you to be here," and then he get escorted out of the room. This journalist and was never seen again.
Camorra. Gomorrah's the.
I think it's
Camorra's a TV program, isn't it? It's Camorra is the actual name of it.
Gomorrah. Yeah.
Their fans are passionate.
Oh,
They're very passionate.
Milan next week in the Champions League.
Napoli.
I'll never go to Napoli again. It was the worst trip of my entire life. I was so cold.
I've been to I've been to their state, Milan.
San Siro.
Right at the top, freezing like that.
Oh, they put you in the clouds.
Like that rain that like spits at you, but it's like a little ice, like a little dagger
Do you know
every
what the worst
time.
away trip is? I'll tell you after
I
this.
wanna
free,
do Barcelona,
Let me
man.
tell you after this free kick for Chelsea.
15 seconds to go here, by the way,
Tell you
guys.
after this free kick for Chelsea.
is
Right
not
in the
right.
last
Time.
minute. Cam
Pulisic on free
Pulisic gets some
kicks.
good delivery in
Come
here.
on, babe, please.
Chance here for Chelsea. The Chelsea fans praying. Here it comes from Pulisic. Good delivery required here, right in the last minute of the game.
I'm not sure why he's
Can
on free
Chelsea nick it?
That's it.
That
That's
is
it.
a good delivery. But dealt with well by Palmeiras.
And the
Added
TV
time.
went fuzzy.
5 minutes added time, yeah.
kick. Go on.
Come on, babe. That's it.
That's,
Yeah, worst away game to go to, Barcelona.
Really? Why? I'm
telling you.
They put you up too high?
You
Or
put up,
the
when I
Nets.
say the gods,
Yeah,
I
the
mean,
gods.
you
Actually scared
can
me.
quite literally,
talk to
if
God.
you believe in God, if you believe in God, you might be able to shake hands with him. You're that high.
But is it
up.
not? Is,
Robbie Fowler's all
is that a bad thing? Is that a bad thing for you? Or
It's terrible because you so
barely see the pitch.
You're looking down on dots.
Oh,
And
right.
it's
Well-
the nets as well.
You're looking
Robbie.
down on dots.
The nets.
It's really steep as well.
Really
So
steep.
you're
Yeah.
up, if you suffer from any form
Vertigo.
of
Afraid of heights.
vertigo or
I
something,
don't, but I didn't like it.
don't do it.
Yeah.
Right. The security is terrible. They just got students
Oh, really?
doing stuff.
Work experience done.
You're like, what's my seat down here? Sit where you want.
Yeah.
And when we went there, it was raining as well. It was an open stadium, so
Oh,
it was
no.
even made it was shocking.
That's, you don't want rain in the new
absolute,
camp.
absolute one of the worst away
When I
grounds
went
you can go
there,
to.
we were 3-0 down, and we actually left because the police were getting a bit funny, and I knew we were
And
going to
the
be in there for
police in
2
Spain are
hours.
terrible as well.
We were
Yeah,
going to be there for
it's
2
true.
hours after, and it's the only time I've left a European game early. But we were like, we're getting out of there
What
because
time
it was
did you
like
leave it?
69, 70, I think.
Yeah.
And we were like,
So
because
we're
otherwise we're
calling
going
it
to
for
be in here for
Chelsea.
2 hours, and it's all going to kick off.
Yeah.
In Atletico Madrid, I
That's
looked
another
down.
place that great
There were
hour and a
people's
half.
shoes everywhere, and the next time I saw the Chelsea fans,
Well,
they were like
shots for
bleeding
Chelsea.
and everything. It was horrible.
And again-
Oh, bloody hell, babe!
Over the top by
Atleti, they
Kovacic.
keep you behind.
Yeah, but honestly, if you went to Barcelona, you would be so disappointed as an away fan. Listen, I don't know
I've
what.
been to
I
the
don't like the
city just as a
stadium.
tourist.
No, the
I don't like the
city is-
stadium.
I
I
love
don't
the
like the stadium. The city is
the city's
beautiful.
beautiful.
Yeah,
It's,
I've seen the
there's
outside
lots
the
to
stadium.
do. It's a great city.
I've done a tour
And you're
of it.
going to Barcelona, so you're thinking this is the like one of the ultimate games, right? And I don't know, maybe for a home fan, it would be a great experience.
I
And
thought the
actually,
stadium
I
was
went
shit.
there. I
Don't like
went
the stadium.
there for a friendly game. that Arsenal played, and we were lower down. We're in a different part, and it was actually good.
Yeah.
But where they put you when you go to just a normal away, it's honestly I wouldn't even.
Outside the ground.
I swear, if Arsenal got there again, I'm not even too sure if I'd bother.
Really, that bad?
It's that bad.
It's not it's not the best stadium.
And actually, most of those away teams in Europe, they just put you up in the gods. They treat the away fans really, but I think they're not as used to away fans.
It's to get the atmosphere out, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you can't take over.
Yeah, they just put you way up, and then when you go to these away grounds sometimes in Europe, I don't know if you know you back me up on this, Sophie. When they got this ridiculous netting.
Yeah, the netting is so annoying, so annoying.
When I went to Valencia, they had like double netting.
Yeah. They've had it at every stadium I've been to, really.
A single one, it was like a double, so you're almost like you're going, yo, I can't even...
I think they always had it at every stadium I've been to in Europe. Maybe not...
Most of them, I hate that as well.
I don't think they had it at Genk.
But you go to somewhere, they got like a double netting.
So it's like the game.
So literally, the experience
the Barcelona
of away
game was
fans,
like...
a lot of them teams in Europe is...
We left because we knew we were 3-0 down. We knew the police were going to kick off. It was already kicking off, and I was like, I'm not staying in here for another 2 hours.
This is a good run here by Chelsea.
At Atletico Madrid, they were like kicking the shit out of all the fans, so I was like, I'm leaving. But no, I actually stayed. I stayed for that game.
The Spanish police don't mess about, man.
I was like, not this again.
In Spain, there's about 3 different authorities that can arrest you: Guardia Civil, Guardia Local, and Policia.
Yeah, they don't mess
so
about.
Anyone can just batter you with
a
trunction.
What's the difference?
Corner to Chelsea.
Police and
corner to Chelsea with a minute to go.
Guards, they're all the same.
They're pleading for handball, the fans. Let's see if this was a handball.
Ticket in the cars.
Yeah.
No, it's me, wasn't it?
Plus, they've got a gun and a truncheon as well.
Okay. Upgrades.
So, you don't want to.
She looks stressed, Sophie. More stressed than you. Anyway, here comes a corner for Chelsea. 1 minute to go. Under a minute to go of this game. Could Chelsea win it in the last seconds of this game? Rudiger getting a spoken to at the moment as usual.
Last chance.
Needs a good delivery.
Take your time. Don't want them to counter anyway.
Here it comes. Here's the delivery.
Good ball. Goalkeeper.
Keeper dealt with it well.
Fuck's sake.
Oh,
fucking hell, Chelsea.
Counter has to pass it.
What is he? He's offside.
The hell is that? The hell is that?
Got it up the pitch though, that's the main thing. This game looks like it's definitely going to extra time.
Prediction spot on. I'm having a good day with predictions.
Not bad at all.
15 seconds to go. Chelsea on the attack.
Interesting.
Rudiger just lumps one into the box, but Palmeiras have dealt with those very well today, haven't they?
Yeah.
They've dealt with that very well. And that is it. That is it. We are going to extra time.
I'm glad I mentally psyched myself up for what this is, because I knew it was going to be like this, tight game, just extra time. Now we have to go through and hopefully we managed to get the win. But they're a good team, Palmeiras, man. They really are. It's their second time in the competition. They was in it last year as well, but they lost in the semi-finals to I think Tigres, Mexican team. So they're a good team.
Interesting, very interesting. Thank you for sticking with us. I know this has been a long stream. We've been on for about 4 hours now, so big up to everyone that's been here from the start of the journey back at 2:30. It seems like a long time ago. Just to go over the scores that we've already had today. Man U obviously drawing and losing 2 more points again to Southampton at home. That was 1-1. Watford lost 2-0 at home to Brighton. Big result that for Brighton. Roy Hodgson's first home game as a Watford manager ends in defeat. A 0-0 draw between Brentford and Crystal Palace. Everton, massive result for them. 3-0 winners at home to Leeds. And Man City are currently 1-0 up, and that's half time at Carrow Road. A lot of people confused in the comments. Is it extra time? Is it penalties? It will go to extra time, and if it's obviously still not decided, then we will see a penalty shootout, Rob.
We will see a penalty shootout. Another one. There's been so many of these big finals go to penalty shootouts, don't they?
Yeah.
It's so attritional. But hopefully we can get a winner before we go to. Or do we want penalties? We want penalties?
I know I don't.
I want this to be sorted as soon as possible by Palmeiras. It's been a long stream. I've got to get to Brixton tonight, to see example. So let's hope for a nice early start.
TV.
40 seconds until this TV turns off, by the way.
TV will self-destruct in 34 seconds, 33, 32.
Very interesting question from Manos the Pro 33, DR Sports. Robbie, where'd you get your haircut?
Oh, it's a secret.
It's Good place down around the corner. I've got a little something myself before I came.
There you go. Interesting question there from Manos. He's taking the piss, cheeky. Captain Sal, who's a Liverpool fan, he says, Robbie, you don't need to worry about getting to Barcelona as Arsenal will not get into Europe.
Ooh, I don't know, man.
You're saying that?
Barcelona in the Europa League. Yeah.
Well, listen, don't forget about Europa League, man. The way things are panning out at the moment. Arsenal fans have got our feet up this weekend. We ain't got no game because we're supposed to play Chelsea.
Yeah.
Right, and obviously you guys are in this, so we've got our feet up, relaxed. But you know what? It's been a good day so far. You know what I mean? Man United dropping points. If Tottenham drop some points tomorrow.
True.
You know what I mean?
Can't complain.
So listen, I'm chilled at the moment, man, and don't discount.
What other alcohol have we got in there?
Do not discount
What is it?
Arsenal
What
for
we
that
got?
4th place.
Yeah, I mean,
Don't write us off, man. That's all we got to go for this year.
I think
Yeah.
United should be in
Oh,
pole
getting
position.
on the train.
Yeah, I'll have a Corona, man.
United should be in pole position, but if you guys take it, it's opportunistic. It's brilliant, isn't it? You got to take
Listen,
the opportunity.
it's the
if it
only
comes.
thing Arsenal have got to play for now.
Yep.
This season, and I was really heartened by that result.
Is that water for me? Yeah.
Thank you very much. You got opener though.
I need one too.
Oh, nice one. I was really heartened by that
Oh,
result.
that was mine. You took
Thank
mine.
you.
Oh, sorry.
No.
I was going to say I was really heartened by that result for Arsenal the other night. I thought we played well in that game, despite all the efforts of the referee. But yeah, and I heard you earlier, supporting the referee and saying that
Double book.
How he
Yeah,
was
but Robbie,
spot on
did you
and-
hear my arguments for it? And we read out the rules. We read out the advantage rule that was written.
Let's listen. I don't hear nothing about the
It's
rules.
two yellows. It's 2 yellows. What does 2
Have you
yellows
ever?
equal?
Have you ever seen that before?
Doesn't matter if I've
No,
ever
no,
seen
I
it before.
wanna ask-
I haven't.
I wanna
haven't
ask you-
seen it before, but it still doesn't change the fact
I
that
have
it's 2
never
yellows which make a
ever,
red.
in all of my life of
Neither
watching
have I.
football, I've never seen that before. How the hell does Martinelli even know he's on a yellow card? He does not know. The referee,
I think that's naive to say that.
did not need to do that in that game. The referee should have done what they do in every other game, which is just show one yellow, right? Go back and show the yellow, and then that was it. No Wolves
lovely.
player would have complained. The Wolves manager wouldn't have complained. No fans would have complained. They would have just said, "Got on with it," because that's what they always do. There's no consistency with these referees, and what I'm noticing with these referees now is that they are sort of targeting Arsenal. Because Arsenal get so many red cards, it's like now...
I don't think this is right, man. Your brother earlier said that was a myth.
Well, I don't agree with my brother. I do believe...
You think there's an agenda against Arsenal?
I don't think it's... Listen, it's not... It doesn't go as far as an agenda. It's not like they're deliberately going out there to give Arsenal players a red card, but I feel it's easy to... You know that you've got a player sometimes that... Like Xhaka.
Builds a reputation.
Xhaka's got a reputation,
Yeah.
so it's easy to give him a yellow card. Some other players do same things he does, gets away with it, but because of his... Is that Ziyech on?
Ziyech has come on
Ziyech
now,
is on,
by
by
the
the
way,
way.
for the last half
Because
an
of his
hour.
reputation, he gets a yellow card. I feel this night now, Arsenal as a team, because of the amount of reds they've got now, they're kind of easy to give a red to. That's what I'm saying.
You weren't known as a
'Cause that
nasty
one-
team, though, so this
Yeah,
is,
we're
this
not
is
a dirty
different.
team. We're not a dirty
Little
team.
dirty
I thought the other night that was ridiculous.
No, I agree. I
The
do
only
think it was a bit
dirty
harsh.
team is Tottenham.
I think it's naive to say that Martinelli didn't know
And
he
Leeds.
was on a red card. On a yellow. The first
He didn't
incident-
know he was on a yellow
Let me
card.
finish. Let me land. The first incident, he knows that the referee is playing advantage to then come back and book him for that because it's a definite yellow card. The first one.
How does he know? How do you know it's a
Because
definite
when the
yellow?
referee is playing advantage,
No, he's playing.
everyone knows that he's coming back to get you.
How do you know? How do you know?
What? For me,
How do you know he's coming back to get
If
me?
I did that, I know
So
that
every-
the referee, when the ball goes out,
No,
he's
no,
coming
no.
back,
He
he's
didn't
coming-
do that. He tried to.
Bro,
He tried to
no,
sort of.
No.
He tried to
no,
sort of like.
no,
And
it's a yellow
actually,
card.
if you're actually going back letter of the law, it was a foul throw.
Okay,
It's a foul throw as well.
He's blocked him. It's a professional.
Do you know it's a foul throw,
It's a yellow
right?
card.
it was it.
It was a foul throw as well. So I'm sorry.
Luckily,
man.
you guys still got the 3 points. Otherwise, it'd be a
Referees
massive
trying to
controversy.
yet again
Go
trying
on,
to be the
Ziyech.
centre of attraction.
That's it.
Apparently, this has already happened with Arturo Vidal in the Champions League, where the ref gave 2 yellow
Have you
cards
ever
in 6
seen that in the
seconds.
Premier League? Have
Go on,
you
babes,
ever?
go on, babes.
You've never seen it. No one can tell me. I've never seen
Not
that.
in the Prem, but again, doesn't mean
It's
that
one
it's
of them.
not right.
You get them little unwritten things. I said this the other day, right? You get these little unwritten things. We've seen it, for instance, like how many times have you been to a game and goalkeepers they're wasting time?
Oh mate, every week it happens.
They get a yellow card. You ever seen anyone get a second yellow?
I have.
When?
It's happened a few times.
Yeah, when's that?
It's happened a few times.
Where?
I think.
When? I've never ever seen that.
Casillas. It's happened with him for Real Madrid under Mourinho.
No, with the Premier League we're talking, man. Because we're dealing with the Premier League refs. Have you ever seen a Premier League? Hold on. Have you ever seen a Premier League ref give 2 yellow cards for a goalkeeper wasting time?
No, I haven't.
But they could do. But they
it's
never do
the
it.
lack of consistency.
No,
is what you're
that's what I'm
talking
saying,
about,
right? They could do,
It
but
doesn't
they
happen.
never do it.
Yeah.
Right. So why all of a sudden now?
Now
That's
we're
what I'm
doing
saying.
it, yeah.
That's what I'm saying with the Arsenal thing. Now all of a sudden now, you're giving one to Martinelli because it's easy to give Arsenal red cards. You know. Yeah, that's true. That's another point. Same players swearing.
You saw it happen
Players
very
swear.
recently in the
Players
Champions League.
swear all. Stop
say
telling
it
me
in a
about the
language
Champions
the
League, the
referee
Premier
doesn't
League.
understand.
Players swear all the time, right? But you should really get a yellow card for swearing.
Yeah, you
when
should,
when
for
my
dissent.
kids are playing football, if they swear, they get a yellow card.
Oh, really? Is that how it is now?
Right, swearing, you get a yellow card. You should get a yellow card
used to be able to swear.
because you're abusing the referee. The players swear all the time. You see the referee giving them 2 yellows for that. Do you?
Again, it happened
No,
recently against Atletico in the Champions League. You know Rodrigo de Paul.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the Premier League because we're on about the
He's got a
Premier
yellow
League.
card for the foul and then did that
We're
to
talking
ref.
about
He's
the
like,
Premier League.
cool, you're
No, we're on about 2 cases of swearing. And we all know that these footballers, they're swearing all game. Have you ever seen one get sent off for swearing?
Costa get sent off.
Anyway, let an Arsenal player. I'm telling all the Arsenal players, do
the
not
Prem.
swear.
Costa actually never got
because
sent
you
off
will
in
be
the
the
road. That's
first.
crazy. Yeah.
Don't worry about
As
it.
aggressive as he was.
Let Granit Xhaka, a couple of swearing, Xhaka, you'll be gone.
Well, you need to sell Xhaka anyway, so.
Well, that's another matter.
Let's not get started, Robbie, on that one.
We're a marked club, man. I'm convinced now. After the other night, I'm like, it's easy to give red cards to Arsenal
Robbie,
players.
You just need
The
Arteta
red
to
card
sit
that
in.
Partey got against Liverpool, clumsy, stupid.
No, that's a red card. No, I don't.
The red card Xhaka got
Gabriel.
against Liverpool, clumsy,
The
stupid.
Gabriel red card is a prime example for me, right? Where the referee didn't really need to give that. By the strict letter of the law, you can give it, but I see them every week. I saw that today in the United game, where I think it was a Southampton player? But he was already on the fullback. He was already on a yellow.
Yeah.
He made a, you know what I mean? He did a little foul that really, if he hadn't have been on that yellow, he would probably have got a yellow for that. But the referee recognised he was on a yellow, said, "I'm not going to spoil up the game." It's a very, and kept him on the pitch.
Yeah.
But when it came to Gabriel,
I feel like with a red
it's
card,
not consistent, man.
with a red card, you'd want to make sure it's absolutely necessary.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That one of Gabriel, you saw, like he's on the halfway line. He went like that, and then he realised and went like that and pulled away.
Yeah.
By the way, it's 2-0 to Man City at the moment now.
2-0 Man City.
Yeah, he went to hug him, he went to sort of hold him, and then he pulled his hands away. Still got a red. Easy to give Arsenal players a red card. I know it's not an agenda, but it's just easy, I feel, with referees now, where they're marked.
The one I do think wasn't a red card that Arsenal did get was, remember Louise at City? When the back of his studs have clipped.
No, I think that was at Wolves
Sane.
last year.
Oh, was it Wolves?
Yeah.
I think he got sent off against City.
That's
Go
a
on,
good
go on,
delivery
go on.
there by Ziyech.
Oh, wow, I'm getting very angry.
Welcome
Listen,
to
some of those red cards are deserved. Listen, I'm not saying they're not.
Get
But
off.
there are
Phil
others
Foden
that.
with the goal for Man City to double their lead at Carrow Road.
Let
pulling
the mouth
away.
comparisons continue.
Pulling away.
Let the mouth comparisons in the chat begin.
I'm sticking to my opinion on it. I just feel it's not an agenda, but it's easy. Arsenal are marked at the moment.
It goes through waves, isn't it?
Just like you get players that are marked because they sort of view them as they commit a lot of fouls, so they're quick to get a yellow. There's certain players in the Premier League. I'm sure somebody like a Rudiger will get a yellow card quicker than an equivalent player who's not known for some of his stuff that he does. You know what I mean?
Potentially, yeah. I need us to score. I don't want to go to penalties, man.
It's getting tense now. Oh, this is a good run there by Werner.
Crosses
but the cross was poor by Werner. Cross was poor.
Rio Ferdinand gave his thoughts on the Martinelli red card, didn't he? Saying that he wants to be in the news, the ref, doesn't he?
Yeah,
So
that's
harsh.
a Rio Ferdinand. Yeah, his quotes were, he wants to be in the news, the ref, doesn't he? So harsh. The first you can say it's a yellow, but the second one, especially in the same phase or sequence, I just don't feel it warrants a yellow card. No chance. Well done, Rio Ferdinand. A guy who's to play football, understands it. Right, the referee just wanted to get involved in the game.
Rio Ferdinand is the same guy that said, give Ollie a contract and write whatever you want on it. So, can you believe everything that Rio Ferdinand says? Probably not.
Well, on this occasion, I agree.
I think he was a bit emotional that day.
Yeah.
Let the emotions.
Here's what you do. You get a contract, put it on the table,
Yeah.
give him the pen, and you say, right, what do you want in there,
Well,
mate?
it is his mate. Isn't it?
Yeah, it's his mate, innit?
it's
He
his
let
mate,
emotions
but
get ahead of him.
Yeah, it's one of them ones.
I think this is going to go to penalties, and it would have been good if we had Kepa in goal for that.
No, Kepa will come on. I'm sure we've still got a sub.
You think you sub Kepa on for it?
Oh yeah, really? 100%. Yeah. You would? I mean,
If I was Mendy, I'd refuse to come
I
off.
suppose I never think.
Like what he did.
No, Mendy's fine with the situation. He's
No,
fine
but
with that.
I never think of subbing goalkeepers. That's
Yeah,
like, you can't do that.
Yeah, but do you remember Holland in the World Cup? They subbed off.
Yeah,
was it
great
Tim
example.
Krul?
No, I don't remember.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
They
So
brought Krul on, didn't they?
I think Krul came on, didn't
Yeah,
he?
because he's like expert.
I liked Tim Krul.
But he didn't. He still didn't.
I can't remember if
Is it-
it was a
didn't-
successful change in the end, but yeah, it was
Krul's,
done.
yeah, because Krul's an expert.
Yeah, Kepa's that good at penalties. You'd sub him on, yeah.
And then even Egypt in the African Cup of Nations final, they played for penalties. They had that guy, that bottle with all the names and where they're going to go.
Yeah,
written.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
That didn't,
Standard,
that didn't work out, did it? Well, Chelsea here got overlap. It's Werner.
Go on, babe! You mother
Oh, it's gone off the bar.
It's deflected. It would have been
Jeez,
an
that
own
could have
goal.
went anywhere.
Shit.
It went off the bar.
Fucking shit fuck.
A lot of swearing there.
What happened
3 swear
there?
words
He would have
and
been
3
offside
words.
anyway. Werner would have been offside. It came off the bar though. He's always offside, Werner, isn't he?
It's offside, this guy.
him and Morata have the same trait in a Chelsea shirt.
Oh, man. Interesting.
Well, that is interesting. What's
He
happened
must be
there?
hot in that.
Yeah.
Pulisic has made a difference since he's come on now, hasn't he?
Yeah,
I love
just a
Pulisic.
couple of opportunities.
That's a corner. He was offside when he played that pass in though.
Go on,
That's it.
over here.
Why not hurry up?
Wow,
You
he's kept that in. Go
Well,
on,
it went off actually, I think. But all right.
go on.
Shoot, fucking
Good
just
away,
bang it
good
in.
away.
I'm really upset now.
Just over here.
Chelsea on the attack though. Chelsea looking.
Spinning.
Rudiger playing left wing forward, getting a corner for the team.
I want a goal.
Just to let you guys on the stream know, I will be leaving at half time of this game, which is in around about the next 5 minutes. And the
You've
Don
done
himself-
a great stint,
Thank
mate.
you, bro. It's been
You've
a
done a great
5-hour
stint.
shift. And Don Robbie will take over for the most important bit. This is what I mean. He comes in for the important bits. You know what I mean?
The Hollywood moments.
You're going to be talking about either Chelsea winning or losing a penalty shootout, but could they change that before?
Well, Chelsea are looking very strong at the moment in this half of extra time. They've been the better team. And Palmeiras are running out of ideas. Look at that. They're just punt down the top. They've hardly got anybody. Look at that.
Yeah, they're just
They only have
backs
one
against
player.
the walls now.
Well, for
In
them,
Chelsea's off.
I think
They're playing for penalties.
Yeah, that's
Palmeiras.
what I mean.
sure.
Yeah.
But do you know what? This is actually...
Which is a dangerous game to play.
This
And
is
I don't-
probably what they wanted the whole time.
I don't like when I see teams playing for penalties. I then start to think, you know what? I'd rather the other team win.
Go on.
Try and go for
Go
it.
on, go on. Oh,
That was a foul on
He could have went down
Havertz.
there, you know.
Nah, it's good defending.
Mo Salah goes down there, innit? Be real.
Mo Salah.
Well, goes down the line and scores. That's what he
Running
does.
down the wing.
What an appearance.
Mo
that
Salah
night.
goes down there. You know that. innit?
There's no, he wouldn't. He would have got to the ball. He's quicker than Havertz. He would
Mo
have made that
Salah
ball.
goes down
I'm not
there,
going to bite, mate. I'm just not going to bite. You can
You think
try
Mo
it,
Salah
I'm not
goes
gonna
down
bite.
there?
Absolutely.
Obviously, yeah, of course.
What about you? Mo Salah goes down there?
Alex, you've got the most calming voice. I'm very angry right
More than
now,
likely.
but I'm not. I'm not going to react.
I'm not going to bite.
No, because he knows it's true.
Nah, listen, best player in the world.
Did you see that clip where Klopp hugs Mane
Diaz.
and then he sees Salah coming down the tunnel and he's I didn't mean to congratulate you.
That's actually an old clip, but people
Oh,
have memed
is
it
it?
up.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. So
I know, well, it's funny either way though, isn't
It's
it?
good. It's like Klopp
Something
when he
went
sees
on there.
Salah walk in when he's congratulating.
Best player's Mane, ain't it?
Which? In
Mane.
the tournament?
No, Boubacar.
Oh, right.
That's what Boubacar said. You don't impress me.
Big up to Usman Verk sending in a super chat. Big up Matisse, the most respectable Chelsea fan, and now hard to come by. Trust me.
Excuse me? Hello?
Sophie's sitting right there.
Oh, no, sorry. I take it back.
The disrespect.
Big up to Deep Kundu again with the super chat. We can make a compilation of ref bias against Arsenal. Listen, we've spoken about that. We bored that subject to death.
What did we speak about?
No, we didn't.
Martinelli. Anyway,
Yeah.
Doo-doo is off. Doo-doo is off.
The main counter-attack.
Had a pretty doo-doo game as well,
be
if I'm
tired.
quite honest with you. He was living up to...
Well, listen, playing up front on his own there, you know what I mean?
Small
it's not,
guy as well, Rob.
Not easy.
Who's this handsome fellow coming on? I think I
easy.
fancy all the South Americans. And the Germans.
Carlos Tevez.
not him.
Oh, see? Got you out.
That's different.
Salah fights to
Suarez.
stay up. Why is he called a diver? Totally agree with you, mate. Thank you very much for sticking up for me.
He's a
You're
great,
one
he's a
person.
great player, but he does have a tendency to.
Not as much anymore. I think that's a bit unfair to throw at him now. Big up to the zombie fanatic again, a super chat. Where are they showing the Club World Cup final? Do you mean the country or the broadcaster?
Channel 4.
The country is Abu Dhabi and the broadcaster is Channel 4. Hollyoaks is delayed actually because this game has gone to extra time. So Hollyoaks Omnibus, you can catch it tomorrow.
Good. Play
Is
on for
Hollyoaks
about
still
another
a
6
thing?
hours.
I don't know, Rob. I've never watched any soaps, to be fair.
Come on,
Soaps
boys.
are a bit outdated,
Yes.
aren't
I'm not a soap guy.
See, just megged him then.
You're more of a shower gel guy, innit? Hey, still got jokes.
Go on, that's it. Oh, is he offside? He's offside, isn't he?
chance.
Go on, baby,
Oh,
in!
Brilliant defending there.
Head collision.
Oh, he looks like he's knocked out. But it's brilliant defending there. He had 3 players running in on him. Look at this. What a defensive header
That's a
that
great
was.
header.
That is brilliant.
Oh, no, he's not hurt, Robbie. He's just staying down, isn't he? Wasting a bit of time.
straight
Get
out
them
of
to half time.
the Salah book.
The longer this goes on, guys, I know we've been watching it from the start and Robbie's come in, but the longer this goes on as it is, I cannot see a Chelsea win.
Well, it's pissing me off now.
Well, I don't know, man.
I went
Barely
to
said a word the last half
There's
hour.
only one team going for it at the moment. Though,
I went
isn't it?
2-1 to Chelsea in extra
Yeah,
time.
but the longer that they do not break down this Palmeiras team, and we all know
If it
that
goes
they
to penalties,
can
it's-
counter.
yeah.
I don't know, man.
I don't know if-
Palmeiras have got Chelsea just where they want them right now.
I don't know if Palmeiras have the energy for many counters left, but I think if this goes to penalties, then it's 50-50, isn't it? So
And with the home advantage almost.
Ain't Chelsea been decent on penalty shootouts, though?
yeah,
Been alright.
being pretty good, but even still, I'd still be a little bit worried just because it's penalties. You never know what's going to happen, isn't it?
Very interesting. Liam 2K1547 says Jota the best player at the minute. Robbie doesn't like Salah no more. He low key hates
I
Liverpool.
love Salah. And I don't hate Liverpool.
You do want them to lose
I
in
don't hate
certain
Liverpool.
games though. I can't lie. Like,
No, but that's I told you already because then there's people like you.
Yeah, but is
It'll
it?
be on my case. I mean, texting me, ringing me,
Yeah.
bangering me. You know what I mean? So that's what I said.
I'm pretty sure that when
And
we
it's the same
held
with you.
some corn, you were on my phone going, "Yo, man, just
Yeah,
checking in.
because
I
you know
know
what I mean.
Liverpool fans are
Because
a
you've
bit
been doing
down
that to
right
me
now."
for the last few years. So I've got to get something back, you know.
No, I'll give you that.
But
one.
listen,
It's been
I
one-sided.
don't dislike Liverpool, man. I mean, I
think
don't-
you dislike.
I love
the banter.
actually. I love the football that Liverpool play. I think they've got a
Cross it
brilliant.
in, no!
They've got a brilliant manager that I really admire. But as I said, you know what I mean?
Kante, you got
Kante's had a few slip-ups this game, hasn't he?
offside.
He's going to play
Most
onside.
offside I've ever seen, bro.
He's offside.
That was the most offside.
He's gonna
This
be
is what
offside
I hate.
now.
Why did
Robbie-
he wait to do
Why-
offside so late?
Why is he going to
He
take
could
so
have
long?
snapped his leg there.
But he could have just gone offside from the beginning.
Yeah.
Why take so long
No,
about
I mean, I disagree with you guys there with that. I feel that sometimes there's been a lot of. I'll give you an example. Yeah? You know, the other day when we played Liverpool, Jota's second goal, I thought he was miles offside. The referee kept his flag down. He was miles onside.
Yeah, because
So-
Lino
But that was obvious,
He
though.
wasn't on.
That was
Exactly.
obvious.
So I'm saying sometimes there's been games you go to sometimes and it looks like a player's a mile off and he ain't. So they are right to keep their flags down.
No, but there's some really.
But when you put
obvious
it like
ones,
that,
though.
but yeah, no.
There's some really obvious.
No, but that's what I'm
ones.
saying. Some of these really. I remember when Aubameyang scored at Man United. That looked really obvious, but he weren't. He was onside. He
But
timed
Rob,
his run.
How about this one?
With the
to play
naked
devil's
eye, it looks
advocate?
really obvious, but it's not always. So they are doing the right thing and keeping.
Play
those-
devil's advocate though, right? Let's say Lacazette's through on goal. It's obvious that he's offside, right? It's obvious, and you're just waiting
Obvious
for him
to
to
who?
put the flag up. No, it's he's a country mile offside, but they allow it to play on. Lacazette goes around the keeper snaps his leg.
what happens then?
Yeah,
Because
but
the lino should
I
have
keep
already put
hearing
his flag
everybody
up.
say that. It's half time, by the way, of
Yeah, it
extra
goes to
time.
bathroom quickly.
I keep hearing everybody say that, but I've never actually seen that happen.
Right.
Right? But what I have seen happen is that a lot of times when people say, oh, he's a mile off, don't worry about it, he's miles offside. And then when you look, when they then do the replay, he was onside. So they're actually doing the right thing. Anyway, go.
Parisian.
Get out of here, get out of here, man.
One more comment. Parisian London and Matisse in the mud. Come on, Palmeiras. Matisse is in love with Paris. We all know it. Big up, everyone.
Big up.
Matisse, thank you so much for coming on
Pleasure,
today.
bro. Thank you.
I'm gonna find out what happens in this game, obviously.
Yeah.
All right,
Mr.
big up
DR
yourself.
himself. Thank
Big
you
up.
for having me. I'll be back on
Do I
Monday for
swap
the
seats?
review.
You know, I'm going to swap seats with you. I'll stay.
jump in.
I'm going to middle up the seat. Big up to Alex. He's done a great stint. Sophie's gone to the toilet. She's nervous, and we're getting now into the last half of extra time. Matisse.
Yeah. I mean, this is the second half now where we have to get the goal, because I'm not trying to see us go to penalties with this team. I don't know how good this team are on penalties. Their goalkeeper is rated very highly by a lot of South American, football watchers. So for me personally, I just want to see us get the winner in this. I had a 2-1 in extra time prediction. That's what I'm hoping for.
You're looking the most likely, isn't it? The best team in extra time has definitely been Chelsea.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, Palmeiras, I don't think they're even trying now. They're just literally low block, one player left up front. They're playing for penalties.
Yeah, and you just hope that wave after wave after wave, eventually now it will come and we will get that goal, because if we don't and it goes to penalties and it's 50-50, as I said.
Yep.
Ziyech is on now, so you'd hope that he can pick through their defence and try and find that cutting edge, because he's been in good form. Pulisic, like you said earlier, has been in a good impact on the game, but we just have to find a way to score. It's been a difficult game, man.
What are you guys saying in the chat? Who's going to win it from now? You're about to kick off for the second half. Who are you guys going for? Chelsea or Palmeiras? It's a close one. It's a close one. It really is a close one. We kick off now for the second half of extra time. Oh, and that's a foul there by Chelsea. I have to say, both teams out there look a bit tired as well.
Yeah, I can imagine.
They're looking a bit. Although Ziyech, he just come on, so he shouldn't be tired. But
Both
commits a foul straight away.
Semi-finals in midweek as well, and then obviously now this game, 120 minutes is going to be minimum.
Christian Anav 82 says Palmeiras are going to win this all day long. Silk says Kepa to save every penalty. He says Chelsea on penalties, says Ilias to win it. And Jesse Boy saying Chelsea are winning this all day long. Palmeiras not giving up until after 105 minutes, says Nobby. Here comes Palmeiras coming forward. Coming forward again. What was that?
Wow.
What was that?
Tired legs.
That was a terrible ball. That was a very tired. And Akash Shriv says sometimes I seriously get the Stoke City vibe from Chelsea.
I don't really know where you're getting that from. Chelsea dominate possession these days, so that comment doesn't really make any sense. We don't rely on long throws from Rory Delap. We don't rely on set pieces for goals. So I'm not really sure where you're getting that vibe from. But big up.
In Liverpool ×6, UCL says South American teams have not won the final since 2005. He says, trust me, I remember it well. This would be big. I heard the South American expert Tim Vickery talking about this the other day, and he was saying that this would be huge for Palmeiras if they won this.
They've never won this competition.
Yeah, and he was saying to me, like, for them, like earlier on we was saying that, maybe some people in this country may not look on this as much of a big deal.
Yeah.
He's saying to them it is a huge deal.
It's the biggest game of the season for them.
It's massive.
Yeah.
So
they've won the
and you
cups.
can see by the way they've played.
They're putting
the
their
cups, bodies on the line for
won
it.
the league.
That's a good cross there by Werner.
Go on, just fucking whack it in.
Switched out wide here by Chelsea. Cross into the box, but dealt with.
It's the last thing they haven't won. It's the last thing on their list.
They've won everything.
They've won everything else.
Yeah.
They haven't won this. Corinthians have won this. Sao Paulo. So in terms of like club rivalry in Brazil, this is the one that they're hanging over them. So
Right, Chelsea still on the ball. Chelsea still on it. Only one team, from what I can see, at this stage, trying to win it in extra time. There's a good ball by Ziyech.
Oh, it's going to be a foul on the goalkeeper, isn't it?
It is a foul on the goalkeeper, and him and Havertz there having a little tussle.
Well, that was.
I don't know what he expects Havertz to do there. Havertz has got to go for the ball.
The fucking goalkeeper was being rude to him.
Havertz has got to go for the ball there. I mean, I don't know what the goalkeeper. What's
like,
wrong with
get off me.
That's why you're a goalkeeper. You're going to get players coming in on you in that circumstance.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he's surprised.
It is a foul.
About that.
It is a foul because, you know, Havertz has landed into him, but what, you know.
Fucking little shit.
That's why you're a goalkeeper. We should have played in another position. He wasn't overjoyed. I saw it. Wasn't he the same guy I saw praying earlier?
Yeah.
He's a bit aggressive, isn't he?
Kai is not exactly the most physical striker in the world. I'm sure he didn't hurt him that much.
Omar says Sophie looks stressed.
Yeah.
I am a bit stressed, Omar. You're right. Well, after that, I really want them to lose now. So come on, Chelsea.
Oh, before it was okay.
It wasn't okay before. I feel sorry sometimes for the teams that aren't as good.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't feel sorry for this team at all. They're more than matching us. I'll take the win off them. No problem.
But
No
they are
problem.
playing for penalties, 100%.
Oh yeah, 100%.
In which case, I think Tuchel needs to think long and hard about bringing Kepa on because I think Kepa just.
He's a better goalkeeper for penalties.
Well, I think everyone has their different
Strengths.
yeah, and attributes and stuff, and I think Kepa's worked really hard.
Has he made 5 subs now, though?
I don't think he has. Saul's come on. Pulisic's come on.
3.
Ziyech came on.
4.
Who else was the other one?
And
Werner.
Pulisic.
Malang Sarr.
Werner and
Werner
Malang
as
Sarr.
well.
That's 5, isn't it?
No, Werner.
Oh, that's good there by Werner.
Saul. Malang Sarr.
Oh, Sarr come on, is he?
Yeah.
I must
I'm pretty sure I saw
Yeah,
Sarr.
Malang Sarr is on. Malang Sarr and Ziyech.
Shit.
That's 5 subs, so
What?
Kepa can't come on.
Wow, I'm surprised he's decided to do that. So that's it. Why
has he brought on Sarr,
Why has he done that?
What's he
Well,
brought on Sarr?
I think players are flagging, man. Very hot there. Different temperature and that is good, you know. You have to
Or
refresh
maybe
it up.
Tuchel just thinks I gave the game to Mendy, so I'll
But
leave him in.
even in
That's
terms
the
of
wrong
penalty
thing for me.
takers, Jorginho is not on the pitch, right? So he's one of our best penalty takers.
Oh!
So we haven't really prepared for penalties.
It's over there by
No Jorginho, no Kepa.
Ziyech. Yeah, no, Jorginho's not been in the squad, right?
Yeah, well he's on the bench. Yeah,
Oh, is he? They didn't brought him on.
that's what I'm saying. If you're,
That's a surprise.
we're not really prepared for penalties. So we
No
need
wonder
to,
he's
we need
trying to win it in the,
Yeah. We need to win because we don't have our best penalty taker on, and we don't have our best penalty saver on. So
Mount's a penalty taker as well, isn't he?
yeah, he's not on the pitch. So we really need to win in the next 10 minutes because we're
There's
not.
penalty takers there, though. I think Sal Nguez is a penalty taker.
I don't know. Though. I don't know if I want to see him take a penalty. To
He's
be
a penalty
honest.
taker, though.
Is he?
Yeah, I didn't.
For Atletico.
Did he take him at Atletico? Griezmann took him
Rudiger
most
will
of the
take
time.
one.
That's not.
Pulisic will take one, won't he? Werner's a penalty taker.
Well, Werner's not a finisher in general.
Yeah, but he's a penalty taker, though.
I don't know.
Is he?
I don't know about that. I mean, he took them at RB Leipzig when he was scoring goals, but he hasn't taken them at Chelsea. I'm not confident with our penalty takers.
Mendy?
Hearing those names. Oh, man. No, I'm not confident hearing those names.
Havertz, penalty taker.
Yeah, good record again in Germany at Leverkusen.
Oh, that's a lovely turn there.
Go on. Oh.
But lost the ball. Ziyech a penalty taker as well. There's penalty takers there, man.
You're just saying that they
but they
sound
are.
like penalty takers, but they're not really.
No,
are
but
they?
they are.
Not
They can,
really.
you know.
Nah, I wouldn't trust them. You know?
Ziyech takes 6 pieces.
Yeah, but I wouldn't trust him.
Thiago Silva, another penalty taker.
Is he he's not really a penalty taker,
sure,
is he?
No, but he's you know, those are experienced guys in these
Yeah.
moments that will step up and take a
I
penalty.
wouldn't
aren't they?
trust him, though. I wouldn't trust him.
Thiago Silva.
I'm sure he will score.
Sal, them man, those experienced
Malang
players.
Sarr, no.
No, not Malang Sarr. No, but he won't be in the. He won't be in the 5, will he?
You can be experienced. I remember one Mata, right? He was experienced. He was our best player. He took free kicks. He took everything, corners. But his penalty taking was awful. He missed the Champions League final penalty
he did,
as well.
didn't he?
Yeah, the
I
first
thought
one.
that was the end when that happened. I was like, oh no, that's it.
Some people are just, and it's about how you deal with the pressure, really, isn't it, as well? So
Shoot.
I don't know. I've got trust issues with a lot of them names. you
Anyway,
read out.
time is running down in this. If they are to get a goal back here, Chelsea, the ball's out
Need
to
to score.
Ziyech. That's a
God,
good
that's
cross by
brilliant.
him.
Oh, how did he miss that?
That was a great cross in there. Good defending again. Good defending again there by Palmeiras because
So
Ziyech.
Lukaku, I think, probably would have
Havertz
got
there.
that in.
We know that Havertz scores these big goals in these big games.
Well, I say that. But
thought Werner was on the corner. I was like, what the hell's going on?
Corner anyway, corner. By the way, it's 3-0 now to Manchester City. 3-0 to Manchester City. I think that game is done and dusted. It's done and dusted at 1-0 to be... Well, 0-0 is done and dusted.
Yeah.
When it's Man City playing. Swung in.
Go on. Knock down.
Oh, there's a chance there. Oh, they're appealing for handball.
Go on.
The Chelsea players are appealing for handball there.
VAR, anything?
The VAR will check it when this attack breaks down.
Check it, ref. Come on, man.
I must say the ball was whacked at him from a short distance, so was his hand in an unnatural position.
Whack it in,
Bilky swung in again. Here's the chance there for Chelsea.
Oh my
Just
God.
over the bar.
This goalkeeper
Just
doesn't
over the
seem
bar.
to...
But the Chelsea players are still... There's Thiago Silva. They're all appealing for handball.
Dave's like, guys,
Azpilicueta,
Rudiger, look at him.
Rudiger.
He's so angry.
They're all appealing for handball. It will be checked.
They're going to check it.
It will be checked.
Woo! Come on.
Some of them look
Come
to me
on,
like
check
they know
that.
it's a
Check
penalty.
They're checking for a possible penalty.
Check it, ref. Go on. You know where to go.
They are adamant. He's going to the
Go
screen
on.
to check.
Go on, ref.
He's going to the screen to check it.
Go on.
And a lot of times when they go to the screen, that means penalty.
Hey, go on. Down the tunnel.
Here we go.
Down the tunnel, mate. Go on. Check it.
Here it comes.
Oh, no.
Oh, that looks a penalty to me. Let's see it. His hands up in an unnatural position. That is a penalty.
That's a penalty.
That is a penalty to me.
That's a penalty.
No doubt about
I dare
it.
you to point. Go on.
No
Do
doubt
it.
about it. That
Do
is a
it.
penalty. Here he comes.
Penalty.
It is a penalty.
Yes! Come
Penalty
on.
to Chelsea.
Come on. Love this referee.
Penalty to
Yes.
Chelsea. For me, there's no doubt about
Come
that.
on.
There is no doubt about that.
Now
That is a
we're
penalty.
talking. Come on.
Just like the one in the third. His hands in
Look.
His
It's
hand here is in.
unnatural
He
position,
doesn't
isn't it?
see it coming.
Oh, that's...
He's got his back turned though.
I
Should
think
it be
they knew,
given?
though. No, yes, it is.
It does hit his hands.
I
Hits
don't know,
hands.
It's a
man.
bit, I'm not gonna lie, it's a little bit harsh.
That is a harsh
It's a
penalty.
bit harsh. It's a
When
bit
you
close.
see it
But
from
they
that,
shouldn't be up here, though.
when you see it from that
a
angle,
bit
that's
harsh.
a very harsh penalty because his back's turned.
Robbie, we ain't complaining.
Who's taking the penalty, though?
Did he get all the angles to look
Alright,
at?
no more conversations now. Let him take the penalty.
Did he get all of the angles to look at there?
Nah,
he's
he's
been
fine.
given a yellow card as well, Luan. Did he get all the angles to look at? That's a very, very harsh decision, I feel.
If we have to...
Anyway, penalty. Azpilicueta to take it.
Azpilicueta. Alright, cool.
He's
the captain.
He's a good taker.
Another yellow card there, I think, because he's...
They'll make a captain's decision on it.
And yes, he's getting angry.
love it.
Atuesta.
I don't care. Like, I actually do not care how we win this game. Just win the game. I don't care how.
Penalty to Chelsea. Can they take
Who's taking
this?
the penalty?
Azpilicueta.
Dave.
Azpilicueta.
Come on, babes.
I think he'll go for power, won't he?
Yeah, he tends to go to the left
He goes
of the
power.
goalkeeper.
I've seen him take penalty before. It's power.
Yeah.
How you feeling,
Powerful
Sophie?
side foot.
Confident? Confident on this, Sophie? Let's get the camera on Sophie. Let's see.
Oh, Havertz is taking it.
Oh, it's Havertz taking it.
Is it Kai? I thought it was Aspie. Aspie had the ball.
Well,
in his
Havertz is a better
Oh,
penalty
alright.
taker.
Aspie,
It is
I'm
Havertz.
leaving.
That's
if he's
Listen,
doing it.
Havertz is here for the big moments. He scored in the Champions League final, as we know. Here he goes. Palmeiras fans can't even look.
Stress.
Havertz now to take. This is a big penalty.
Against
Huge
the guy who
moment
just was naughty
in
to
the
me.
game.
Go on, man.
Havertz to take the
especially
penalty.
the goalkeeper you were just beefing
Lining
with.
up on his left foot. Can the keeper save it, or will Havertz
He took this off
scored a
Aspie.
goal that brings it home for Chelsea? Here it comes.
Yeah!
It's a goal!
Yes!
It's a goal. Kai Havertz scored. Roman Abramovich clapping.
Come on!
High five, babe.
Come on!
Havertz has scored.
Brilliant.
2-1 to Chelsea in front of the Chelsea fans. And Kai Havertz have put Chelsea on the verge of winning the World Club Cup.
Come on!
It is a very harsh decision, but it did catch his hand.
But it shouldn't have been up.
His back was kind of turned, but it is in an unnatural position, I guess. But what did I thought the rules was if you don't know, did he know much about that? I don't know.
Don't worry about the rules.
But it's a handball.
Remember with Martinelli? Don't worry about the rules.
It's a brilliant penalty. Brilliant penalty, composed penalty.
That's why he didn't save it, because you was horrible to him.
And Kai Havertz again with another big moment for Chelsea. It is Chelsea 2, Palmeiras 1. And Palmeiras now making a substitution. They've been too negative in this extra time as well. I don't know if it's been through tiredness, but they've been too negative. They've taken us Rocco, who's been brilliant, who's the centre-back. He's come off and they look like they brought on Deverson, who's another attacking player, and
He's
the
the-
Palmeiras. She must be the owner. She don't happy.
Deverson's the wild card. Apparently, he's the wild one. I'm not gonna lie, it was jammy. It was very jammy. But
Because his back's turned, isn't it?
yeah,
It's a bit harsh.
it's unfortunate. I'm not gonna lie.
It's a harsh one.
But-
It really is a harsh one, but
I don't care.
yeah, you don't care. You don't care. Anyway, they're lumping the ball up now. That's a handball
Get
as
up,
well.
babes.
Just hang
Only
on,
a
man.
couple of minutes left now for Chelsea to hang on to this one.
Come on, babe. Come,
And
babe.
Chelsea are on the attack.
Oh, release it, man. Release the ball.
Didn't release it. Palmeiras have won it back. Under 2 minutes to go. I'm sure there'll be some added time for the penalty.
Aspie, get up. Oh, free kick.
And they've given, what's that? Is that
Free
offside?
Kick. Offside or free kick.
There's a guy in the crowd there on a Man United top.
Those Brazilian clubs are going to be bullying Palmeiras when they get home. If this ends like this.
I think Palmeiras have just been too negative in extra time. Obviously, just trying to play for that extra time. And now Chelsea are on the verge of calling themselves the champions of the world.
Yeah, and that means a lot, man. Honestly, it means a lot to have that title if we win this game, because I don't underestimate this competition one bit. That nice gold badge in the middle that Liverpool had, I want that. So be straight to get that kit.
Gold badge on the way.
Yeah.
Because we are now moving into what? The last minute of the game. And let's be real, Palmeiras haven't really threatened the whole game up front. I think they had a little spell in the first half. Under a minute now.
Under a minute plus injury time.
Plus injury time. I think there've got to be about 4 minutes added on because of the penalty.
Yeah.
4 to 5 minutes at least.
Not 5, Robbie. Not 5.
4 minutes?
Maybe 3.
And that's a foul. That's a foul. Head injury on a Chelsea player. And that'll be more time added on.
But I said 2-1, didn't I, in extra time, Robbie, didn't I? I said 2-1 in extra time, didn't I?
Yeah, you did say 2-1 in extra time.
Stressful, but I said 2-1 in
The
extra
Palmeiras players
time.
can't believe it. The penalty decision, this was they're showing the head. Yeah, clash of heads there. Thiago Silva, how good's he been, man?
37 now.
37 years old. Bought him from PSG.
For free, yeah.
And he just makes the defence solid. How many minutes they added on?
3 minutes. Told ya. 3 minutes.
I can see.
Point with the predictions today.
You know what? I can see why they be complaining there. This is why I keep saying what they should do is they should have some sort of clock that just stops.
Come on. I'm on point. The predictions today, I should have slapped some bets on.
Oh, another yellow card.
Responsibly.
Yellow card for the... How can it be 3 minutes though? I would have loved to
Because that's
see...
what I asked for, Robbie.
Yeah, but how long did that penalty take?
2 seconds. 3 minutes.
Facts. Thank you.
No, he went
Thank you,
straight up to the
Sophie.
screen, came back.
Exactly.
3 minutes is about right.
You know what? There's no way that penalty took 3 minutes.
If anything,
What's
it
he
was in
want
the
more time for
minuses in
God's
terms of
sake?
minutes.
Anyway, it's looking like Chelsea are going to get the job
goalkeeper
done.
was rude. Your
There's still
goalkeeper was
50
rude.
seconds have gone and we haven't even kicked off again.
Oh, Siri's.
We haven't kicked off again.
I've just gone, your goalkeeper's rude. It's gone, no need to apologise. I wasn't speaking to you, was I, babes? I don't know.
Palmeiras fans in tears now. What a way to lose a game. With a handball right at the end there that goes to VAR. But it was handball.
VAR.
No, we got given the same thing at the other end.
Cheats.
I think the one at the Chelsea one was more
Yeah,
obvious.
but when you turn your back,
This
you've got
one,
to
I think, when you sort
when
of
you
like.
turn your back, you've got to go like that. You can't
But
go like
I
this.
thought they changed the rule that when it's blasted at you like that. I mean,
No, but that referee was looking at it from one position. He saw it and he saw it touch the hand. That was it, and his hand was up.
lots of tears from the Brazilian fans. They can't believe it. They thought they were getting to that stage for the penalties. They still haven't even kicked back off. So all of this time's going to have to be added. I mean, you've got to start. They never do that, do they? Especially European referees. But they should really play an addition. The 3 minutes should really start from here.
Nah, I think 1 minute to go is fine.
Because they just kicked off, didn't they?
Yeah, but
This was Arsenal. Well, you know, it's already been a minute and a half, so they're not getting that
If
back.
it's Arsenal,
Yeah.
You know that referee in the AFCON that blew
he
the
kept
whistle
it in.
early?
Yeah, the AFCON referee
Yeah.
blew up early.
Oh, come on, man. Just end this game.
But it'd be great for Tuchel, though. I'd be so happy for him.
Yeah, I'm glad he's there in person. It was touch and go whether he's going to
Yeah.
make it, but free
And
kick.
that's a foul. That's a foul.
Love it.
This is it.
Roll around, Pulisic. Roll around.
It was a
I
foul.
still stand by my theory. If they're genuinely injured, it's a, I've got to go. See you later. Me and Robbie know
'cause
that now.
there was nothing in that.
Nuh-uh.
But you can't blame Pulisic for staying down on the ground and rolling around. Anybody would.
True.
You got to wind and waste that time. And we're 20 seconds away Although I think it will be a little longer than that because of the head injury. And the game plan of Palmeiras out the window with that handball, but they were too negative in extra time. They didn't go for it.
Blow the whistle.
I guess, you know, they just looked at it and said Chelsea, much better team. Malang Sarr wins it but gives it away.
Come on.
And that's it. Is that it?
Oh,
no,
no.
he's given a free kick. He's given a free kick. 3 minutes 11 gone. We're overtime now after 3 minutes. Werner giving the ball away. You only just got to keep the ball here, surely. And Palmeiras are away. Palmeiras on the attack. What can they do? Lau, that was a poor touch by the Palmeiras player, though. Poor touch. He could have played. He had a player out wide he could have played in. Didn't play him in. And the ball's lumped up the front now to Havertz.
Finish it, volley it.
And that's a foul. That's a foul, surely.
It's a free kick, surely.
That's surely a free kick. No free kick. And that's a shot. That was a free kick, surely. Anyway, this is probably the last attack of the game for Palmeiras. They lump it into the box. Dealt with there by Chelsea. That's a free kick.
What the fuck? It's 4 minutes.
4 minutes gone, but they did kick off after the head injury late. They're checking for a possible red card.
On who?
VAR check for a possible red card. Surely that was on the tackle up the other end of the pitch on Havertz.
Oh, really?
Oh, really? Last man as well.
Possible red card check. He's going to go to the screen again.
Oh, my God.
He's going to go to the screen again. And I think he will be sent off here because I thought that was a foul at the time on Havertz.
Yeah.
And this will seal it. Checking for a possible red card. And it is a red card. He gets nowhere near the ball. He gets nowhere near the ball. It should have been given as a... What do? They should really pull it back there, innit? If it was in the penalty area, they'd give a penalty, wouldn't they? But then...
We were saying immediately it should have been a free kick there because it was last man. He didn't get
That's
the ball.
a red card.
You could see he didn't get the ball as well.
Feels a bit harsh to send him off now when the game's over. Is he giving a penalty? What's he giving? Can't give a penalty because it's out of the area, innit? He's giving a red card anyway. It's going to be a red card. It is a red card. Wang
it's
is
all
sent
gone
off.
downhill for him, hasn't it?
He gave away the handball for the goal and now he's been sent off.
Was it him that did the handball?
I'm sure it was him who gave the handball and this was a sending off.
Yeah, you can't be doing that.
He's the last man back and he doesn't get the ball. You can see it there, clearly there. And VAR's got it right there.
That is right, yeah.
That is a red card and horrible way for it to end for him. And that is it.
But to be fair, at this point, it doesn't really matter, does it? Because he had to do everything
it doesn't
he could
matter,
to
and
stop the
surely
goal
that's
going
it.
in.
Surely that is it. And Chelsea are going to be the World Club champions. Oh, it's a free kick, so they have pulled it back for. That's what I was asking.
Yeah, they had
Would
to.
they pull it back for the free kick? They have pulled it back for the free
After
kick.
all this added on time, I wouldn't mind a little free kick in the last.
All you got to do is go short.
Ziyech can take it. I
Well,
think.
you just go short here.
Yeah,
innit?
well, if you're
Play it into the
responsible, you should
corner.
just go short and go straight to the
You
corner.
play it into the corner. If he has a shot here, that's be. I guess you could have a shot here and thinking to yourself he's not going to kick back off, but why take the chance? You just play it into the corner, don't you? Yeah, that's it. Play it into the corner, and that is it.
No, it's not.
Is that it, or is he offside?
Oh, it is. Oh, I don't fucking know what's going on now.
That is it. The game is over. The game is finished. Chelsea have won the game by 2 goals to 1. Chelsea 2, Palmeiras 1. Chelsea are the World Club champions. The game is over. Matisse,
well
let's
done,
get your immediate
boys.
reaction.
I am fucking delighted. Yeah, I am. It's the final trophy for Azpilicueta. It's the final trophy for Azpilicueta.
And Rudiger.
Yeah, well, but like, in terms, that was cheeky. See what you just did there? That was cheeky. But like, Azpilicueta has won everything apart from this, and he finally gets it. He was part of that 2012 team that lost to Corinthians. That was his first season at Chelsea, and ever since then he's won everything, and now he picks up the final thing. So he's a club legend. It's probably his last season as well before he goes to Barcelona in the summer. So I'm especially happy for him. We're world champions, Sophie. We're world champions.
There's a lot of
Do you
people
know what that means?
A lot of people in the chat saying Michelle Julian says corruption.
Don't care.
He says corruption. A lot of people very unhappy about the
Not
penalty. But the Chelsea fans ain't. Raphael says Chelsea wins the World Cup.
it's not corruption. That's
Club
fair
World
enough.
Cup. DJ D says World Club champs. Haters stay mad.
Sophie?
Yeah, another trophy for Tuchel. I'm sure Roman Abramovich is happy now because he looked a little bit fuming when it was going into extra time. But babes, honestly, it wasn't the prettiest game of football. We didn't play well in the game before this. Lukaku on the score sheet again, though, which was obviously great for him. But I think the most important thing here is that we're actually able to pull something out of the bag in finals. That's the main thing to take away from here, and that's, I think, why a lot of other teams fear playing us in finals, because you just don't know, do you? But I'm happy. I think that's great, and I think the players are happy as well. So
Oregon Guna says the referee's not safe after this game.
I thought he was spot on, to be honest.
Stinkmina Ziyech says Palmeiras robbed. Gary Nolan says corruption at its finest.
No, what are you talking
Never
about?
a penalty in a million years, says Gary. Lucky Chelsea says Thomas, but they
collect all of these tears into a bucket because nobody cares.
But, Brian Sample, who's a Tottenham fan, but I can tell by his avatar, said it was a clear penalty.
Fair enough. Look, at the end of the day, I'm not bothered. I'm really not. I think we just about deserved it. It was a tough game, though. It was always going to be. You know, Palmeiras, I said it at the start, they were going to take us to the wire. They're a good team. Massive credit to them. Champions of the world. Second time around. Second time's a charm, as they say. So. But yeah, I'm so happy to get this competition because you never know when you're going to get a Champions League again. It may not happen. It's never good to assume. So
Edouard Mendy for Ballon d'Or says Kevin Fraser.
2 trophies in a week.
Yeah, he's very good. Very good player.
You know what I mean? Senegal.
It's not bad living.
This guy's won everything, isn't he?
It's not bad living for Edouard Mendy. But this is the point that Sophie was making about him potentially being unemployed a few years ago, and now he's come back and he's won all these things.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Unbelievable.
Wenseco says, Joseph says, Robbie, when do you see Arsenal win this cup? Oh, we haven't. That's the answer.
Long way to go there.
That's the answer. Listen, it's a Mickey Mouse Cup, isn't it?
Yeah,
I'm only joking. Listen, you've got to give credit to Chelsea. I thought that in the second half, I thought that in extra time, Palmeiras was so negative. I said it, didn't I? I said, I don't like when I see teams now that all you're doing is you're just holding out for the penalty shootout.
Yeah.
So to me, the team that's positive and coming forward and attacking, whether it's a handball or not, and, listen, they've checked it on VAR and said it is.
It's harsh.
But that's the team, they're attacking.
Yeah.
They're in your penalty box attacking, and those sort of things might happen for you. Yeah. Whereas you, the Palmeiras players, being so negative, you're not going to get any opportunities, are you? Because you're not even in their box.
Yeah. But they were underdogs to begin with, and I think just to even get all the way to extra time, I think they did themselves credit, to be fair. I just think as the game went on, Chelsea obviously his quality shown, the game slowed down a bit, less transitions, lower tempo, and then we luckily managed to get the penalty. But it was fortunate, I must say. I'll take the shamelessness away for a second. It was lucky, but
Laz 1212 says, Robbie, you can make a borehole water system with the amount of tears on the stream. And this guy here, Germano Pereira, who I think he's definitely Brazilian, he says, thank you, Chelsea, for renewing our national joke. And I think it's the national joke is Palmeiras have never won this, have they? They've won everything else.
Clubs. Yeah.
They've won everything else, but
you're welcome, guys.
Their rivals have won it, but they've not won it, have they? So TB says Chelsea are the champions of the world.
Woohoo!
You're cheeky, TB. So while also the champions of YouTube content.
I'm very happy. True.
Very
true.
funny. Very funny. Very funny. And Wavy Crockett says sometimes, many times better to be lucky than good. I think Chelsea were the better team in the game as well, overall. I think they're the better team. There's Jorginho on the pitch.
I just think a lot of it with Chelsea is just when we get to finals, for some reason, we just have a stronger mentality to keep going right till the end.
On to Liverpool now.
It's when you know what, it's a bit like even Arsenal sometimes when we played like in FA Cup finals and that, and even we're playing better teams sometimes. You got a feeling we could win it because you just got a pedigree for cups.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like in the FA Cup, for instance, Arsenal got a pedigree in that. Yeah. Apart from this year and last year, but we got a pedigree in that. So sometimes, even though that year is semi-final Man City, I'm like, we can still win it.
Cyprus
final
Blues are there.
Chelsea because you have
Big
a
up the
pedigree.
Cyprus Blues.
You know, so I think that's what Chelsea have got at the moment. They've
Well,
got,
I think everything up
and they've
until
got winners in their team. Look at Thiago Silva's a winner, isn't he?
Yeah. I think everything up until the final is who is the better team. That's 100% what it is. I think when you get to the final, there's so many different factors. It's the mentality. Can you handle the pressure? It's who wants it more. It's sort of just the whole team collectively working together right until the very end. You know, there's a lot of different factors when it gets to that.
Isn't it? Sometimes.
Yeah, experience in finals. That's why Spurs never win anything.
Exactly. That's the problem.
Well, it is. You know what? It is. We say it and we laugh there, but it is kind of a mentality thing. It is. He's like, Spurs sometimes have had the players to win things.
Yeah.
But it's, do they have those players that have that winning mentality, that know-how, like you said, to get over the line? And it's been proven over the years they haven't.
Yeah.
Yep, unfortunately,
you know,
for them.
Anyway, listen, we're gonna wrap it up right now. Want to thank everybody who's been on this marathon stream. We were going to wait until they lifted the trophy, but looks like they're going to take about another half hour with that. You know what these things are like, right?
Yeah.
But congratulations going out to Chelsea. Well done to them.
Thanks everyone for having us.
They are the champions of the world. No, but they are the champions of the world. Big them up. Big them up. Listen, they deserve it. Don't forget, there's going to be a new Round Table Talk episode out here on DR Sports tomorrow, so make sure you check it out. That's going to be brilliant. And yeah, congratulations going out to Chelsea. I want to thank everybody who's been on the stream today. Nikki, who was on earlier on, Laurie was on earlier on as well. Well done to them too. To Alex, who hosted it all day long, he was fantastic. Big up to you, Matisse. You've been here right from the start since 2:30 today.
Yeah. Marathon.
It's all worth it in the end.
100%. Exactly.
Big up to Matisse and big up to the beautiful Sophie Rose as well.
Thanks for having
big
me,
smiles on
everyone.
it. Listen, no tequilas tonight now after this.
I can't promise you
Soft
that,
drinks.
babes. I can't. I can neither confirm nor deny.
Right, listen, you deserve a tequila tonight, and all Chelsea fans, congratulations going out to you. You are the champions of the world. Chelsea have won the World Club Cup, beating Palmeiras by 2-1. Thanks to everybody as well who has been watching right from the beginning of the stream, to the production team who've been here all day as well. Darius, Ryan, and what's the other guy's name again? I can't remember his name.
Don't ask me.
What's he? You
I'm
remember
half a
his
strongbow down.
No, I can't remember his name. The other guy. That's it.
He definitely ain't coming on after he sees you say that.
We'll see you again on the next one.